Hello everybody and welcome to Blaster 6 South Korea League. It is playday number 7 and we are this close to playoffs. Of course, the only playday that Korea has this week because, well, over the next two you'll be seeing playoffs the next week, and then the one after, last chance qualifiers. We're almost done. It's actually crazy how quickly time has passed, and of course time flies when you're having fun with your friends. I'm Milosh, and my friends with me today on the show, my wonderful co-hosts Demo and XR Troika. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Doing fantastic, Milosh. Cannot wait to get in and around a little bit of South Korea. Of course, as you mentioned, it is the only play day this week. So there's a little bit of sadness there because it would be nice to be back here tomorrow as well, but I'm sure we will make the most of it today.
I mean, you say fun. I think fun is probably one step away from madness. I think we're kind of on that edge of the line with Korea at the moment, for me anyway. Because this region has scarred me for life. I'm gonna say it.
I'm sorry, but Scars plays in Japan. You're in the wrong region right now, Demo. That's
wrong broker.
Wrong broadcast. Demo, it's I'm very thankful that you take a break from your Ranky stacks and your other games that you're playing that just released over the past week to join us for some Korea action. I know you've been having Siege on your monitor for the entire past week, and today we actually get to talk about it. And actually, there are quite a few things to talk about because Playday 7 is the last one and the last chance to collect points, and the fight is usually around the top 2 and the other 4 teams that are in that top 6. Now PSG Talon and FEARX are at the top, and PSG Talon are at the top. There's nobody that can realistically take them out of it just because of the way that numbers and tiebreakers and everything happen. There's an 8-round differential between FEARX and PSG, which is technically impossible to overcome because you only play, you can only win 7-0. That's kind of how it works. So that part is kind of resolved. PSG, you can knock them out of that spot. FEARX are also very difficult to knock out of their position by D+ because of the way that points and differential works. There's 6-round differential between FEARX and D+. D+ would have to win their entire game, and then FEARX drop less than 1 round in theirs, basically. But otherwise, Blossom and Orgless, impossible for them to go up into the top 6. So to be very frank, the fight is around who is in what seed between 3 to 6, because unless 17 planets align, PSG and FEARX cannot be, well, specifically FEARX cannot be dethroned today. I know I just threw a lot of numbers and jargons and everything, but the math checks out. I guarantee it. So we're gonna enjoy this, because who would have thought that PSG Talon would once more come in and through stage 2 live up to their name from stage 1, their performance at Manchester, and then keep it up, get even better than they had before. They have complete clean sheets, Demo.
Yeah, I think Talon, look, I think whenever they've needed to get the job done, for example, their big games, well, they've only really had one big game, I would say, and that was, of course, against D+. They looked electric. Obviously, FEARX, I believe, is who they play today. So, again, the other big team that they need to take down. But other than that, honestly, I think Fabian's been playing with his food a lot of the time, the way he's kind of coaches guys going up against these different rosters. You look at last week, for example, look, Orgless took 4 rounds off of PSG Talon, but you could tell that wasn't PSG Talon playing at full strength. It was clear as day. So I think, as a whole, the roster has been very smart. This stage, they've realized that they're the big team. They've realized that they're going to be the team to beat. Their eyes are not going to be set on, oh, we need to finish first. Their eyes are, okay, we're going to finish first. There's no doubt about that. We need to look at the bigger prize, which is how well we do internationally. There's no doubt in my mind this team will be in Montreal. That's a surefire deal.
Yeah, that work through the playoffs is going to take a while. Of course, that ties into what you're playing operator-wise, what you have in your own lineup, what you're doing with map bans. All of these things tie in together, and it seems like this is the final day of the pre-test that is the playoffs, Ollie.
Absolutely. It's another day that PSG Talon can go out there and get some good reps in. Obviously, with it all being kind of sewn up at this point, there's a question of, do they come out here and just have a little bit of fun? I think they've done a fantastic job, obviously not showing too many maps throughout the stage as well, and still being able to achieve top place, guaranteed for playoffs with the bye. it's a decent performance. Looking a little bit further down the table at the teams like FEARX, D+, and MIR, you know, we knew that these were going to be the teams in that top upper echelon of the table. It was all just about where they were going to sit. And I think for me, one of the biggest surprises last week was seeing FEARX leapfrog over D+ with that win against them. That really cemented them, obviously, because FEARX did struggle a little bit earlier on against MIR. So there was a couple of nice little nuances down there in that middle part of the table, but definitely still all to fight for. It's just a lot less visible because obviously seeding, whilst it's very important, it's not as glamorous as the top spot, right?
Yeah. And let's take a look at that schedule for today, just because, as always, it's 4 best of ones, as we've always had in Korea in pretty much every single region. Orgless will play MIR today, which we'll talk about MIR in a second. Their rise to where they are is actually pretty impressive. PSG versus FEARX, that's one everybody's been looking for. Then more at the bottom, Blossom needs to collect more points, really just for their own sake. Before and after are kind of set in their spot in the top 6. And then Webble versus D+ Kia. Some things to work about here for D+. We'll see once we get to their matchup at the end of the day. But gentlemen, let's turn attention then to that first matchup, and because it seems like we're all going the MIR route. And Demo, I want to pick your brains about it. Why MIR in this case?
I just think they've had a really good run of form, based on where they were. You know, after the first opening week or two, a loss against PSG Talon. Sure, they go and beat Blossom, but look where Blossom is in the table, 7th. Then they lose again to D+, and you sit there and think, okay, this was a team that we kind of thought could maybe upset the top 3, could maybe be a team that can break in and ruin some happy faces, you know, with the likes of FEARX and PSG Talon, but they just couldn't do the job. Then they go in and they beat FEARX. They go in and they beat them 7-4. And then from there, you can look at it and say, okay, they weren't supposed to win that game. With how they played previously, they were not supposed to win that. And then you look at their run of fixtures. These are all teams that they should be beating, and they've been able to do that. Sure, it's been an overtime, but still for MIR Gaming, a win's a win.
And a win is an important win. And I think for me, you look at MIR and you look at Orgless in this matchup specifically, and just look at what they've done previously inside of this league. We haven't seen Orgless successful as of yet. You know, they're not even giving... I don't want to say they're not giving competitive games, because there was a good game against Before and After on Clubhouse that we cast a couple of weeks ago, Demo. I think it might have been last week. And they did manage 5 rounds, but 5 rounds is the most rounds they've ever been able to manage, and the rest of their results have been pretty one-sided. For me, it's a bit of a cop-out, because I'm looking forward to that fixture the most, because I like watching MIR Gaming play as well on the flip side of things. But we've all got it the same. It's only the producer. Maybe it's because it's the last there's only one broadcast this week. Maybe he's thinking, well, there's nothing to get invited back for.
It's the Hail Mary before the playoffs, and really the fight for the top 2 is kind of done and dusted in its own way if you look at it. So the real fight is, how do we fare, what do we show, and how clean can we be for the rest? And that also applies to MIR in this case. And let's take a look at that first game that we have on hand, Orgless versus MIR. Now, we mentioned MIR kind of offhandedly. We'll talk about them in detail in a sec, but I want to focus on Orgless here for a second, because they are the only team so far in Korea that has not collected a single point, and I think the only one in global global regions that has not collected a single one, though I think even in MENA yesterday, Akatsuki was able to collect points. So even at that level, there's not many, if any, that have failed so far, with all 6 losses, -22 on the board. Is there a light at the end of this tunnel to think this is maybe what we can work with for stage, you know, next year, work on something for 2025, Demo?
I think it has to be. I think you have to look at it from that perspective. It hasn't been great. It really hasn't been. I think more than anything for a team like Orgless, it's, you know, who can they get? You know, obviously you look at it and think, okay, you make some roster changes, but it's who wants to kind of join a team who is in this kind of form. I think that's the issue. Even look at, you know, some of the bigger regions. You know, some teams down at the lower end, you know, they're struggling to get the big names over. You know, they're really just picking at the scraps almost a lot of the time. So I think for Orgless, that's probably the issue for them is, yes, they probably want to make changes, but who do you bring in?
Honestly, this is a good point that you bring up, because you could have said that about, like, for example, in EU, right? Stage 1 and even prior, Wild, for lack of a better term, shitting the bed. However, that has changed drastically. A complete reform, bringing in mostly players that were not really known in the region, not unless you were like deeply ingrained in T2, T3, whatever exists of those spaces in Siege currently. So there is an idea of maybe there's hidden talent that we on the outside of Korea don't really know about, but so far it's just not been shown through in this stage, Ollie.
No, it's not, and like Demo says, you know, you start to come into a difficult position where it's like, well, how much of the team needs to change to see a better result, and how much the team needs to change to get somebody, you know, or to attract new players that want to join and try and make a difference and make something happen. There hasn't been the season that they're going to look for, but what can you do? You know, someone's got to be at the bottom.
Yeah, true. It's a game of tops and bottoms, and right now Orgless is definitely on there. And to quote Fresh, sometimes the bottoms are on top, but that's not always the case. Here, however, we have had those changes. We talked about them earlier on in the stage with a Crazy Boy heading out, but you know, more moving towards the course position. Crazy Boy is someone that has been known for the past few years here in Korea. But Orgless as a whole, a lot to work on. But if anything, this final playdate could actually be an opportunity should MIR slip, because they think, hey, we don't really need to work that hard. It's more about seeding for us in the top 6, yada yada. You could catch them off in a moment and see what sort of experience can you gather from this playdate. And for that, we'll take a look at Orgless's opponents, MIR, on the other side. And that other side is definitely one that a lot of Europeans and especially UK fans out there will be able to relate to. Blur, more world champion, and Sloth on the squad, quite well known, really pushing the squad much higher than anyone would have expected, Ollie.
Yeah, they're certainly doing a lot of work. I was speaking to Sloth after last week's play day, and you know, sort of just going through the motions with it a little bit with him. They're obviously putting in a hell of a lot of work as a team, and that's evident for all the teams, but you get to see it a little bit on a bit more of a personal level when you sit down and have a chat. I think somewhere that MIR have looked fantastic is they've done a fantastic job for me in the opening portion of rounds. I think back to last week's Consulate, they did a great job of getting in the building on the attack, getting a lot of control nice and early. Somewhere that they do tend to stumble, in my opinion, is going to be that mid-round execute, or that mid to late round execute, should I say. And I think that just comes to, you know, obviously there's going to be a bit of communication issue there. There's some non-native speakers on the roster in Blur and Sloth. Obviously they don't speak Korean, at least I don't think they do, and it won't be to any fantastic level. So that's something that you've got to sort of polarize when you think about this roster, and understand that, yeah, there are going to be a couple of things that maybe look a bit stally or a bit slow, but the reality of it is that they're going in, they're putting in a lot of work. Yes, it is a team that sort of circles around a couple of talisman players, one of those being Sloth, and that's always something that we highlight when we see it, because it can be a great thing, it can be a thing that starts to become a little bit of a problem. But yeah, for me, MIR, I think they've done a decent job this stage.
I mean, Demo, they've come out of nowhere with these 2 picks, and now they're immediately in the top 6. It made Korea even more competitive than it already was, with a 4th team now thrown into the loop.
Yeah, look, I think they've come in here and they've done a job. I think being able to beat FEARX, I think it was a big turning point for that team. It really was, because even if you lose that game, you kind of sit there and think, right, yes, they have, you know, relatively weaker opponents, but still they have looked pretty bad. You know, I still think about that D+ game. You know, that is bottom of the barrel. That's really where they were. But look, they're here, they're grinding. They're going to obviously try and finish as best as they can. You know, there is a possibility as well that they could sneak in to 3rd place as well. So yeah, I think there's potential for them.
Absolutely is. I mean, that potential would be pretty impressive to realize in the playoffs, but they play for seeding. And Sloth, as both of you have mentioned, this man is absolutely on fire. 128 EPS plus 26 on the KDR. I mean, look, everybody says, I mean, this is Rainbow Six, a strategy game. There is all about it. You have to play together as a team, yada yada. But at the end of the day, Ollie, what do we always say about Siege being an FPS?
That it's the best FPS, Milosh.
That's true.
I'm joking. No, we always say it's a shooter, and it's true. 15-5 on the entry. That's an incredible stat line across the course of a whole stage. So, and it's only going to get changed. I was going to say better. It might not get better today. You might have a stinker, but it will more than likely get better after the end of today. And that just goes to show again what a big impact that can have. And it can be so alleviating for a team that does struggle a little bit toward the later portion of the round if they're consistently getting that entry pick, because it means that they should have that man advantage, you know, when they're going in to make those final plays, whether that be on the attack or on the defense. Sloth, for me, has he overperformed? Probably not. I think this is what they were expecting out of him, and I think he'll certainly have been expecting this out of himself, because I know he's pretty hard on himself.
Absolutely, and he was. I remember talking to him in Berlin in 2022, right after being dropped, and that was a huge moment for his career, for his life. And here is back again and really dominating in the region. But hey, it all depends on what you do later on in the playoffs, and of course today on the server. So let's take a look at the map that we have for you. Please, Demo, can you walk us through the map ends today?
I could run us through it.
Please.
Is that maybe a little bit better? Look, I think if you're Orgless, you're probably going to want to try and stay away from the maps that MIR Gaming have looked good on. You see Skyscraper is gone immediately. I'm still seeing Cafe left up, which is where MIR Gaming kind of did the job against FEARX. So I think Orgless would have to have definitely something up their sleeve to go for it. But no, they have went for the Cafe ban. And that leaves us with a bit of bank. MIR Gaming, this was what they played against BNA during the last play day. They won there. Sure, it was an overtime, but still, a win's a win. I think a really good point that kind of Ollie made as well, and he kind of highlighted about, is the opening picks that Sloth had made. Even Baguette as well. Baguette's also, I think, second in the league as well with opening picks. So this team has dominated that stat line, but they're still struggling to convert those round wins. I think a map like Bank, usually a map that you look at and say, if you have that extra man, you can send him on a window if you're attacking top floor. He can rotate light towards garage, drop a back hatch. That extra man in Bank is very, very crucial. It's such a big map. They need to be converting those rounds. If they're doing a great job getting the opening picks, but they count for nothing if you cannot win the round after that.
Absolutely. There's a lot of difficulty. In breaching both Bank and Consulate. They make sense. They're large maps. You need to drone around. You need to be more proactive. You can't just sit back, relax. You need to move around and get stuff done. And I actually would like to remind everybody that we're technically not being paid to say this, but you have to know it anyways. The new Pro Team R6 share skins are out, and one of them also is from Korea, of course, D+ Kia, with their own anime style skin, which means you have to buy it. That's it. I won't talk about the other ones because those for other regions, and maybe they should be saying it on their broadcast, but this is what we got. We're promoting only Korea for today. So with Bank on the line in this matchup, question is, will this attacking starting side be beneficial for MIR? And with the way that Sloth has been entering with Blur on the side, Ollie, this might be a tough one to deal with. I mean, we can even start talking about shields, but I feel that that's a subject on its own.
Oh, absolutely. Bank is gonna favor MIR Gaming, in my opinion. Obviously, we've already seen them play it once this stage, and we've seen them successful on it. Yes, it was a bit of a brawl against BNA, but to sort of double down on the point Demo made about Baguette, I just went and had a quick look because I was curious. Baguette's 14-5 on the entry as well, so he's going toe to toe with Sloth. So 30-10 on the entry between them. With players like that, they shouldn't be losing a game, never mind a round. So you sort of put that into context and start to think about that on a map like Bank, where there's coordination required. It's a big map. You need to get a handle on people, and loose roamers are really going to punish you. All of this just goes as ticks in the column as to what Orgless are going to struggle with. Orgless are going to struggle with a big map. They're going to struggle with loose roamers. They're going to struggle with that coordinated attacking clear. Likewise, they're going to struggle with that, coordinated defended hold where they're, keeping hold of key locations and not giving things away and being able to play aggressively as a defender, but in a way that is a little bit safer. So I think for me, it's alarm bell time, really. But then again, everyone else has beaten Orgless this stage, so why shouldn't MIR?
Absolutely. And as you said with Baguette, it's not about the bread, it's about the filling. And in this case, Baguette is absolutely a beautiful, tasty banh mi. There's a lot of flavor in there and really shines when it's been necessary for MIR Gaming. Maybe not against the top teams in the league, but I'll give them that pass just because it is their first time playing up together. But we are ready to go. We have filled up the Baguette and are ready to head into it. So 94% for MIR Gaming in this case. The people has spoken. Gentlemen, so I'm going to leave you to it. Bank, their first matchup for today's South Korea League demo. XR Troika, take it away.
Milosh, thank you very much indeed. We have spoken all there is to speak before seeing this map now. All that is left to do is watch these two teams play. MIR Gaming versus Orgless. 7 games, 7 Monty bans. Orgless not liking the Monty at all. Grim, that's going to be removed by MIR. We haven't seen the Grim removed yet, have we, Demo?
No. One time. Yeah, one time we did. This be a second time. Cade as well. I think he's the most banned operator as well in this region. So, look, pretty average stuff, isn't it? No real surprises here from the teams. See what the other defender ban's going to be. Are we looking at Azami, perhaps? Maybe a Mira. Oh, a Fenrir instead. Yeah, I don't think Fenrir still isn't that good. I don't think he's worthy of ban anymore since he got nerfed.
No, I don't either, really. I think there's so many other things. If I was thinking about a little ban on this map, I'd be thinking about, I don't know. I'd even go as far, as deep down as like a Malusi or something like that to stop people just, walking around and you sort of counter walking operators, because that's what you're going to see a little bit of. I mean, a Valkyrie would have been a great ban as well.
The issue is, I think, with Fenrir is he's just outclassed by Legion at the moment, like big time. And even Malusia as well. We've seen a rise of popularity in her, so he's outclassed by other trap operators as well. Look, we're dealing with a bank where you've got Mira and Castle available, so relevant to each bomb site. Bottom floor Mira, very, very strong. Top floor Castle, very, very strong. Both also very good in open area. So, I think 2 operators that you have to keep an eye on, who's always probably going to be looking at making an edge way into bank. Looks as though we're going to go to server Ollie, if my Korea is correct. My Korean's correct. I've been studying.
Is the huge CCTV a big clue down there for you?
I didn't even see that. I only read the top part.
Oh, you just read the top.
Yeah.
You read the Korean bit, obviously, and missed out the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm calling cap on that.
Whatever you want. But I mean, the way I look at it is you're probably going to be looking at a roam game, an open area hold with the castle. And an Azami. That's scary.
Azami as well. You've got the Warden to play a little bit looser. I think that's fine. But a team like MIR is probably going to opportunity spot quite well, and if they see that, there might be, something on for a bit more, of a direct play. You might be looking to get somebody into garage. Obviously, you've got to do something about that clear, and it all depends on how firm Orgless want to be with that hold, if they want to really commit to it or not.
Pause to kick things off, Ollie. It's hopefully this gets out of the way with, and we'll have a smooth running for the rest of the games. But look, it's for seeding, obviously, for MIR Gaming. If they win this game, keep in mind, if they win this game in regulation, no overtime, then they actually jump D+. For the meantime, obviously D+ still have to play their game against Webble, but look, if D+ lose that game, then you can see MIR Gaming sit in the third position, you know, and they actually do break up that big three and they actually slip into third place, which is kind of what we said we would like to see in this league. But MIR Gaming, just after the first opening week or so, they didn't really give us a whole lot of faith in them. But overall, for MIR Gaming, I think just been the biggest issue is their mid calls, you know, the mid round calls and how they actually deal with winning at the round. They can't get a good handle on it. You know, we highlighted the opening kill stat. You need to be burying them. You know, it's like in my beloved game of football, Ollie. You're creating all these chances and you don't have a striker to put in the back of the net.
Sometimes you need a good striker, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you can have the best midfield in the world, but you need a finisher. I don't think that Orgless have necessarily got that finisher at the moment. If we have a quick peek at the trouble with Orgless, and something that we've consistently said about them, is that it's a gunfight thing. Vamos is the only player that's anywhere close to being positive in terms of KD, and even he's -5. The rest span between -14 and -18. And I think that Vamos is the only player that's positive on the entry, because he's only been in one entry battle. That sounds like a bit of a duff stat at this point in the stage, to be honest with you. But maybe it is true. So you look across at that and you think, well, that isn't fantastic. How do MIR stack up? Well, if Sloth and Baguette have a quiet day, it could be a fairly equal game of Siege, because they have a very topsy-turvy system going on over there as well. And that's something that we've spoken about at length. But I think for me, you look at the Orgless style of things. They do like to try and get the plant down. They do like to try and, you know, play it in that sort of manner, because the gun skill isn't something that they're as up there with. We can just see here it's demonstrated quite nicely. You know, -68 across the team. That's a lot of cam watching, Demo.
Yeah, big issue. I think 68 is a lot. It's a big difference. But look, for Orgless, I mean, for Orgless more than anything, and here's the kicker, and I know it's quite mean to do this, but just get a point. They haven't got a point, Ollie. You know, you think about in NA, for example, Oxygen haven't won a game, still got a point, still got 2 points, and they've looked shoddy. So you just think for Orgless, surely we can try and avoid James Bond here.
I think James Bond is inevitable. And it's a shame, because we've not seen very many overtime games in Korea. I think we've seen one overtime game last week. It was the MIR game last week.
Yeah,
against BNA on Consulate.
Both of the MIR games. Both of the MIR games. And the week before.
That's the only OTs that we've seen. So I don't know. It's very difficult to talk about this matchup at length, because of obviously it feels like a bit of a mismatch, and I think it'd feel like a bit of a mismatch regardless of who Orgless were playing, just based on the season and the stage that they've had so far. Obviously, we apologize for this short tech pause. We aren't still in the pre-show, believe me. We've got players in the lobby ready to go, but I think there is a player camera issue that we are trying to get resolved. As soon as that's resolved, we will be getting into a bank. But for the meantime, we are just left with the numbers, and the numbers never, ever lie. And on paper, MIR Gaming should be fairly comfortable here. You could look at it on the flip side, though, Demo, and say that +4 over the whole stage for MIR Gaming. It's not fantastic, is it, in the KDs? Been close games for them.
Yeah, I mean, it has. Look, obviously, MIR Gaming got trounced by D+, beat by PSG Talon pretty badly as well. But on the surface of things, you know, that's been their only 2 losses. You know, all credit to them. 2 wins in regular time against FEARX, against Blossom, and then 2 overtime wins. You know, it hasn't been horrible from them.
Well, thank you very much for bearing with us. I think we're going to throw it to a very short break, and as soon as we get this resolved, we will be back. Do not fear, we are not going to miss a second of the action. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We are back in the mix right now. Looks like there's some all chat going on. Are we back? Are we not? That looks like a pause to me. I think we might be going back to a break at some point. We apologize for that. Obviously, we get a feed from Korea. We do not have contact really with the observers. Obviously, we do have contact through text channels and stuff like that, but it isn't part of our broadcast. We just receive the feed and deal with that as best as we can. Hence the slight mix up there. I'm going to throw you back to a break. I'm terribly sorry, but we will be back as soon as this game is ready.
Like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I miss. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Boss like communist.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la cote. Sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble. Et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. j'ai que la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Breeder is low health though.
Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Breeder has that one extra little bit to tie him.
tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Hopefully, we have got the game all ready to go. I say we, me and Demo haven't done anything to get this game ready to roll. We have just been sat waiting patiently, but it looks as though everything is in order. We've got all the players in the lobby, and we aren't going to be missing a second of the action right now as we kick off our South Korea play day here with MIR Gaming versus Orgless.
So, after a long-awaited time, we're ready to go now into Bank, a map which I think is one of those maps to look at and think reasonably well balanced. You know, I think it's a map that I wouldn't say really favors any side. I think it's equal to the attack, it's equal to the defense. I think it just depends on you as a team how you want to do your kind of defense setups more than anything. You can see right from the get-go, Orgless going to be going for a hold into open area. That's the way they want to play this one. This is the correct decision, though. Because always think open area, you can get caught out sometimes. You know, if you're against a team who can enter well, the whole mid floor can just collapse at a moment's notice. What's one thing that MIR Gaming have on it that we've kind of discussed?
A good entry kill.
There you go.
Yeah.
Have, by the way, just
saying.
Have,
yeah, I did notice the Cav. Somewhere else that MIR Gaming can be quite effective is in this early portion of the round. You can see there's a lot of drone work going on here. We've got Baguette on the Jackal. Immediately get a track and start to work a little bit further. They've got that top floor called as clear in the first minute. Now they can look to try and work on opening up open area. Hatches and the flooring. Skeleton key and the book. I mean, the book really is just a Swiss Army knife of utility right now. Cavi, going to be going for it here. Jin really fancies himself right now, and he's going to get taken out straight away. Flanks being watched manually there, the good old-fashioned way, and Baguette, he's going to punish him.
Oh, very early push from the Cav. So I don't know if that was the greatest of decision. You probably wanted to try and hold that for a little bit longer, and you've given MIR Gaming the opening pick. Matches opened as well. They've got control of open area, as we can see. In the lineup, you've got the Ying there for the execute. Denial. You've got smokes, and that is it. You're missing out on a Goyo or even an Echo that we would like to see down here in the basement, Ollie. So I think Orgless, they're going to find it really difficult to really hold this at bay. You'd probably look at it and say they're going to go in towards server, get that wall open, start looking for that plant, and as that plant's going to be initiated, the Ying's just going to try and probably drop into sight and just try and create some chaos with the Candelas.
That's what you'd be looking for now, as we can see those Candelas are going to start to get sent in. Warden glasses activated. Candela shot straight away there. Isn't going to have the desired level of impact, and with 25 seconds left, something has to give right now. The advantage still with MIR Gaming. They're desperately trying to force it from these hatches right now. Dokubi call, that's going to get sent in. Another Candela. Another activation of the glasses, and immediately Warden is rewarded. The plant going down. C4 ripped and ready. It's going to be too long, and the plant goes down regardless. The cover from the hatch being provided by Blur nets him one. And the flank being held from Baguette here can grab himself the first and the second. 3 on the round for him. What rests on the shoulders of the smoke right now. Picks at 1 onto Blur, but with 20 seconds, 3 kills and an active diffuser to deal with. This is going to be a very tall order right now, as the net tightens here from MIR Gaming. And the time, well, it's eventually going to peter out. Vamos, get as many kills as you like now, mate. You ain't going to win the round.
Yeah, good round for MIR Gaming. You kind of seen it coming, didn't you, Ollie? It's like a move that you've seen 100 times. You know what's coming up next. It was always going to be the execute. Just straight down in. Not a lot of denial you had to burn through. Look, like a Goyo, Echo. 2 operators that I like to see. Obviously, Goyo speaks for himself. Echo, really good in the current meta. You know, with having that ACOG back as well, you can hold those longer angles, which there's a lot of them on bank. You can hold garage really well. You then have that long angle from the head holes in garage right into the bomb size and Echo. And obviously the cameras, which are going to help as well. So just think the operator selection just needs to be a little bit better. Obviously, you know, they went for a Cav pick. It's their own fault. You know, shame on you at the end of the day, Orgless.
I think the Cav pick in itself, like, yes, you've not brought any utility or anything useful to the table. It, in one way, is forgiven. In the way it isn't forgiven is the way that Cavi played it. You know, Jin, I think he just went way too early. MIR Gaming, they're far too on it with that roam clear. And yeah, I think they probably got the idea that there was a Cav, or at least they knew something was, they knew some flank was going to happen, because Baguette was watching at the right place at the right time. So bit of an oversight there in round number 1, but we move. And so do Orgless. Going to take us up to the top floor now. Not going to reattempt downstairs in the basement. Typically, one of the things that we like to talk about, Demo, is as a defender, if you can't win basement site, then you're going to struggle on bank, because that's, you know, the site that you can fortify, lean into all its natural defenses, and then, you know, bring some fantastic denial and utility that the defenders have available to them in the form of Goyo, smokes, Chanka, C4s, whatever that might be.
Yeah, it could be a difficult day for Orgless. But instead of maybe, you know, going for basement again and bringing in, you know, better operators, they've just decided to sack it off entirely and go in towards the top floor defense. Oh, Jin, 2 kills. Taking down the Blitz and the Finka, as the quick push from Janitor had came in. But neither the Blitz or Finka being able to get any kills. So immediately this round's probably out the window because of that. Sloth and Blur have tried a 2-man push. They have been battered back by Orgless and the remaining 3 players. Most of them sat on windows. 1 player lurking in towards ATMs, but with this mirror window still up and no way of getting rid of it. Apart from maybe an ace charge. They are going to struggle a lot and sneak it off. There's the ace charge. Will it get shot off? No, impacted off, but pop. What's going on? Oh, just popped again. And another impact. So, yeah, I think round's done, Ollie. Go next.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's going to take a pretty monumental mistake here from Orgless to give this one up. The mirror window hasn't been dealt with in any capacity. That means that the windows are going to be very difficult to try and work from, and we can see that the silhouettes rappelling up to the top of the roof and trying to come up with an alternate angle right now. Guard. Does have a logic bomb in his pocket. He has to transition through this barbed wire though, and that's likely going to give most of the game away right now. Tries to confuse a little bit that sound with the stun going off, and there is going to be a player just outside of ATMs here, but Ira is going to pick himself up 1. Traded immediately though. 20 seconds left, and it's all down to Guard. He's been successful in that push-up main stairs, but not for long.
I mean, Jin, big old round from him. Popping that blitz and Finka, not only to get the blitz, but they also get the Finka following up behind as well, is very impressive. But MIR Gaming, just, they've tried to play, hasn't worked. You lose the round off the back of it, it's a risky one. So at least we do have a contest, Ollie. 1 round apiece. You go back again. My Korean Ollie coming in handy again. I recognize that it's basement.
Excellent. I'm glad that you're learning, Demo.
Honestly, I'm getting there. I'm
like,
starting to figure out what they mean.
It's like a weekly lesson of Duolingo.
It is. You know, for example, I know that Baguette's cam, it's down in towards server.
Yeah. You're a fraud.
Not a fraud, I'm just a genius, you know? Lineup, again, it's... I still think it's difficult. You know, I still think they need to bring more denial. Look, the open area hold gets swept, you know, under the rug immediately by MIR Gaming. I think you probably want to try and anchor more if you're Orgless. Obviously, they've rotated off the cav pick this time. Thankfully. MIR comes in. And great for that basement, as we know. I do still just worry just a little bit that Orgless are trying to just spread themselves a little bit too thin. Twitch-Drone sneaks its way into sight. Probably going to be able to get at least 1 mirror window from this. And Guard, he's looking for it. It's the W7M mirrors, I believe, that they've played. And oh, Jin, oh, almost looked away at the wrong time and able to chase down that Twitch-Drone. I hope. Never mind, Ollie. He's missed the Twitch-Drone.
Oh dear. Finally dealt with. You've already lost your mirror window. That's a big old problem. That isn't going to make things any easier whatsoever. MIR Gaming again with a good clear of that top floor. Got into open area. They're using Baguette and the Inox scanner as like a little backup drone just to double check things. You know, you can lightly drone a room and then have a look with the Inox tracker, and if there's any footprints, then you know that there is somebody hiding around. And if there isn't, then you can make a good assumption then that between the droning and that everything is going to be clear. You can start to look at pressuring onto those main stairs and playing a little bit of flank watch again as the rest of the utility now starts to get focused in toward that execute, getting those hatches open. Baguette's got such a boring job right now, but it's so crucial. He's literally just got to watch on and make sure that nobody flanks up that main stair. Mirror window opened. No potential for an impact trick there. Although it doesn't look like it's opened the wall very nicely at all.
No.
Has it even opened it?
No, it looks to be a bit of a glitch on the breach, sadly. It has opened the soft side, but the reinforced side somehow is still there. Very unfortunate now for MIR Gaming because they would have wanted that position open to go for the blind plant. So it's just going to be crashing down here for them. They're going to have to run in deep, and he will do so. Try and plant behind the bomb chassis, but the cover needs to be good. The fire bolts will be placed out, and there's a C4 to seal the deal. Orgless now in a position where they just have to sit in their hands and close it out. I mean, Blur, yes, he has stopped anyone crossing in towards red, but the C4s can be thrown at a distance. Guard, under the cover of the smoke, will now try and take up the same position. Another C4 is still in the pocket for the Warden. Out it goes. There's a kill. Out of time as well for MIR Gaming. Orgless with a win, but look, Ollie, very unfortunate on the side of MIR Gaming.
Yeah, you've got to feel sorry for him there, I think. Obviously, with that mirror window being on the wall, it's obviously caused a bit more confusion. And, you know, if that opens, then, you know, it could be a very different round, really. But credit to Orgless. I think they went into some denial a lot better that time. We saw C4s being a lot more effective. Obviously, there was a bit of a blunder with the Twitch drone early on into the round, and it led to mirror windows getting opened when really they probably shouldn't have been. MIR Gaming now trailing by 1. Not the story that we were painting, Demo, for this game.
No, not at all. Orgless, bit of a fight back. And one thing that we've mentioned before as well, Ollie, is, and how many times have we highlighted him? We've talked about Sloth. Yeah, top performer of this team. In a sense, the game lives and dies on how well Sloth plays. He's 0-3 right now.
Yeah.
Like, it is as clear as day that we are in a position with a team like MIR where if Sloth isn't there, it's just not going to work. That's honestly how I feel. Because we've seen it happen before. You know, he himself has admitted to me that it lives and dies on how he plays sometimes.
Which is a lot of pressure to put on yourself. And especially given that he's IGL as well. Hopefully for him and for MIR, he can get himself into the game a little bit, because so far hasn't been in it as such. Very early lion scan there to try and gain a little bit of information here. And just gonna sacrifice his drone to the mute jammer right there. He pretty much saw it coming. We do need to try and clear this top floor. And there is going to be castle barricade up there as well, and a hold inside of janitors to deal with. At least one player inside of janitors. We're getting confused with the outlines there on the player directly below, but there is a heavy stack up. It's just not on the same level. It is vertically. Munu playing for a pick here, essentially. If he's able to grab one, you would argue that his job is done, especially with the time that has ticked away off the clock. MIR Gaming really struggling to deal with the mute in the janitor closet.
Yeah, it's taken a lot of time away from them as well, and I think for the open area, without having the big Monty, you can just walk into site and plant. And trying to get in for a plant's going to be quite difficult for them. No smoke to go through, which I think is a bonus, but plenty of C4s and still a Maestro as well that lingers. They've only just got themselves in towards that top floor. C4s will be tossed out. Both of them are going to be dispensed, Ollie, but to no avail. No damage done to any of the attackers. Mooney on such low HP eventually will get routed out and finished off. So both of those C4s, Ollie, being used as an aggressive standpoint by the defenders to try and find some kills. They really have nothing in the form of denial apart from a few Maestro cameras, which, again, is it really denial? Guard has a feeling that maybe he could slip in and see if he can take control of elevators, but is he aware the hero is tucked in behind the reception desk? And, oh, never mind, he is! Hero has to take a back seat. And MIR Gaming now starting to flood the bomb site, and a flawless response from them.
The pacing in that round from MIR Gaming was fantastic. We were criticizing them. They spent a lot of time dealing with that mute upstairs, and the push just didn't really seem to have much bite to it. They were really setting themselves up for that last portion of the round. Hero's missed a bit of a freebie there as well. It's not too easy with the Roni. You've only got a couple of bullets in that magazine. And in those sort of medium ranges, even the pros can have a tough time. All level at 2 rounds apiece now. Sloth got himself a couple of kills in that previous round as well. Star of the show at the moment. I mean, it's only been 4 rounds. We're in the 5th now, but Blur 4 and 2. That's a curious head hole demo. That full line.
That is
the mirror window getting set up inside of meeting now. So I guess the idea is that you've got a line of sight that you can work through to the top of square.
Yeah. Only issue with this is as soon as the mirror window's gone, which you would hope with the Ash being brought in now, yeah, you're just put yourself at such a disadvantage because that's going to work against you because you can't really retake now because all those angles are opened up. If that mirror window's gone, Ollie, nobody can play inside of janitor. Then how do you stop the players from just swinging in through the windows now if you don't have janitor control? That's the issue with that.
Yeah, that's what sort of struck me initially was that janitor's great for holding the windows, and if you can't hold the windows, then I guess it doesn't really matter. So we'll see how it plays out. Sloth just waiting for a little bit of information there. Knows that there's someone just outside of stock. Hero going to be hanging around. Look for the impact here. Try and remove the Selma and plug up the gap. Done that well. Hasn't given himself away. Lavossa shield set up here as well. It looks to me as though MIR Gaming are just sort of playing right into this mirror window setup at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit. I would just like to see them analyze the attack and say, okay. Or sorry, analyze the defense and say, right, have a mirror window, let's get rid of that, and then we could probably just swing in and plant. We have an Ossa, for goodness sake. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by decision making. So once that mirror window goes, like, how do you actually stop that? And even like the mirror window, you have nothing to protect that. You're not bringing in ADSs or WAMIs to catch the breaching rounds as they get fired in. So I'm almost crying here for Sloth just to draw. I mean, he's literally seen the setup. So I don't know why he's not calling off that.
Well, Blur's rotated now, at least on the Ossa, and can really get a lot of information from these windows. One of the great things about Ossa is that when you're on a window, it's a fantastic shield. You don't always have to place it down. You can just look and gather some info. A couple of shots getting exchanged here. Munu can get taken out. Brilliant cross. Baguette eventually picking him up, but there was a player on the south rappel. We've got guard over there, and still a good number to do that. Now popping into the smoke immediately, just trying to fight his way through, and look at him go. Baguette again, another huge multi-kill in this game. The plant has gone down without a hitch. Era trying to plug up the windows, but it's going to be 4 for Baguette in that round.
LMG working out well. It's been a long time since I've seen that LMG really be put to good work. Usually it's a M762 that people prefer to use, but hey, he wants to go with the LMG, then by all means. Look, Orgless, again, I just think the setup was just all wrong, the way you needed to deploy that. Again, I think the mirror windows, incorrect ones, you need to be playing the janitor mirror window to really stop that push from coming in through the windows. I think also information has been a big issue for them. Valkyrie and Echo are both up. Those are 2 operators that I think we need to see now from them. But again, we revert to the basement, and we're going for, once again, this open area hold. Which, let's be honest, has kind of been ransacked at every moment's notice.
Yeah.
The only reason they won down here, Ollie, is because the wall bugged.
I was gonna say. Yeah. Well, rinse and repeat for MIR Gaming at least.
10 seconds remaining.
There's genuinely no difference in the lineup.
5 seconds to insertion.
MIR Gaming knowing this now, and they're going to bring a slightly different configuration themselves. This time, they're opting for the Deimos, and they're opting for an Ossa. So we've seen them play Ossa on previous sites, but maybe not on this site. Book is going to be a mainstay, of course. Well, previously they've attempted this with the Ying, but seeing that Warden's being actively played, the Ying just loses a little bit of the bite. It's even further extended this time as well, Demo, as we've got players roaming this top floor. We've got the Warden way up here alongside of Hero and the Azami. Someone like Baguette, all he sees there is a couple of targets, and if they can get a bit more information, I believe they've got the scan on one of them. I believe they've got the scan on the Azami. Blur can just walk in and gather so much info straight away and clear quite a lot of ground. Should have been able to get rid of that Kiba barricade. I guess that Sloth is really relying on him holding that angle, given that he was already inside and up into stock. The top floor cleared in record time.
Swapping mags.
Yeah, quick. Need to start working now in towards the midsection, of course. And eventually down into the basement. Now the roamer's going to have to be worried as hatches and angles of the flooring is going to be opened above them. Maybe they might just try and go quick in towards server. That could be a potential here for them, as you see players for MIR Gaming are starting to rotate towards that side. He is inside of elevator as well, but you'd like to kind of see him on site, Ollie, as that Warden player, of course. Got the smokes from covering the lines, and I like the way that they're kind of using the also just to clear away those trickier positions. Obviously, top blue's a big one. We know that. MIR Game with a minute left. You're still up against smokes and C4s. Need to get a move on, and Hero gets caught by surprise. Yes, the hatch gets open above him, but he was not expecting to have a Thermite just looking at him right from the get-go.
He was trying to catch his tail under there, wasn't he? You could see him on the silhouette. He was just running around in circles almost. Got a death mark on the Smoke as well, as Smoke tries to push up a little bit more aggressively, but Smoke should be dead right now. The hatch is open. He does have a shotgun at close range, so people do have to be a little bit cautious, but Blur again on this Ossa shield, putting in the work. The Baguette is going to fall. The Smoke needs to be dealt with. There is not a lot in the pockets of Orgless to make that happen. It's going to be down to pinching the Smoke, and Blur is screaming for assistance right now. Eventually he's going to get taken down and the plank can start to go down, but cover needs to be there straight away as the clock's on 0, and a C4 from way down into sight going to find its mark.
Just too slow again for MIR Gaming. You know, this is the point that we made about the mid round. That's where they really struggle, is where do they go from there? That's the big issue for them. Was that another round where again they got the opening pick and they couldn't convert that into a round win? This is exactly what we're talking about, Ollie, is where this team has struggled with this entire stage. It has just been, they set themselves up in a good position where they have the extra man and they just do nothing with that. I haven't seen a single player push towards Garage that half either. 3 times I've seen basement, not a single Garage player, which I think is criminal. Garage is a must. Garage locks down all of the different crossfires and the sections that you'd want to have. What game was it that we cast it? What game was it where we cast a bank? And remember there was a team who done it and they done it so well. Was it EWC, I want to say?
It was probably BDS, mate.
It was definitely an EWC game, and we watched it, and I kept saying, right, we need this guy Garage, and the guy went Garage, and he just put in the work.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but I remember the game. You're right, though. It's, Garage is criminally underutilized.
No, it wasn't EWC. It was our first day in Korea. FEARX versus Orgless. On bank.
Oh, okay.
FEARX, remember it was Good Boy.
Yeah, I do remember now, because he got like 3Ks in the game or something.
And it's against this team as well. Garage was a significant weak position that Orgless couldn't deal with against FEARX, and MIR Gaming haven't done that at all.
Well, the sides have switched now. It is on to MIR Gaming to show us what they've got on the defense, and for Orgless to show us what they've got on the attack. MIR Gaming, for all that the mid-round stalls out, the opening portion of the round is typically quite good. Downstairs is going to be the site that we are focusing on, and already I look at the lineup and I see some similarities but some big differences. Goyo, in my opinion, is a must-bring on this site. Sloth, he's going to be bringing it. Alongside an Echo as well. Smoke. Looking to play on these blue stairs, but he doesn't have too much to go with him. He has got the Vulcan shield, and he's going to pop that very early. Part of the reason for that is that the hatches are starting to get opened, and because he hasn't got too much utility knocking around there, he's not planning on staying there forever. He's just looking to try and deny this plan to the later point and keeping himself alive.
Look at the lineup difference. You know, for MIR Gaming, there's so much that Orgless have to kind of wade through in order to make this attack successful. The Twitch drone is in, and was maybe looking to see if he could sneak in and pick off a mirror window on that main stairs, but sadly not getting the opportunity. Second Echo Cam being rotated in by guard under the desk, a safe position. Still no picks, which is the main issue now for Orgless. You'd like to have that extra man. A nice little pick, though, Ollie, as they found the other Echo camera, so denial from the Yokai drones will not be in play. So guard is essentially just a gun at this moment in time, and here comes the push.
C4 is ready to go through that open mirror window, and the Toxic Babe canister will slowly start to dissipate. But there's another in the back pocket, and that's going to choke out a lot of the remaining seconds on the clock. C4 ready to go. Blur. See the stuns coming around him. Notices that the player has just dropped. Goes for the detonate, but that was the distraction. The plant's now starting to go down. And this is very quickly going to be a post plant right now. Jin's going to find himself one. Another C4 lands, but misses. Baguette is left to try and find kills, as we've seen him do so many times. But there's Jin from the hatch, making this exceptionally difficult. Guard and End. Got to try and get something done. What a flick from Guard. He might have to try and push the whole way here and to retake, but to do that on his own is a very tall order indeed. End knows that there's a player above him on the hatch, but has to try and take the challenge. Jin, he wins the engagement with Guard. That was a must-win for Guard to try and help retake above and assist the player on site. It was just a stretch too far there.
I'm honestly amazed that they won that. You think with the timing, with all of the utility still available for MIR Gaming, Orgless just being able to push through it. Like, honestly, MIR Gaming, I think have looked pretty poor in the decision making. You're probably looking at a double retake up main stairs, especially the Echo. Like, what? You've lost both the Echo cams. What is Echo really going to be doing apart from just sitting in sight then at that stage? I think they need to get active. I think they do. Wait, we have to look at Sloth again, Ollie.
I mean,
still not much improvement here.
Yeah, we can do. I think MIR Gaming probably gave too much space away in the opening part of the round. They didn't contest for anything. We saw a smoke play on blue and pop a Goyo shield as soon as the drone came in. Like, we didn't see them, you know, really contest. And Orgless on the flip side did a good job of clearing everything out because that's what they were given, and then made good use of the time in the execute. Are Orgless going to finish strong? You know what really is infusing, Demo? These guys are on the bottom of the table and they're still giving us a game like this. They could have just come in around, played, you know, cav, pistols only, whatever they wanted to do, but they've, you know, because it just didn't matter. It wasn't going to affect the score. But they've still come in and they're putting up a performance against MIR Gaming right now. And MIR Gaming on the flip side look like the underprepared ones.
Yeah. Which is really surprising, you know, considering all of the information that was there, you know, from previous games that they've obviously played, Orgless on Bite. Yeah, I think it's just it's just a surprise more than anything for me. But MIR Gaming, I mean, they're the team that had the possibility here. I mean, they still do, but try and get into the third place, obviously depending on the results, but still gives himself a chance. Right now, honestly, it feels though we may be headed for an OT, Ollie. It's got that kind of rumblings about it, which wouldn't be, you know, out of shape for MIR Gaming at all, considering they're the only team that's had the overtime games.
Candelas are going in now, but no one immediately pushing in off the back of it. Eventually, we do see a little hop in, and Sloth very quick to put down the Ying. He's in a good position to find himself another air if he is lucky on this window angle. Ooh, does just get punished though. Mooney will find him, just staying a little bit too static, a bit too predictable. Hop in from Baguette now to try and retake the position Sloth was playing in. Ooh, real engagement going on out here. It's not often you hop up from behind the desk and someone's on the window, but God, he was next to fall. You could almost argue, Demo, that the two deaths that MIR have suffered there have been a little bit unnecessary, a bit of over-peaking going on.
Yeah. Definitely, I think, the case for them. Now it puts the other three in a tricky position, because you would have liked to have an extra man, maybe to try and watch that backside. You can see that Baguette is a little bit cautious of that. Let's get flashed out. Pushes him back out of Janitor. Here a window has been cracked, and look at this already from Munu. He's inside off Banana right now. Anyone there to try and give the cover? One player walking up the spiral, no idea that he was there. And Orgless are in the site, causing mayhem. Down as well on the Blur, and Hero with 2. My oh my, MIR Gaming, what is going on?
Pretty poor at the moment from MIR Gaming.
Just
Tactical
walking in.
timeout almost certainly being called right now. Yeah. Bit disappointing, in all honesty. Because this is for seeding, which, whilst it has less important than, you know, qualifying and getting yourself a bye into the playoffs, it's still, we see teams live and die and go to majors or not based off seeding. Not a lot of chatting going on, a lot of listening to the coach right now.
Yep. Also, I think this is one of the cases where MIR Gaming, they just need to try and focus on individuals now, because I think the kills, they're not getting the kills that you would expect from them. I think that has been clear. I think Baguette's really the only one, Ollie, who has been pretty positive. Everyone else is kind of in the mud. I think they need to try and just strip down into, you know, bare taxes and just break it down into as simple as strats as they can make it and focus on themselves and go for the open area. They rotate straight away to another site. Line up from the attack as well. You can see Deimos, Nook, Gokubi. So plenty of information, and on with that, with potentially some crouch walking from Nook, it could cause some issues for a team like MIR Gaming, Ollie, considering that they haven't really brought in any trap operators to really, you know, stop that Nook from maybe trying to walk in the side. I mean, they have a few pieces of barbed wire as well, I guess, but still, you can only put the barbed wire in so many places.
Yeah, I always look at it nowadays as in, where's your anti-walk-in operator? Because there's a lot of operators on the attack and a lot of players on the attack that will just walk into sight. And you can't watch everything. I haven't seen Legion played at all. Does all depend on Orgless's approach, however. Attacking open area right now. We're going to be looking to clear that top floor. They do have a few things to get through. Sloth's going to be playing the Oryx this time. Is that just a comfort pick, or are they anticipating the shield? I mean, the shields are not something that Orgless are really known for.
I think it's a comfort pick.
On the T5, go for the Legion, surely.
Nothing really happened yet. We are just waiting now to see how Orgless want to approach this. Feels as though they're trying to for an opening for Nuke in. Dokkaebi as well, going to be sending out the call, and is Mooney the go ahead to try and stroll on in. Anyone ready for this though? No one's on main stairs to stop the Dokkaebi from pushing up. Dokkaebi comes in contact with Guard, who takes a needless swing onto Beepers. Roxalar maybe have just given up the game there for Nuke. The damage has been done. They got the pick that they wanted. Jin onto Baguette as well. A 3v5 in a matter of seconds. And MIR Gaming once again on the back foot. What has happened to them today?
Well, they're going to start to try and find some sense in this round, but it's very short-lived. It's Vamos immediately there with the trade. End and Sloth, 4 kills to find right now. Doesn't look like they've got too much information to be going off either. Guard is going to be flicking a default camera, but I don't suppose it's anything too useful. Sloth, game is up, been droned out upstairs and can try and Ramadash his way back to the site. Realistically, with End in this small office, it's going to be pretty tricky now to get anything going.
What?
End does find a second and a down, though. This has gone from being impossible to very doable. Essentially, 2 versus 1. Sargam, he's going to try and retake that position. Gives the game away by taking End out. It's a kill that he had to make, but Sloth now knows where he is, or at least he should. Just got caught looking in the wrong direction. This is a straight-up gunfight to keep Orgless off a match point, and Sloth manages it.
Well, the bottle hasn't cracked. I thought it was. Because MIR Gaming just immediately looked so out of it with them in the first half of the round, losing 2 picks. Just to some simple crouch walks as well. Playing off Dokkaebi calls. But all credit to End, who honestly was the savior of that round. Picked up 3 players, I think. Just didn't have to move his feet. Just sat in the mirror window. Where was the ying? Why are we not yinging out the player behind the mirror window as you go in for the push? You know, a big blunder from Orgless. You're bringing in these operators, but you're not using them in the correct way.
Yeah, a real strange one. MIR Gaming with the chance now to get themselves back into it. They only trail by 1 round. Going to be holding downstairs in the basement again now. They've got the same lineup they brought last time. So I don't expect that we're going to see any additional hold. Might be a soft hold on blue stairs, but they're not looking to waste time upstairs in open. It was the denial, really, that was misplaced last time. Time was on 0-0, and Orgless still managing to get that plant down. I think Blur got a bit unfortunate with his C4. He did see the player drop, and it one of those situations where you're like, well, I was waiting for the plant and to deny that with the C4, and now I'm throwing it to the guy that's just dropped and trying to cause the distractions. I don't think that Deimos is going to have too much to say in the opening part of the round, seeing as that there is no roam game to speak of whatsoever. It'll be fairly quiet for him.
Plenty of denial again. Smoke Goyo Echo. C4s as well, just for that extra security. Back in lineup. Obviously, a lot to try and deal with all of that utility. You got the Flores and the Twitch as that combo. I mean, IQ makes the appearance, obviously, for that Echo Cam as well. So it's a good counter lineup from the attacks. But it's all about pacing, really, for Orgless and how quickly they can just rip through all of the utility. They will now start their process. Already, server looks clean for them. They've popped 1 Goyo caster as well, top blue stairs. So I would like to see that rotation in towards Garage. I think both teams have not acknowledged that position at all this game. Cuts off that rotation in that red corridor. Makes for an easy plant. Flores, great value here, Ollie. Being able to pop, I think, maybe 2 Goyo canisters he got with that one.
And the Flores turns into a must-bring when Goyo canisters are being played. Obviously, you've got the Twitch as well that can try and cause a bit of disruption to that utility. Trying to navigate around there and maybe start thinking about getting that mirror window open. The Yokai's getting taken out early was a bit of a problem last time for MIR Gaming as well. So you can see that Guard is just trying to keep him a bit safer right now. The Twitch is still rampaging through. We'll get a couple of pieces of util before it is taken out. But again, time's going to be the biggest factor right now. There's 10 players live in the server. Jin going to get the track here onto Guard. First down comes in. Twitch out of action. Sargam taken down as well. Looking better for MIR Gaming right now. There was an attempt through the garage, but Sloth was ready for it. Vamos. We'll find something back as a response, but don't see a situation where a plan starts to go down here and extend the time. It's going to be a messy brawl. Sloth's on the right side of things for once this time. Picks up his second. Guard joining in onto the action to collect his final 2. Deathmark or not, that didn't stop him from collecting a couple of kills there.
Yeah, a bit all over the place for Orgless. They knew they were low on time and kind of looked at themselves and thought, right, maybe we try and go for back hatches, and they've attempted a backdrop and it's just been shut down immediately. Orgless, 2 rounds in a row that they've lost now, and it's actually gave MIR Gaming a chance now back into this game to still win it in regulation. 5 rounds apiece. MIR Gaming, after that timeout, Ollie, has kind of turned things around here. So they've done well to pull it back, and they've got a little bit of momentum now behind them. Obviously, they get that top floor back in their control as well. So they will be able to go to that top floor and hopefully hold it a little bit better, and they don't give away those foolish picks that we kind of mentioned beforehand. Because right now, time seems to be the biggest factor that Orgless are struggling with on both of the rounds that they've lost.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look back to the previous attempt down in the basement, and even the time was a factor there because time came down to zeros and they were planting. Doesn't take much to go wrong or differently in the early portion of that round for that to just be another round for MIR Gaming as well. And again, you think back to some of the early attack rounds from MIR Gaming, could be sat here and it's all done and dusted at this point. However, 5 rounds apiece. Next team, well, whoever wins this round will guarantee points at least out of the fixture. For Orgless, it's a big round demo. We've seen them come close before.
10 seconds left before insertion.
One of those games where you can't really call it and you don't really know where it's going to go.
We did call it, we were just wrong.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
No, I mean, obviously, but I'm talking about 5-5.
In the moment, though, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Obviously, yes, we called it that, you know, MIR Gaming, if they don't lose, if they lose this game, then you kind of think, you know, what was all that hard work they put in with the other wins? You know, it's all just went down the tube. In that regards, so on paper, this should be their easiest game. Nobody has lost to this side. Orgless haven't beat anyone. You don't want to be known as the team to give Orgless their first win, do you?
Bomb located by attacker.
Well, if Orgless come away with points today, they'll thoroughly have deserved it. And they've played, this is probably the best siege we've seen them play.
Yeah.
I've managed to get the Kanto wall open. Get. Not too deterred, though. It was able to impact trick both of them off, so it is only a little line of sight that's been opened up, not the larger, more preferred line of sight, but eventually that will open as another Selma is deployed. It's going to be all the Selmas used just to get that open. A little bit of a fortress being made here by Guard as well, as he's frantically throwing out Kiba barricades, but as fast as he can throw them, the Flores Rotero drones are coming in and taking them out. Logic bomb phone call, that usually signifies the start of a push, and Blur, he's going to be ready to collect 2 lightning kills onto the window. And he is, of course, Warden, so goggles will come on. Vamos takes guard down to try and somewhat level things up, but it isn't going to be enough for the meantime. Hero going to be tucked inside a stock right now along with Vamos, but they're doubling up a bit too much in there, and recognizing that, he's going to hit the rotation. Jin just seeing if he can gather a little bit more info before he eventually pushes up these main stairs, but it's a Blur round through and through, and what a swing from End on the mirror window. Leaves Vamos out in the cold. Going to get himself up onto the roof and see if he can find any freebies. 40 seconds, 4 kills to find. The round done and dusted off the efforts from Blur.
Yeah, great job from Blur. Just being able to get himself tucked in behind that mirror window. Plays off the duck we call on the flashes. Yeah, you know it's coming, so you just pop on the goggles, go for a swing, pick up your kills. Vamos, no hope for him this round on the skylight. If he can pad the stats.
10 seconds remaining.
Vamos, it does mean go. Not sit and wait.
5 seconds
Sit and so wait, you spelt wait wrong. You can't even spell. We worried saying, you know, you talk about, oh, you know, Sloth and Blur, you know, maybe not native Korean speakers. I mean, sometimes Sloth struggles with English on his best days, Ollie.
This is always something that I struggle with, is that I play with my keyboard at like almost a 90-degree angle, but I can't type like that. I have to look down and type like a real old man.
Well, you are an old man.
If I ever type anything in game, there's a real good chance that it's been spelt wrong.
You have to put on the reading glasses as well before you do it.
I don't wear the glasses as much as I should.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
MIR Gaming, match point right now. And Sloth is going to be bringing out the Scopos for a bit of a Scopos round. I'll tell you one thing about the Scopos. Like, say what you like about the ability, the gadget. It's great. It's whatever. The gun for me feels incredible.
Yeah, that's another thing that the pros talk about as well. Is
it's unreal.
The gadget's whatever. You know, the gadget's nice. It's not like utterly ridiculous where it's, you know, you need to ban Scopus or it needs to be played wherever it is. The gun's a big thing, you know, especially on like a roaming operator. You want to have a good gun to go up against, you know, whenever you want to take gunfights. You know, a lot of the pros know you can go and take gunfights and TP back to another drone with full HP. So having a good gun, I think, is going to help in that regards. But look, we haven't really seen too much crazy stuff with Scopos typically being used as just a roaming operator, as we kind of thought it would be, and you just TP back if you feel pressured. And look, even playing it on site as well, as that kind of deployable shield and camera is also a really nice combo.
I do enjoy it when you get certain people playing the Scopos and all they do is they immediately just go and run around. And then you start flicking through cameras and their Scopos is just looking at a wall.
In the default position.
Yeah, it's just in a default position or in a real bad spot.
I've seen some of the default positions that they put the actual drone in. You know, like, I'm pretty sure, what was I was playing yesterday? I think they put one like right in front of like a hatch as well, like right like below a hatch in one of the games I was playing yesterday, and it's just like, okay, why is that below a hatch? Different stuff like that. It's funny.
I think it just encourages you to use it and move it, you know? Floss actually put his all the way down in the basement.
Oh, that's for the blue flank.
Yeah,
that'll be what that is for specifically.
He's got a real good ability to cover a lot of map there in a very short period of time. Blur on the pulse this time as well. So information really shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yeah, they
noticed the start there, yeah.
Crouching behind the desk, wasn't he? Trying to hide it as best they can. It's almost a bit of an aggressive lineup that's been brought by Orgless here as well. They're going to be bringing the Blitz for the first time in a long time.
You see the pulse, though. They have spotted out Blur. Blitz, as you say, always something that have to be aware of. Here comes the nuke. Slowly but surely making their way in and will win the engagement against the UMP. Blur eliminated. Nothing there to give him the heads up. Lack of traps in this lineup has not helped them. Sloth will drop downstairs, and if he can try and go for a flank here and assist his team. Moves up in towards that blue position. Munu really hadn't a lot to say in this game, has now appeared with 2 big important kills and looks to be a 3rd kill as well. No, never mind. Baguette saves his teammate. The Blitz struggling so much. Looked to be the end. Had returned the favor, but now it's Sloth in a 1 versus 2, a 1 versus 1 with 20 seconds to go. He gets the go-ahead from his team to swing that double door, eliminate Jin.
Seconds left.
Now it's a 1 versus 1. Diffuser not in hand. Has to be picked up underneath the hatch.
Attackers have recovered.
Rotates over. Has it in hand. Will start the plant. Sloth is rotated around the long rotate into kitchen is where he goes. Diffuser planted. Now into the post plant. Sloth, does he have any information at all? It doesn't look to be the case. He doesn't know where this player is, and he's going to get cut out because of it. Oh, dear. Sloth. Probably thought he was behind the mirror window, Ollie. But it wasn't the case.
Well, Scopos in the site would have been good then, wouldn't it? I was thinking, I was like, we could be about to see an incredible Scopos play, but then remembered that it was downstairs in the basement. I think Baguette did a brilliant job to try and keep his team in it there and give Sloth the opportunity of the 1 versus 1. But that blitz play was pretty shoddy, Demo.
Defenders, protect your
Orgless really getting away with a round there. And we hit an overtime. Could be in for a long day of career here, Demo, today. Usually we're on very short days, very one-sided games, but all ready to kick things off with an OT. We've got a full day on our hands.
Yeah. Well,
6-6.
Orgless, they've got a point, Ollie.
They have. They've achieved
they
a point.
Finish.
Congratulations.
They don't finish on 0 points.
Yeah.
So well done to them. Again, for MIR Gaming. Boys, you don't make it easy for yourselves, do you? You really don't. Another OT. 3 in a row.
5 seconds.
My word. No, MIR Gaming is such a weird team, aren't they? Like, just like... I don't know, they look as though they struggle more against the teams that they should be beating compared to teams that you don't expect them to beat.
MIR Gaming have been given the defense in the overtime. I'll be honest, I don't really think it matters. We've had even halves. We've had 3 threes, so... Downstairs we go. Same lineup, bar 1 change. Instead of the Echo, Guard has actually opted for the Valkyrie this time. Maybe just trying to gain a bit more information. But with the IQ being brought, there's a question as to how much effectiveness those black eye cameras are going to have. Obviously, the yokai drones would have been equally found out. I don't think it's going to give them too much. What it does bring to the table, though, is a C4. And I think that's probably what they were really looking to bring in addition, because Orgless have been pretty slow. And it is more than likely going to come down to some form of denial to stop a plant from going down. And well, the more C4s you've got for that, the better.
Timing is key for Orgless. This is what they slipped up on the last time. They just could not burn through all of that utility. See the Echo. Obviously been sacked off. Really see the value from it. Flores, he goes with the drones. He's been able to take out, looks to be all of the Goyo canisters, and he'll still have one more drone if he needs it, of course, but everything's gonna be cleared off for the moment. Garage gonna be trying to take from Munu, but I have a couple of questions. One, Sloth, why is it the police car? I mean, that's the first one. And two, why is he using the F2? Who's using that gun?
Get the DMR out. Hero gonna find himself a kill as a response. 4 versus 4 now, and there's a bit of information kicking around. A swing there is gonna confirm the kill onto Hero. And with Jin down, it's looking like a good round for MIR.
15 seconds to go.
Zargum, his location known.
Drop the diffuser.
He's gonna get double swung there at the end. Vamos found one before being traded, but I mean, how has he gotten there with the diffuser at that point? Orgless have just gone, whatever, we're just gonna start running at you.
So, MIR Gaming, another solid round from them, but Orgless, just the timing more than anything. Just not really wanting to go up against all of that utility. I just think you have to commit to. I think you just have to be quicker. Look, MIR Gaming are just giving up, you know, the like pretty much all of the map, like right from the get-go. Orgless should just be in there immediately. Just take that opportunity to buy yourself more time, but didn't go for it. MIR Gaming on the attack, onto the basement. They have been here 3 times, Ollie, and they've lost it twice. Only 1 attack win. They need to learn from their mistakes. And the biggest mistakes that they had was they just didn't really see the clinical way of attacking, which was go through garage. That was the weak point that FEARX exposed Orgless with. They need to do the same.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Let's see if they've learned from those mistakes. The lineup doesn't look to have changed too much from what they were bringing previously on this. Still this headbutting of the Ying and the Warden that we're seeing as a bit of a common theme in this fixture. They should know really and roughly what they're going to be going up against here. There's going to be some castle play inside of open area. There's going to be a hold of some description up there, and how long those players hang around in open is usually commensurate with how much pressure they're receiving there. Great opening pick from Sloth. Look at that for some aggression, Demo. He almost landed on him like Batman.
That's the Sloth that we were missing out on. He was, what, 3 and 6 at this stage? Now he's 12 and 7.
Just flew himself over the skylight.
You know, is there a coincidence that MIR Gaming have been winning rounds with the correlation of Sloth getting kills? You tell me. I've literally got the stats to back it up. Like, honestly, if he's not there, the team just looks just flat on its arse. Like, it really is bad. So it's all up to Sloth, and look, he's doing the job. You know, 2 kills.
Oh, could be a dangerous retake on here. This is a real bold play from Orgless.
I mean, this either kills the round or wins you the round, honestly. I don't know if I like it.
Which one's it going to be? Jin. He's got info. He's got a yellow ping. Is he going to go for the swing? He will do, but the plant's already going down. Jin has a real crucial retake on his hands up here. He's got the idea of where somebody is in open, but there are a couple of players stacked up. It's not going to last for long, though, as Sloth adds another to his tally right now. That diffuser is well and truly underway. Vamos, 3 kills, 30 seconds. A drop from Sloth to seal the deal. That's the round we needed from him for MIR Gaming to cement this victory here today. 8-6 on bank. And Orgless giving a very good account of themselves here and ending the stage with a point.
They have MIR Gaming once again. Just, yes, they get the win, but at what cost? They have to slog out another OT, more rounds for them. Look, they really turned it around. They weren't looking good for a period. You know, 5-3 they were down, able to pull it back, win 8-6. Again, probably not the score they wanted, but win's a win.
We're going to hit a break. We'll be back with Milosh just after this.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. Nice now. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though.
Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave.
And I think he might just find it!
Can you believe it? It is done, but goddamn, we had to drag it across the line. MIR take the victory, but there is a bit of happiness in this demo. You mentioned this right at the end. Orgless have received their first point in the league, and they're out of the cookie position that they were in with none positives there. But my God, if we're looking at playoffs and what MIR can offer, they really had a struggle today to push it across. And honestly, at some point, we were thinking Orgless is going to take this all day.
Absolutely. I think Orgless have they got unlucky today to not walk away with this game? I don't know. There's a couple of rounds early on that you look at that MIR Gaming really should have walked away with. I think back to the bugged breach round down in the basement. I think that was round number 3. You know, you look at those and you start to think to yourself, well, there's an opportunity. Orgless, they were a little bit slow as well in some of their attacking rounds on the basement, with the time coming real down to 0, and them just about getting it over the line. I think, you know, if Sloth hadn't stepped up today, I don't know where we would be. Blur had a fantastic game as well, got some really important kills. But again, it's the Sloth show, isn't it? And if he doesn't turn it on, if he doesn't find that extra gear, then we're sat here congratulating Orgless on their first win.
Also, what it's done is it's kind of cemented the top 4 anyway. So D+, they're now guaranteed 3rd place. You know, MIR Gaming, they needed to get all 3 points and hope that D+ would drop points against Webble later on today. But now that we know with everything stacked up against MIR Gaming with dropping a point here, D+ on round difference go through no matter what. Even if D+ get, I think, 7-0'd, it still doesn't make a difference. So yeah, all credit to them. D+, 3rd place, yeah, again, probably still going to be trying to push in to that second spot against FEARX. Again, they play against PSG Talon, so there's still a lot to play for. But MIR Gaming, it looks as though they're probably going to be cemented 4th place. Unless Webble and BNA, I think they're going to have to win like 7-0s to get up there. I think Webble's actually the only one who can catch them with like a 7-0 victory. No, wait, not even. MIR Gaming's guaranteed. Never mind. MIR Gaming's guaranteed 4th.
Yeah, there's a lot around it here. There's some things that are impossible to happen, but one thing that is always a possibility is Sloth performing in the server, and that was exactly the case today. I mean, you got highlighted before we got started, you guys highlighted it during the game, and we talked about it a second ago. But the numbers here are clear, Demo. The man that I believe is kind of your cousin in some ways is there. He's at the top again.
I mean,
you're a better player if that makes you happy.
What you're saying is that with you and myself, we can make up already a remnants of the old heroic roster. Because obviously you're a Murat then, aren't you?
Honestly, I think we'd do better. But you know, don't say that to anyone else.
Well, who would Ollie be? Ollie doesn't look like anyone. Well, apart from the guy in the sweet corn can, Ollie.
The lovable green giant. That other brands exist.
Maybe I could be the sponsor.
Sponsored by sweet corn.
Put me on the shirt.
Honestly,
Put me on the shirt.
Honestly, Ollie, I would love to have a shirt with your face on it. I think we can make that happen in some way, shape, or form.
We can make that happen.
Right now, if you're in Korea, you're probably thinking, how can I get a t-shirt with Sloth's face on it? Just because of the way that he has been performing. Of course, our MVP of today. But gents, that is not our only game for today. Might I say, today's big shot game that everybody's been looking forward to, which technically is inconsequential for the top 2, so I'll break it to you. PSG Talon playing against FEARX, but we'll talk about that and the specific players after this break.
tulips in it. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I miss. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh no, I couldn't give a straight face. Welcome back, everybody, to South Korea League. We continue on with Demolad and the Gentle Giant with us here. XR Troika. There he is. Definitely more red than green, as I can tell. There's one thing that actually happened in our last game. You saw Guard held up a sign, and we got it from Maddox, who is the Korean translator. You would know him as part of the scene in Korea for many years. And he held up a sign, Guard that is, to his partner, saying, "Congrats on our 1000th day as a couple. Sorry I couldn't be there with you. I love you." That's so cute. That's so wonderful. And you reward your partner with a win, 2 points, but you know what? I think she'll be very happy with it now. I hope you take her out to a nice dinner, Guard. Definitely to celebrate it. But gentlemen, we have a game on our hand. We have one to celebrate because it seems like our top two are going up against one another. PSG Talon versus FEARX. Our Green Giant, what do you think of this?
I'm not sure I want to respond to that, to be honest with you.
What would you like to be called, Ollie?
I would like to be called Ollie. I think that's.
Ollie,
I think
what
that'd
do you
be
think
fitting.
about that?
It was the game to watch, isn't it? It's the game to watch that doesn't really mean too much because nothing can really happen. But we've been excited about all the other games that have been going on in the, with the teams that are in the top three. So we've got to get excited about this one as well. And to be fair, PSG Talon, they've played some pretty good Siege this stage.
You think so, Demo?
They've been good. They have been good. You look at just the way that they can tear through teams with such precision. Whenever they look to be, on form, they really are. Obviously, they've had a few times where, maybe not been up to the standards of where they want to be. I'm mostly looking at really the last play day. 4 rounds against Orgless is what they dropped. Compare that to the team that they played the day previously, which was D+, and they were able to take a 5-1 lead on Lair starting on the attack, which is just absolutely bonkers. But still, this team, it's going to be the team that, is just inevitable in this region that's going to do well with the players that they have, with, just the basic fundamental. The basic fundamentals are far and away so above the rest of this league. They really, really are.
Absolutely. 6-0 record. They are the only undefeated team in this entire region here in South Korea, and today they face off against a team that could potentially upset that and give them their first ever loss. Of course, here at best of 1 maps, which means they haven't dropped a singular map so far, not even going into overtime. So let's talk about their opponents, FEARX, on the other side, because for all intents and purposes, FEARX are not too far away from that same conversation. I would say they're within the same orbit, Ollie.
They're in the same orbit, yes. I don't think that they... I don't know. I think that you look at the previous results from FEARX, that loss against MIR really gets in the way for me of putting them in the same conversation, because we've seen what MIR Gaming are like. We know that they're a nightmare team. They're either hero or zero. They're either beating FEARX or they're going max OT with Orgless. There's very little in between there. So I think, yes, it was a blip, but we're dealing with, PSG Talon, who haven't suffered a single blip this entire stage. So is it all there for FEARX? There's some games they've looked shaky in. 7-5 versus Blossom. These aren't convincing scorelines like the scorelines that we see PSG Talon coming away with. So, yes, they're a great team. They're good in the context of Korea, but how good are they in the context of something that's a little bit more international? Now, I think that PSG are by far and away above them in that regard.
Yeah.
But looking at it in the context of Korea, yes, they're competitive.
And actually, Demo, I want to pick your brains about our next two players in this head-to-head. Pick one player from each one of our two teams, and there is, I think, a lot to talk about with these players because they are topping the charts here in Korea, Gotti and Rin. Can you compare them in some way? Can we see something about them that could be similar? Because so far, just looking at numbers, they're not too dissimilar, but hey, you're an expert at this.
I think experts is a very loose term that we seem to throw around these days for no real reason. Look, I think both players have been big standouts. More than anything, Gotti has been the more impressive one out of the two, mostly because he's been able to do so well. Looking at what role he's playing, it's a support role. So for him to not only be positive, but 6-1 on entries as a support player is ridiculous. If your support player is able to give you that, it's a great thing. The thing about Rin is he looks to be back at his best. For a long time, Rin was just out of it. For a good, I would say, 18 months or so. Rin was just a shell of the former player that we had seen, top the charts at previous events. And now he just looks as though he's back on his feet where we wanted him to be. Since he kind of got this move over to FEARX, it's really helped him and it's really improved his game. So I think for both players, you're going to be looking at both of them and saying they need to step up for their team. Rin, obviously, alongside Good Boy, deadly partnership, we know that. But for Guy coming in as, new player onto the side, playing the role that he has to, he's the one who links everything together. He's the one who just knits, the knitting needles around everyone else. He's the one who applies those threads and makes sure the team is as strong as it can be.
I think someone else you could look toward is maybe someone like Misa as well. Obviously, Gotti has got impressive stats here. Those entries really started to dry up after the first couple of play days. And I think that we've seen PSG playing at different levels throughout this stage. They've played to their opponent very well. And in games where it has been a little bit more chaotic, yeah, things have, maybe things have gone by the wayside a little bit, and Gotti has been getting himself in and amongst that entry. But where we've seen them play some of the other top three, D Plus and the MIR Gaming of the world, then we've seen them revert into, a very structured style of Siege with very solid fundamentals where everyone is performing the role. It's just nice that, we've got players like Gotti who can do a little bit of both, and they can, as a team, operate at different levels depending on what is necessary for that fixture. But today, I think we're going to see them play, seriously, given that it's against FEARX, it's against one of the top three teams. So we're gonna see that more traditional style, I think, today coming out of PSG. And as Demo said, it's worth echoing. I think Rin's done a brilliant job to get himself established on this FEARX roster, and it already feels like he's been here for a while.
Absolutely. And, you mentioned Misa there for a second. I remember the conversation earlier in the year being around, like even Fabian talking about it very seriously. Like, Misa is a great part of our team. It's someone that can really show up even more. And it seems like that has only grown to be the case over the year. But Yas is someone who's been around since the inception of this team, since forever, really, and still is performing at the top for PSG Talon. So there's a lot of heavy hitters on both of these squads, but like you both are saying, there is a level that set PSG apart. But Demo, can you walk us through these bands, please?
Yeah, look, PSG Talon, we know that they're going to try and keep as many things as they can in terms of their map selection as close to their chest as possible. We know that this team has bigger fish to fry going into, international competitions. So you're probably looking at, again, probably something similar to what we've seen already. I think Clubhouse has been a big one that PSG Talon has played. And even, for FEARX, I think it's a map that they'll happily go to as well as Clubhouse. So I think that could be quite a good neutral point. FEARX got that big win over D+, and it's going to be the map.
Yeah, Consular getting removed by FEARX as well. That's one that PSG Talon have played a little bit in the lead up to this final fixture. It makes sense that we're heading to a Clubhouse. PSG Talon don't want to give too much away, and FEARX, they're probably going to want to play PSG Talon in a map that they've shown a couple of times, and that map's going to be Clubhouse. Excuse me. I think, as far as maps go, I was in a rank stack last night, and I'm not going to name names, but somebody said that Clubhouse is the new Borrigan. Now, I nearly fell out of my chair because I love Clubhouse, and I think it will always remain, an S tier map inside of Siege.
You know,
It was Stiggy, by the way.
you don't want to name names, huh? But you picked the Stigster out of everyone. You know, I actually want to ask you this. If we zoom out for a second in a macro point of view, these two are top two. Nobody can knock them out of these two positions, right? Which means that they're going to move into. I mean, it's going to take a hell of a thing to even have any impact on it from D+. Let's just say it's almost impossible for it to happen for D+ to dethrone FEARX in their position, because FEARX only need to win one round and then that dream is dead. So let's imagine these two teams are on either end of the semifinals bracket. They play. Are we expecting PSG versus FEARX to be the final of Korea to see who qualifies from the regular stage to the Montreal Major? I want to pick your brains about it.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'll just, yeah. I just think the experience that both of the teams have from playing at numerous events. I mean, also don't forget there's two spots for Korea, so I think both of them will be there, which is the main thing. Really, D+ and MIR Gaming, like we mentioned, are sitting third and fourth place. I think in a best of 3 format, which is then where you'll go to really get your chance of qualifying for the major. I just think both of these two teams they're too strong. Certainly PSG Talon, I think they'll be first. FEARX, I think their games against probably D+ and MIR Gaming will be close, but I still think they'll have enough.
I think that MIR Gaming are going to make it.
Right. So we'll just Milosh. We'll send him away, and me and you can cast, because I'm not dealing with that. Okay.
I've never casted in my entire life. I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
You asked the question, I gave an answer. I think that PSG Talon will make it, but out of D+, DK and MIR, why not throw them in the ring?
You just want to cause chaos.
I do. I want chaos. I want that LCQ to just be just a mess. I just want it to be overtimes. I want it to be long.
Are you casting the LCQs?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be careful what you say. Be careful what you wish for there, buddy.
We'll have help. Well, we've got a special guest.
Oh no, we can't say that yet. We can't say who they are yet.
Well,
but they are very special. Very, very special. And for a special game, I have to say, like, these two, I mean, all of these squads in general are just going to be incredible to witness, but these two particularly, I think the conversation is quite clear around them. They are the ones to hold that flame up for Korea. But the question is, how much can you hide or show in a game like this? Because when I say low stakes out here, there's not a lot that is on the line, and if we're being like really, really honest about it, and the fact that FEARX just has to win the one round, and then that's pretty much done. So
yeah, that's the difficulty, I think, as a spectator. As I'm on watching onto this and thinking, well, everyone can work out what the win condition is or what the position is that's gonna, what the result is gonna lead to a different result in the standings. And yeah, I think it's a tough one to sit and be on the sideline for, but there's still pressure on FEARX to get around here.
So with our matchup being the way that it is, I wanted to check here if we have these updates to see what. Oh, hey, our game is ready. Whoa, ask for updates. Let's bring it up. Let's put it up on the screen. Gentlemen, finally we get to have it. PSG Talon versus FEARX. Really excited about this clubhouse and what we get out of it. It's actually, wow, okay, already in. Demo. Ollie, take it away.
I thought you didn't cast anymore, Milosh. Been in here for a minute. I was really hoping it would just jump back into the swing of things,
Wait, it's 1-0. Oh my. No, not good. 1-0.
So, okay.
This is a new one.
So,
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Right, where are the corners? We have to fit the corners in first. We have to build a picture.
Got to piece it together. Well, I'm going to guess basement.
Right, he got 2 kills.
And I'm going to guess that Rin had a great round.
Popped off, yeah. And where are we? We're attacking Gym. Okay, that's good. We know we're at Gym. What else have we got?
We got a Monty ban.
Monty ban,
Mirror ban.
Completely forgot about the bans as well.
Cade ban, Capital ban.
Yeah, Cade and Monty, again, very on point with the region, as we know. Same with MIR. Capital, I think, specifically for Clubhouse, I think that's pretty obvious. Yeah, do you wanna just jump in, Ollie? Minute
Welcome to the game, everybody. I always pride ourselves on not missing a second of the action, and I do apologize because it seems like we've missed a little bit here coming into it, but we will deal with what we've got. Misa is going to start things off here in round number 2, taking Good Boy down. Rin just looking for a bit of safety right now. He's got himself real tucked into Jim, and he's going to be dealt with straight away. Some brilliant coordination there from the side of PSG Talon. Seems like the first round didn't go their way at all, but they're battling back right now. Demic is going to be able to take Yas down with Misa outside and down, but not out. He's going to be able to get himself picked up on 20 HP. So still a 4 versus 2 here, but time really going to be quite a factor. 20 seconds left on the clock. Demic full white flashed. Mephi in a position to try and deny a bit of a hop-in right now, but the plant's going to be going down from soldiers. No C4 ready at all. Demic, having already used it. If that plant goes down, it's going to be curtains. Ryder takes up his second. Mephi's location now known, and well, he's got a real tough task on his hands at the moment.
Even opens the wall as well. Make sure he can't try and long arm it behind some reinforced walls, but I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. There's just no way that PSG Talon are going to lose this round against FEARX. This still comes in. The shotgun from that range has been able to get him. But still, doesn't really matter. 10 seconds left. 1 versus 2. Perfect angle onto the diffuser. Misa gets that kill. PSG Talon, will they respond? And it's now 1-1.
So the basement went to FEARX, and PSG Talon win upstairs, attacking Jim. I've got a feeling we might be going to a different top floor site this time. Things not working out too well for FEARX.
Have you also studied your Korean? Do you think it's
so
the other side?
Yeah, I mean, it just makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Because obviously basement's still locked out for them. They're not going to go to the mid floor. They might not try Jim again, so they're probably going to go to CCTV and cash.
Your Korean lessons have really paid off.
That was just deduction.
Looking at the lineup, it's certainly going to be a lounge hold, because you see the castle being brought in. So FEARX are going to attempt to try and hold that lounge and stock area. See if they can maybe try and play with some denial from below. They have 2 C4s to do that, of course. I wonder what the approach from PSG Talon's going to be with that Capital being banned away as well. It means that Rafters is going to be quite a tricky position to kind of clear out. With Zami as well being available. Never a fun time going up there and dealing with the concrete barriers and the she-devil who lives behind it.
Yeah, especially with the Capital removed and a Monty not in play. You have to come up with different ways of taking Garage. It is possible, of course. And the Flores Rotero drones will play their part in that. Misa going to start to try and open up the bottom of this wall and just remove the ability to bandit trick. Those bandits shot out. Ooh, C4 shot out there. Not entirely sure where that C4 landed. Misa is just having a bit of a trouble locating that battery, or just making sure he's holding the cross at least and not allowing Demic to move through and apply a trick. Step 1 done.
Yeah. Again, I think PSG Talon, whenever they want to take rounds slow, you will see them really start to just take the pace to their style. You know, they will just take their time, use the utility operators that they have on board, and sweep away the defense. They will take their time, and they will do it extremely well and efficient. For FEARX, it's not giving away the picks. Literally, as I say that, Rin swings the breach. Against PSG Talon, they will take it slow. They're not looking to get aggressive. What you need to do is try and keep yourself in that 5v5 as long as possible and beat them off time. Because PSG Talon will take some time to get going. So you need to try and just hold out until the C4s and the smoke canisters start hitting their mark. But whenever you're just swinging wide, you're going to be in a lot of bother. And that's exactly what happened right there for FEARX. They have been able to get one kill back. As Good Boy just playing on the bottom of garage stairs. He will be full flash now. Guns come in. But nobody is looking to make a push. I say that, though. Yash just finds a long angle as Good Boy again went for the double peek.
Good Boy was in a real tricky spot there.
I don't know why he swings there.
Talon, well, I think PSG Talon have done a good job to neutralize him, but obviously he did give himself away a little bit. He could have just really tucked in and continued to be a big problem. 35 seconds. And Garage still not taken. Nova. Still going to be on Garage Catwalk. He's got a good angle onto the stairs. Going to get droned now, so he's going to be in a spot of bother. Full white flash as well, and just terminated by Yas. Yas was firm in the flash himself at that moment in time. Yas can now look to try and open the wall, but time really running quite slim, and Gotti has to push across. Less than ideal to have the Thermite do that with the diffuser, but under the cover of Yas, it could be fine. Demic, the final player. He too will be dealt with. Yas seemingly having to do everything in the final execute of that round.
Yeah, 4 kills for him in the round. Not only taking out the Azami that was causing them issues, being able to just push up the garage stairs. Obviously helped with the flashbangs, as we've seen. That smoke was just so out of it. I mean, the smoke's playing Raptors, Ollie. I feel as though positionally, a little bit off, you know, from FEARX. Imagine if it's the smoke, top red stairs, with that much time remaining. Possibly they could have won the round. Just based off the smokes. You know, it's positioning there is weird. You have the Azami playing at the bottom of the garage stairs, where that Azami should be up in the rafters, and somebody else should be playing on the garage stairs. It just seemed very disjointed.
I think Good Boy just found himself down there. I don't think it was an intention to play in that spot. I think he went looking for something. I think he got a kill, and then just couldn't really get back. So you could say that's good cut off from PSG.
5 seconds to go.
Back down to the basement we go. This is the site that FEARX have been successful in, and the site that we didn't actually get to see, unfortunately. So we can't really compare it to what happened previously in round 1, but we can give a pretty good guess. Gonna see the Skopos. Rin. Not sure where he's going to be playing that, if he's going to be looking to try and hide out inside a strip or maybe on this top floor, but there's going to be a full roam clear coming in. Regardless, plenty of tools to get everything open. We got Hibana, we got Ace, got the IQ, which Misa is using to really fast clear this top floor. Only seen 40 seconds and already he's stood at the top of main stairs droning down, so there's obviously a level of confidence here from Talon that there isn't a roam game present.
Yeah. I think for FEARX, they understand that PSG Talon have been taking a great deal of time just in their rounds, and for them it's about running down the clock as best as they can. Obviously roamers are going to help with that. This is the power that you have with Skopos. Yes, he's inside a strip, but really he's under no threat. You know, he's not trapped here by any means. He can TP back. They're going to have to try and either just ignore the Skopos, which as we know is risky, or you use time, you use utility, you use manpower to go and try and kill not even the person. You find the empty shell of the person. It was a very tricky position, really, for PSG Talon now to kind of assess their approach. And this is kind of what we expect from Skopos. That this is by far the best bomb site I think that we've found that you can play with them.
Yeah, especially a bomb site that's already pressured for time. Anything you can do to exasperate that is going to be a good thing. You can already see how much this is slowing PSG Talon down right now. Well, Rin, quick as he was there, back in the site. There's still a potential that there are shadows being chased upstairs and angles being held. Look at Misa. Trained into that shower's hallway.
Nobody's there.
And no one's home. 45 seconds just ticked by into the final few moments of this round now, and still information to gather. Still 10 players left alive. It's going to be a classic bloodbath on the site. C4's ripped and ready, as well as Yas going to start to try and make his entry. Back of these Candelas, is he able to find anything? No, taken out by Good Boy. Good Boy survives and lives to fight another day. Soldier will trade it back 1-for-1, but the diffuser's in the hands of Gotti, and he's got to try and do something with that. Soldier, next player to fall. 5 seconds. Where's the kit? Gotti, got to try and get it down. He floods in and immediately is taken out as Rin picks himself up a double.
Yeah, brilliantly played by FEARX. The Scopos was the big thing that PSG Talon looked at and said, we're just taking way too long. You know, it's either you have to go for it, you don't. It looked to be that the option that they went for was, let's just have somebody sit and hold the flank, but then there's nobody there. And it's just beautifully played by FEARX. You know, really showing the power of the operator. PSG Talon just taking way too long. The time really got ahead of them. Miss Candela as well, it has to be added in. You know, the Ying looking to push in through the moto door. Missed Candela, couldn't flash the guy in behind the bomb chassis. Bomb chassis eliminates him. Ying gone. You have no pushing power. It's easy then, I think, for FEARX to sit back, play their crossfires. Some really strong ones as well being held. So, really good round for FEARX. Really good round. Like that one a lot.
And I imagine that that's maybe how round number 1 went as well. If the Scopos was causing that much trouble, it's likely round 1 came down to time as well. 2-2. Both teams successful so far, but Talon successful on 2 sides, which should stand them in a better stead, as FEARX aren't going to be able to go back down to the basement again this phase. They are going to need to come up with something to stop this from being a 4-2 split. They suffered greatly at the hands of the Windows in the previous round. I haven't got the mirror this time. Instead, they're bringing a little bit more denial in terms of the mute and the smoke, and trying to keep a hold of some of those more key locations and walls. They can maybe try and do something with the bandit and potentially a C4. The Maverick does try and get that jacuzzi wall open. But of course, there are other ways and means, and anyone can get themselves onto gym window. They might find a bit of success in removing that bandit as well, and it's probably what we're going to see. That gym window now will get opened. Rin is in gym on the Azami, so can replace those keeper barricades and give himself a little fortress to operate in, but in the meantime, it seems like it's pushed him off.
All open. That's obviously step 1. You like to see is get the walls opened. Construction wall. I mean, Maverick. Well, get the bandit charge. You can rotate over. Thermite on it now as well. Half the round gone. Walls are opened. Good start here for PSG Talon. Struggling not at all with the walls. They'll have to deal, though, with this extension over towards Cash now. Maybe what they need to look towards next. That wall, of course, is going to be open, so it means that Demic and Good Boy, their tails need to be up. Boy, actually swinging off. Server wall, has he been spotted out? It seems to be the case, yes. As Misa was aware of him, who currently has 3 people he can track. It just depends on who he wants to go for. Surprised that maybe you don't try and rotate Misa downstairs and maybe look for some wall bang, some floor bang kills as well. Just maybe if you spot the guy outside, you know, inside a bathroom, you maybe just take him off that reinforced wall, but not looking for that option. Instead, it's going to be the blitz down Logi Ollie, accompanied by Thermite.
Straight into the hands of a Warden, though. Warden's on his game. There's a mute jammer there as well. We could see Warden just dipped into that mute jammer to cleanse himself of the death mark. So a bold push in required here, and Yas is going to try and make something happen, but immediately dealt with. Do see the Warden and the blitz combination, but that's gone to nothing, hasn't it? Warden dropping into a blitz. No, thank you. Total stamp out from FEARX. In contrast to the previous round, Talon not able to deal with Jim, not able to deal with Logi. They basically got a wall open and then just ran at him.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good. It just seems as though they were constipated almost, all didn't they? Just they couldn't really get anything going. You know, it's strange from PSG Talon, because it's a team that we've praised. They can do the basic and fundamentals right, and you know, there's a few things there that you look at. No pressure towards Cash. You're dropping a blitz into Logi with barbed wire at his feet. A lot of things for me. You know, not clearing out the player inside a bathroom.
Yeah.
All basic stuff.
Oh, yeah. And you made a great comment about the Deimos and not going below. And
What did Deimos do? What did Deimos bring to the table?
Nothing. Tractor Warden.
Who then contract himself.
But then they also still got pushed by a blitz, by the way. And the Warden's glasses were
It was really easy for the Warden, though, that barbed
Yeah.
wire. He just had to sit there and look at him. He couldn't run at him.
No. Well, the best round from PSG Talon, that's for sure. They're going to be able to redeem themselves here. FEARX, they've found success elsewhere other than the basement here on Clubhouse. They can be successful here as well. A 4-2 split would look very good indeed. Oh, a few different tools being brought this time. A Gridlock and a Grim. Focus for that is almost certainly going to be that catwalk player. I don't think Yas can rely on just being able to stun out and win the gunfight again. I'm going to be looking for a little bit more out of him this time. And a roll swap for FEARX. Good boy this time on the smoke, and going to be Nova on the Azami. Nova is already on that catwalk in that position.
I do like the lineup coming in from PSG Talon. I think it's a lot better to deal with, obviously, the rafters area. Plenty of soft destruction. Bringing in that Sophia. Even Gridlock as well can be very good at just throwing them up there and hope that maybe it'll stick. What on earth was that, though? Misa, what's going on? Nova takes a very easy kill. And there's just no movement at all from PSG Talon.
Was Misa on his drone?
It looked as though he's just aimlessly looking into the sky. What was that? Did they think garage was clear because they seen it double reinforced up? Like, there's no way. What is this?
Ryder knows that something's amiss now. It's going to start to send the bees out there. The Rotero drone's gone in as well to remove the Kiba barricade. We've got live information on this Azami, but Nova's not being given any reason to move whatsoever.
No nades. You know nothing to get him out.
Even allowed to reposition a little bit as well. Stun's going to come in, but he's going to maintain that pre-fire. See if he can get something going. Eventually, Ryder will deal with him.
He's done his job.
He's done his job and more. He's wasted so much time. There's 40 seconds left. He got the kill onto Misa as well. Still mute jammers that are stopping the progress of the drones up there. Talon do seem to be scrambling for info right now. Can recover the drone. There is an evil eye. To go and hit that, ideally. Doesn't want to give himself away, and well, these are some of the games that can be played, right? Good Maestro players can be infuriating. Gotti trying to make something happen right now and walk in, but he has the diffuser. He's got to be careful. He's going to be playing for kills at this rate if he's not careful. Needs somewhere to try and get the plant down as the clock's running so low. And there's so much pressure on Soldier.
There's no
Grabs
way.
one. Can he secure the round here? He does. Dips himself back. Finds a deeper angle onto radio. Soldier the savior.
Get me out. Get me out. There is no way you win a round from there. How? Like, 40 seconds. Everyone's still relatively safe from FEARX. And FEARX have just let them walk in the site. Nobody was holding anything. I have no idea how that's happened. I have no idea how that round's been won.
Yeah, Gotti really got away with it there.
Where was the Goyo? Where did he come from? Looks like he came from like construction or something. I'm out of it. I'm lost.
10 seconds left.
I think it's a misplay from FEARX more than it's a good play from Talon. Talon just did the best with what they had, which sometimes you've got to do.
Go fast. Oh, they just turned into Sonic.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you've got to do. FEARX had the tools to stop that. They might be ruining this because this could have been a 4-2 half for him. As it stands, first phase ends an equal 3-3. Now we get the side swap. Talon have spread themselves pretty wide on this defense as well. Going to be bringing the Fenrir. Real nuisance operator. One that we do occasionally see banned, but in this instance it isn't. Therefore, it can be played. I'm going to be starting off with Rin opening up this wall. Just to double check, there is no one there for the Maverick trick, and then the Selmas can go on, get that job done nice and early.
So, FEARX, see how they perform on their attacks now. Looking at the lineup. Again, main focus is just trying to deny wall denial more than anything. Maverick and a Kali comes in. I think Kali also helps out with, you know, potential castle barricades that could have been up here. Obviously, Azami is available to them. We'll send a few Candelas in just to try and establish control of top red, but look who it is. It's going to be the Warden, who, never mind, just gets completely annihilated by Good Boy. Goes for the swing and one tap that looked like one straight bullet to the head. And Ryder has to fall back now as the flashes are going to be produced. But PSG Talon, right from the get-go, are already on the back foot.
Losing the Warden, not ideal when there's a Yin kicking around and they've still got a canister remaining. I guess the operator that's snuck under the radar up till now, at least for me, Demo, is this, I mean, Kali. Oh, great bit of aggression there being shown. Good boy. Skeleton Key immediately into a finishing blow onto Misa. He's not done there either. He's got an inkling someone's inside a shower. It's going to be Yas. Trying to play below for a C4. That's all well and good when you've got players on the site that are able to hold, but when you're leaving 2 players on the site against 5, could be quite tricky. Slight stall out at the moment for FEARX. They're just repositioning themselves to transition through construction right now and continue to start getting these walls opened. Good boy. Find one onto Ryder, and Soldier's going to fall as well. Now Yas and the C4 that he was looking to try and play with has even more pressure on it. It'll be good for one, but that's all. Rin picks him off as he rotates up those main stairs. Talon. They've looked a little bit slow the last couple of rounds. I wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout coming.
Yeah, I think FEARX throughout the course of the game has kind of been on top. Yes, I know PSG Talon's won 3 rounds, but I think it's more throws from FEARX more than anything, more so than PSG Talon playing, you know, out of their skin and besting FEARX at every point. I think FEARX have been relatively strong and they've really dominated the kill department, I feel. Especially that opening kill as well. I think it's been a big thing that FEARX have kind of ran with. It's helped them quite a lot. So for PSG Talon, it's not going to be the timeout just yet, but certainly feels though it could be brewing if they lose this round. And don't forget that still this is a game that doesn't really matter a whole lot to both of these teams. And we know that both of them are more or less secure anyway in that top 2. I mean, PSG Talon certainly are. FEARX, I think now it probably is, unless D Plus can do a big number up against their game, which I believe they're against Webble today. So that's really the circumstances. But even just a point for FEARX, that'll be enough for them to secure them top 2. But it's more or less there for them, more or less done for FEARX. Just depends if D Plus can go in and like 7-0, 7-1 Webble.
Yeah, this is when the round differential comes into effect. We've been mentioning it throughout the course of the stage, and it's finally when it starts to really matter. Bandit getting tracked out at the minute. No one really there to capitalize on it. A lot of drone work going on inside a strip. I think that FEARX are going for a real belt and braces approach, maybe worried that there could be some sort of Skopos play similar to what they were doing.
Track the Bandit. Why does he track the Bandit?
I mean,
I think he was roaming.
Idea.
Ah, this guy's the Bandit. He's Bandit tricking, guys. He's Bandit tricking.
Yeah, it just seemed really strange, didn't it?
It's, yeah, surprising. I think for FEARX, they just want to try and do the Usual stuff. Get all of the vertical holes open. Hatches open. 8 obviously off the board. Things very easy for the attackers. There's a FEARX. The denial that they have is probably camera information, combo that with C4s. That's probably the way that they would like to try and stop the plant. Maybe if Misa's looking for an aggressive C4 as well, it looks as though perhaps he has a camera inside a kitchen, maybe. Try and play off some of the information, I don't know. But for FEARX, it's just they're starting to get set up. You know, you've got the Blitz, who potentially can be used going down main stairs or maybe in free dirt. He also has the diffuser in hand, so he's going to be looking for that plant. So maybe a kitchen drop, I don't know, put the shield in his back. But no, it looks to be dirt. That's where they're going to head. So Nova, being escorted by Mephi, will begin their treacherous journey down that tunnel. They will be met by the Warden. Great operator to have up against the Blitz, but not so much against the shields. And yeah, he's going to get caught out by the nade.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
No ADSs or WAMI discs available to him. Look to a Rider had stacked up the disc elsewhere. It's a very good start for FEARX. Big C4 comes out, but to no avail. And he's actually going to go into the smoke ollie, play off the information that they have from the Valkyrie cameras. He's going to bide his time and wait for the push. And able to take out the Blitz. This is magical right now from Yas, but a very short-lived fairy tale app as Mephi. Able to sit him down, and Gotti has it all to do in a big clutch moment for him. Deimos feels as though that track will come out immediately as soon as it gets planted, but not going to get tracked. Emic upstairs in the vertical holes is going to be enough for him. FEARX Ollie looking clean, looking good.
FEARX doing a real good number on Talon right now. Timeout, no surprise. FEARX 1 round away from guaranteeing points here today. There's one of the dangers that you face when you play a map so often during a stage is that it can be very solved in a lot of ways, and a team can put in a lot of homework and come up with some really significant counters. I think whilst that's happening to a degree, I think it's coming down to fundamentals and better siege, really. That's what FEARX are giving us right now. Fabian in with the tactical timeout right now. Trying to rally the troops somewhat. We haven't seen the big standout performances that we've come to expect on the side of PSG Talon. Or even the team performance for that matter. It seems that whatever they're putting up, FEARX are just sort of taking it in their stride at the moment. We'll be going back downstairs for a reattempt in the basement. It's going to be a fairly similar lineup with the addition of a castle this time, so maybe try and waste a little bit more time in that mid floor and just choke FEARX out a bit, because I think they're just giving him a bit too much at the moment.
They did, and FEARX are no slouches whenever it comes to taking things quickly. If you let FEARX set up, it can be a scary team. We know that. Very good execution calls can come in. You know, you think about the lineup and the experience, you know, that this team has. You know, plenty of international experience.
5 seconds to go.
They know what it's like. PSG Talon.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
I think for them, it's they can maybe have a bit of a fight back. You know, I think that the gun department just hasn't quite been there for PSG Talon. FEARX have really had the run of the grass with all of the kills coming in. You look at the scoreboard, big difference. You know, looking at left to right, I think it's obvious that right is definitely far in front. You know, nobody has hit 7 kills on the side of PSG Talon. 3 players hit 7 kills on the side of FEARX.
Yeah, no one even close to 1 kill per round on the side of Talon, so that's not an outlandish stat to be hitting. Seems as though the castle barricade on main has been dealt with pretty quickly. But it certainly has slowed things a little bit. Now the drones are going to work through and discover the Azami hiding out inside of construction. When you've got a blitz bearing down on you, a roam game is not a fun place to be. Especially when you've got Deathmark tracker coming in as well. Now, playing with the hatches open is all well and good, but you can't give that control away too early. Blitz just having a bit of a problem there before the opening kill to come in. Demic, patience paying off. Taking Misa down as he tries to rotate that main stairs. Now, the problem here, Demo, is that they're in a very similar situation as to what they would have been anyway if they hadn't held this top floor, and they've lost Misa.
Yeah, not good. Not good at all. From PSG Talon again. Just losing those opening engagements. Remaining 4 players will be in the bomb site, where FEARX want them to be. Hatches are naturally going to be open for them. Didn't reinforce Blue. Didn't reinforce Moto because they needed to put the reinforcements elsewhere. So only Kitchen is going to be closed for the meantime. But obviously Habana will make quick work of that. Yas has spliced his last impact grenade. So a minute to go. More or less a full team. Bit of damage done to the Blitz and Deimos, but again, not a lot to worry about. You can probably just send the Blitz and the Deimos down dirt again. All it worked really well for them.
Yeah.
And everyone else can just do the exact same roles as previous.
And having a man advantage when you come onto this execute can be massive.
You have that extra guy for Blue, don't you? Which
There's
is the
always
important
something
thing.
that isn't getting watched, and usually the pressure comes in and around this blue area. You can already see that Gotti is significantly softened up on the ward, and he's on 20 HP. The drop comes in. Is he going to be able to win the fight? No. Rin immediately takes 2. And he's not finished there. Turns his attention over toward Church as Demic falls. Yas and Ryder, the final 2. Flawless round for FEARX. You can't win downstairs in basement on Clubhouse. Something is going wrong. FEARX, match point right now. They've guaranteed a point out of this fixture. Now, we knew it was going to be a good game, but we thought that PSG Talon would have the edge. So far, they've not won a single defense.
No, which is surprising. It really is. Look, FEARX, they've secured top 2. So second place and first place is cemented now. PSG Talon will go first based on round difference. FEARX, obviously with now that extra point, it puts them away from D+, who cannot catch them. So the standings are almost all are locked up. Again, we still have to try and figure out who's, finishing 5th and 6th as well. But looks to be 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all going to be locked up at the moment. Well, I think it's more of the bigger story is just PSG Talon, who we expected a lot better off them.
Yeah, we expected more. And not just because of the name, not just because they've put a lot of, investment in, but because we've seen them play some bloody good Siege.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And I don't know about you, but, for what I know about Fabian, it doesn't really matter on the stakes of the game, because it's as important to win, because winning's a habit, and staying in that headspace, there's no point going out there, even if you've qualified, and not putting a performance in, because you're missing an opportunity to learn something. So I don't think it's one that they've maybe not prepped for. I think they'll have prepped for it as seriously as all the other games. They are just getting bettered on the day.
Big statement, I think, for FEARX. See them win, and the fact as well, the only team that beat FEARX was probably a team we didn't expect. MIR Gaming.
Yeah, MIR Gaming.
I don't know, maybe FEARX, maybe they are. Maybe, Fabian talks about the Farmers League. Maybe, Fabian, you're part of it. Maybe you're the ones getting farmed. It's FEARX's league now. Move aside.
Well, that's the rule, isn't it? Whoever beats the best is now the best.
Well, here's the thing, it always kind of was FEARX's league though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Before FEARX Sandbox, Need that meme where it's always been FEARX's league, and the guy's behind him with a gun.
The two guys in space.
Exactly.
Classic meme. Ooh, a little pocket Rio.
Yeah. I mean, that's timidness again showing through, I think, for PSG Talon is, immediately they've reinforced the wall up. And by doing so, you do give away quite a lot of control, especially towards short. Now you could essentially just try and walk in towards Jim, and that's what Soldier's really worried about. Without having that bathroom head hole, somebody can just walk in. We need to be really careful. FEARX this round, they've actually lost the opening pick, and they do seem as though they're stalling out just a tad. They have a minute left. They're down a man. They've got main stairs control. Short control. They don't have Jim. They don't have Logi, which is the main thing that they need to get if they want to try and get this plant secured.
Demic going for a slow and steady approach up these main stairs. Yes. Nice little jump out onto Rain. Now there has to be a response here from FEARX, otherwise it's just going to peter out into nothingness. Wall fully opened now, and oh, with the Deimos below, what are they able to achieve? Mephi, is he able to find his mark? He's tracked onto Soldier. A couple of kills come in to level things out. The FNAP is going to slow the progress a little bit on this main stair. They know that there are a couple of players tucked in to Logi. But with those kills, there's an option to now try and get a plant down. And if the cover's sufficient, well, it could very well happen. Gotti takes Demic down, and look at him go, picking him up for fun right now. Talon eventually stabilizing there, but it got close.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Demic. Had two options. It's either you watch for the guy coming in through construction, you therefore cover the diffuser, or you have to look towards short, who essentially, if you don't look towards short, then that guy will kill you both. So yeah, it's a tough position, but PSG Talon, they timed it well. One guy pushes short, other guy pushes in, kills the player planting. So for FEARX, time really got away from them there just a little bit, but still, I think in good standing. 2 rounds they have as a buffer zone to see it out in regular time, but FEARX are not really worried, are they? They've already cemented their position. Now it's just playing for, you know, a bit of pride. And, you know, yes, we did beat PSG Talon. We didn't give them, you know, that flawless way through the league with, you know, a big 7-0.
10 seconds to go.
And there's a couple of chances for him to convert that as well now. Pressure is only on PSG Talon right now. Going flawless in the league would be, I'm sure, something that they want to do. We're actually seeing a Brava this time, Demo. We don't get too many Bravas being brought.
We don't.
I think I love Brava in the rank stack when you can hack like cap cans and all that, and we see that occasionally in pro and top level play, but there's been a bit of a move away from some of the more electronic operators recently. Strip reinforced right now as well, which is a little bit unusual, right? There is going to be somebody playing in there. And if you're playing inside a strip, you've got to be ready for all hell and brimstone to rain down on you, because it's not a great place to hold.
No, I don't really like the strip play unless you're called Geometrics. That's the only time. Or maybe if you're called Gotti, maybe I do like it, because that is a great shot. He's also got the diffuser as well on strip door, but again, for Gotti, he knows that he signed his death warrant, you know, right from the get-go. He's a dead man if you stay inside a strip, because there's only one way in, one way out, and everyone knows that. But for FEARX, losing this engagement, a bit of an issue for them now, is they're almost forced to push this player, because he does have the diffuser. Basically, there's a camera right on him. He doesn't see the camera. He knows exactly where he is. The yellow pings are going to come in, and he does get found out by Good Boy. But it is a 3 versus 4 now. A minute 15 to go. FEARX, they haven't really went for the top floor clear ollie. Everyone's above for PSG Talon, which is the way that you need to play this site. You play off information and then you use the vertical holes that should be made up and around the top floor, so it just stops anyone being able to push and go for a plant. So PSG Talon, they're in a very good position just based on the fact that nobody from FEARX has decided to go above.
And you look at how much time Gotti wasted. You know, he got himself a kill. Yas got taken out pretty early, which was obviously unfortunate. But I think Gotti almost saved the round in a lot of ways. A lot relies on this next couple of engagements right now. Good Boy trying to be patient onto the lounge player. Gonna send a nade out for the castle barricade that leads into bar. They were able to recover the diffuser in and amongst all of that. Smoke's coming out to the bottom of bar now as well, as Ryder gonna start things off for himself with a kill onto Mephi. That levels things up now. 12 seconds, he can almost just shut the player out and pick himself up too. Misa, good boy there for the trade, but what's he going to be able to do with 2 seconds only? And start to think about getting the plant down, but Misa was in the right place at the right time. Misa and Ryder there, working a number on the remaining players on the side of FEARX. And PSG Talon, they hang in for one more round.
They do. FEARX, obviously, getting too caught up in that player towards Strip, who, again, Gotti did a great job. He got his kill, wasted a lot of time. That's his requirements. That is how you know you've done a good job. The issue then for FEARX is because they didn't have enough time, then they couldn't go above, and they were really worried about those players who could just play in the vertical angles. And you've seen, you know, players pushing down main stairs. You have a really good crossfire from main stairs, and then bottom main as Misa was just running around the map, it looked like, for a long period of time. So yeah, for FEARX, just didn't really have a good understanding of positions for the defenders. They were really worried about the top floor verticals, but they just weren't expecting, you know, 2 players to be doubled up on main stairs and just swinging on to both of them. So yeah, well played the PSG Talon. I thought they were in a really good position just based of how well Gotti had done for them inside a strip club.
Time out there for FEARX. Trying to get this one done in regulation. Not give PSG Talon any points out of the fixture. Not that it matters for the points side of things, but it's more about getting the win and working out what they can adapt on the fly. It's best practice that they're going to get domestically. I'm going to try and squeeze every last drop out of it. Still going to be rocking with that Blitz and Grim combo. The IQ's been brought a couple of times when they've seen a Valkyrie in play, but good boy this time going to be firming it on the Thatcher. Thatcher being a bit of a strange one, because obviously Cade is banned. So you do wonder where that util is going to be headed. No castle this time from PSG Talon. They're not trying to extend upstairs too much, and this is what we saw before they took the timeout demo, is that they kind of gave away a lot of the map to FEARX in the early portion, and FEARX were then able to really work quite effectively with it.
I mean, that's a big risk, I think, for PSG Talon. Going down here. FEARX have looked really good on their approach. Just how quickly they've been able to just take control of a lot off the map and then just set up for a really good execute. So for PSG Talon, need to do something different, do something else than what they've done previously, because FEARX will just run the exact same play again and again and again because they know it works. Brought on the Goya, they brought on the smoke, so they're probably looking to try and go for the denial play. All of them will be in the bomb site. No roamers for PSG Talon this time. FEARX, once they get the go-ahead that, yeah, it's clear, just move in and start going through the motions.
Nova's got a lot of value out of the drone as well right now. Can leave that drone down in Moto. He knows he can pretty much push the whole way and start to occupy that space at the bottom of main stairs. Still nobody pushing into it. Eventually finds what he's looking for and knows that there's a player playing close on the vending machine. It's going to be Soldier. Hatch. Starting to see that minigame play out now as well, as the impacts will eventually run out for the defenders and Hibana will get that hatch open, but it is a question of how long it is going to take. Hatch and some of the flooring around it now in kitchen has been opened up.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Now PSG Talon are in a much better position than they have been previously here, given that they haven't lost anybody. They extended, tried to hold, they lost bodies. This time it's going to be a little bit different. They should have everybody to watch appropriate angles. As triple wall eventually gets opened up as well. on Nova. Trying to provide information now. It's no time for droning. It's time to get that blitz in and gather some info. Gotti going to find the first onto Demic. This is going to start dropping like flies here. A great C4 from Gotti to net himself a second. And it's only now that we see FEARX come back with any sort of bite. Got all the information in the world right now, but Mephi's not going to be able to get the plant down as Yas picks up yet another frag. And it's a stamp out. PSG Talon are taking us to OT.
Oh boy. 2 OT games already. My word, Ollie, we've had it quite easy in Korea, where it's been pretty quick today. My word. Going a long day, buddy. I'll say that much, because 2 OTs back to back. The first 2 games. I mean, we should have already been closing the 3rd map by now, you know, based on how we usually do Korea. However, better strap themselves in, because here we go, 6-6. I mean, PSG Talon been able to pull back 3 rounds where I thought they were dead and buried. Yeah, I thought they were out of it, but they've been able to come back at them. And FEARX have just ever so slightly just their foot off the gas.
This is what we see from FEARX, though. I think we've seen this from them before, and this is one of the reasons that makes me doubt them. We saw something like this in the Blossom game that they played. That was like a 7-5, and obviously we saw it in the MIR Gaming game. We've seen some games where they've been super slow off the mark and they've lost like 3 rounds off the bounce. Think back to the Damwon Kia game.
5 seconds remaining.
Sometimes finishing is a bit of a problem. The problem that they're going to face here now is that the sides have stayed the same, Demo. PSG Talon have maintained defense, which means that they can go back downstairs. With that newfound confidence that they've got, they're going to be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah. Momentum's going to be with them, 100%. FEARX, they can't close it out. They can't finish. You know, you've bought a striker who's right-footed and he's got 2 left feet. You know, how is he going to help you? That's the issue that FEARX are struggling with now. They can't get the ball in the back of the net. PSG Talon, now they are in a very comfy position. They get that defense again on that same site that they've just won. FEARX, they're trying to run it back. Same lineup again. The Deimos Blitz combination. Sweeping the map, looking for any roamers. I mean, no Scopos from PSG Talon, which I think is an interesting one to mention. Not a fan of that operator seems to be. Whereas I think a lot of other teams, especially across, you know, the world, have been a big fan of Scopos on this map specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem a little bit strange. Could be something that they're cooking away. Something else that's strange, they did actually leave one of the panels inside a dirt soft. Now they've got a lot of utility to back that up, though. Soldier expending one of his Toxic Babe canisters. He's also got a Vulcan canister and barbed wire down there, so it's going to be very difficult for the Blitz to make a quick play. The Blitz may still be able to make a play at some point. Yas can't do anything to try and remove those Excaros pellets off the hatch this time, as the floor has been opened and it is being guarded. Now the Vulcan canister has been popped, so quite quickly we are seeing FEARX chip away at this utility. Been another smoke canister placed, and nade's now ready to get sent down. That's actually destroyed the smoke canister. That could be really huge here. And the Blitz is going to choose that as the opportunity to strike. Soldier takes a good portion of damage. But more importantly, has lost control of Dirt Tunnel. And with Kitchen Hatch now being opened, it opens options up. Rin, he is going to fall, however. Misa is going to find him out. But a great drop from Good Boy. Just immediately plants himself into the action. Couple of kills coming in now, and we're 3 versus 3. Stuns getting sent out as well, and the diffuser cold right now, but the advantage firmly with FEARX. It all now rests on Yas's shoulders. We've seen him had some flashy plays already today, but he's really gonna have to pull a rabbit out of the hat to get this one done. Demic sees to it that he won't.
Oh boy. Oh my word, FEARX. Again, a close round, but the drop was genius. By the Ram. Knows that the players jumped up on the cabinet. Just an easy pre-fire. Again, that dirt control is just, it's too easy, isn't it? But what more, like, what can you actually do? You know, you're against the blitz and a guy behind them, Deimos. It's not an easy combination to take down.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
FEARX just getting stuck in, didn't they? And again, it's the kills. You know, they're able to win their engagements, whereas FEARX, or whereas Talon, they couldn't.
Great adaptation. I think for me, a lot of it comes down to Good Boy on the drop, obviously, but also the blitz play. And as soon as that nade destroys the Toxic Babe canister, there was just a slight bit of hesitation, and Blitz is like, this is my moment. Anytime that you see hesitation as a Blitz, you've got to take advantage of it, because that's where you really shine. That then freed up the drop for Good Boy. He gets the flashy bit. It's really on the back of the Blitz that push was able to be made. 7-6. FEARX lead for a second time here today. They're going to be able to convert it this time. Side swap again on the overtime, so they are going to be on the defense. Back down in the basement we go. This time, Demo, they've brought a clash to try and cement this final round.
Is this going to be the turning point? Is that clash? FEARX have been able to, you know, really slow down PSG Talon a lot of the time. Just roamers, for example. Scopus was a big thing. Clash is something that does similar, where it just burns down the clock. Gives you that valuable information as well, because they've kind of foregone operators like a Valkyrie. You would sometimes see. It's a difficult one to call. PSG Talon, I certainly think, are going to be in the back foot, just because they have to attack into this basement with the clash on a full turtle as well. With a good amount of C4s you have to go through, and the smoke canisters, so it's not going to be the easiest of times for PSG Talon. But on the other hand, they have some pretty strong operators. You've got the Ying and the Grim. Two operators we always look at whenever you talk about the basement execute. Those two operators can make a big difference.
Absolutely. There is a warden on Good Boy, so the Ying does need to be cautious on where those Candelas are used, but there's not a lot you can do against the Grim. Floor now starting to get opened up. The hatch already open in kitchen. We've got the Rams ripping through. This is where the Grim sees a lot of the value in and around this blue area, but with it being a clash, danger is, of course, a lot less. He's being backed up right now as well. Candela's starting to come through as Yassi's hit the drop inside of Moto. He's able to get himself in, but immediately taken out by Mephi. Rin. He's able to find one with the pistol on the clash as well. And look at the information that he can provide right now. Demic, he's joining in on the party, and it's now all down to Soldier. He's just going to get zapped out by the clash and eventually finished off. FEARX get the job done here today. They booked the trend and they stopped PSG Talon from having a flawless stage. Their stage themselves would have been flawless had it not been for a hiccup against MIR Gaming. They've cemented themselves in that top two.
Yeah, they have. All credit to them. FEARX, they came in today with a game plan. I think they dictated the pace really well. I just think it definitely felt like an off day from PSG Talon. I think players there today certainly could have done a lot better. I think the gun skill was by and far in favor of FEARX there. I think, you know, the kills on the board, it tells really how the story of the game was.
As ever, we're going to hit a break and be back with Milosh. Don't go anywhere.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave!
And I think he might just find it.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Hello. Oh, all right. Well, I was saying something nice for those that couldn't hear it then. That FEARX won, and that's great. They get a taste of their own medicine, and we got 2 overtimes today. That's what I wanted to say. That's it. It was a bit more enthusiastic than that, but thank you, Demo, for picking it up.
Anyways,
speaking? Yes, please.
Oh, okay, yeah, Look, it was a game where both of these teams, they kind of knew where they stood. Unless FEARX got 7-0 today, and then D+ were able to 7-0 their opponents, there was a very slim chance of that happening. So FEARX, they just cemented themselves in that second spot. PSG Talon obviously walking away with first. We knew that before anything happened here today. But FEARX, more than anything, playing with a bit of pride and being able to, the takedown PSG Talon. It's always nice to see Fabian get a good humbling.
Is it, Ollie? Is it?
Oh. I was just thinking after that game in the break, I went to refill my water and I thought I need to check Twitter when I get back and just see if he said anything about it. We all know Fabian, and we know that he's not going to settle for anything less than the best. And I don't think that PSG Talon will have gone into this play day expecting anything other than the best FEARX and expecting anything other than a good game of Siege. Regardless of the standings, regardless of trying to hide things for Montreal, whatever that might be, they're going to come out here and want to win. and FEARX on the day were that team. Now, it was an equal 3-3 half game. The first half of the game was obviously a little bit more disjointed than the other. FEARX went on a run of 3 rounds when they got onto the attack, and it took a timeout and some for PSG Talon to start seeing success on that defense. And for me, that goes to show just, you know, how well matched these two teams were. There was a lot of good counterplay going on. I think the way that FEARX wasted a heck of a lot of time was fantastic. You know, they did a really good job in some of those defending rounds of, you know, playing the scope host and getting themselves out into strip and you know, dipping back into sight. There was a couple of big standouts in terms of moments where players were getting multiple kills, but if you look at the scoreboard, you can see it was a very even contribution, top through bottom.
I think overall for PSG Talon, it's certainly an off day. I think we can put it down to that. We know the players on that roster can certainly perform better than what they have done today. Look, FEARX, I think probably should have had this game locked in just in regular time. I think FEARX was definitely the more dominant of the two teams, just on the eye test more than anything. You know, eye test is a big thing that I always like to talk about as well. And you could just see that FEARX, you know, the rounds that they were kind of losing were also down to their own misfortunes more so than PSG Talon doing anything incredible. So yeah, I think it was certainly in favor of FEARX, and look, the kills back it up. But yeah, off day for PSG Talon.
Well, where is Milosh? Is the question. Milosh has disappeared into the ether.
No, Fabian got him. We're next.
No, that's
Fabian
it.
got him.
Maybe we're next. Maybe we are next. Let's have a look at the MVP for this fixture. I believe, yep, there it is. Mephi going to be the MVP for the game. 12 to 6 KD, 79% cost, 3 to 1 on the entry. But, you know, I think if you had an insight into the comms demo today on the side of FEARX and some of the work that was going on behind the scenes that isn't easily counted, you know, it'd probably be quite difficult to find an MVP because it was a top through bottom performance from this team today.
It was great. I think overall for FEARX, they should be very happy with how the players performed today. I think we had some really nice kind of synergy being played right the way through. I think the Blitz combination with the Demos was obviously very impressive to deal with. And then everyone else just playing the operators that you need to, you know, making sure everything's open. I wouldn't say FEARX really missed a beat today.
No, I don't think they did. I think that they'll have gone in and they'll be very happy with that result. The timeout was fruitful for them, and they were able to stabilize in the end, drag it into an OT. They could have won it in regulation, but it took all available rounds to get the job done, and it should do against a team like PSG Talon. I think, Demo, it's probably a good time for us to head to a break and see if we can go and find Mr. Milosh and see what he's up to, because he should be here. He should be on the Korean broadcast. Of course, after the break, don't go anywhere because we will be back with B&A versus Blitz.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. Nice now. That one through the screen as Spirits pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though.
Oh, what a take from Spirits! In the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has
tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Got you tulips in it. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I miss. But I'm not a man, I think you got the...
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We unfortunately weren't able to find Milosh, but I was able to find the mistake that I made on the sign-off. We have, of course, got before and after versus Blossom. I made a little bit of a faux pas earlier, demo, but I hope that everyone out there can forgive me. But this is going to be our third game headed into what is our final day here in the regular stage for Korea. We're going to kick things off with before and after, a team that has somewhat struggled throughout the regular stage, demo. They're currently sat in 6th place on 7 points, but they've given us some entertaining games to watch along the way.
Yeah, entertaining, I think, is always a fun one to use, where, you know, entertaining, is that me losing my brain cells? Is that entertaining to people these days? I don't know. But yeah, look, that Orgless game is always going to be living with me for the rest of my life. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, even the Webble game as well, that's another one. There's a specific round in the Webble game I'm going to live with for the rest of my life that I will never forget. So yeah, they've gave me some fun stuff.
And there is, of course, the MIR game as well, which was an 8-6 loss, very close to getting the win over there. And if they'd have got that, that would have changed the landscape of the standings quite significantly. Of course, you look at their opponent today, they're going to be going up against Blossom. Blossom are sat in 7th place. There's no way that Blossom can catch them up right now here. Before and after are essentially playing for, are they going to finish 6th or are they going to finish 5th, depending on Webble's result and the round differentials and stuff like that that go into that. So with them both being on 7 points, there is a lot to play for here today. If we look at the flip side and we talk about Blossom for a second or two, you can see that they have really struggled, is fair to say. They're only, you know, the only thing that stood between them and the bottom is Orgless right now. They got the result against Orgless, so did everybody else. Only just, but yeah, so did everybody else. I'm looking at you, MIR Gaming, right there. And then, you know, Demo, they've really struggled elsewhere. You know, obviously they've played the top 3. That's not been very pretty to watch necessarily. But even in the games that you'd expect them to be competitive in, the game against Webble, that was a 7-2 to Webble as well.
Yeah, I think Blossom have really struggled with an identity more than anything. You mentioned before Orgless, everyone's beat Orgless, so there's not much of a praise there. And just look at the kind of score lines as well. Like, these aren't close games.
No.
They're getting beat outright, you know, with very little ease. You know, it's actually quite surprising only that the 2 closest games to being close is, you know, 3 rounds against PSG Talon, 3 rounds against FEARX, you know, were the 2 top teams. So it's a weird dynamic for Blossom, but I just don't think there's really much that we can say that's going to give them any kind of shining light. Maybe apart from, you know, they're playing the 6th place team, but there is a big gap between that bottom 2 and everyone else in the league.
It should be a good game of Siege. You know, all you need for a good game of Siege is 2 teams that are of a relative level. And I think that whilst we probably give before and after the edge right now, everything else sort of stacks up fairly relatively. Let's have a look at the map that we will be headed to. I don't think that there's going to be a lot in terms of preference, really. You know, they've not particularly performed fantastically well on on any map out there. Clubhouse has been a bit of a mainstay. That's going to get removed there by before and after. Chalet and Bank are going to be their previous two bans. Labs, Skyscraper, Cafe, getting rid of a lot of the techie maps. And we're going to end up on a map like Border Demo. And this is one that before and after have chosen.
So, Korea and Border, not really a map to go to all too often. Certainly not one of the most played. I think we've only seen it actually once this stage, and that was, I believe, D+ played it against Blossom. So, and it was a 7-2, keep in mind as well. So I wouldn't say that this favors Blossom in any way. I think that's going to be a really tough battle for them. There's already information on this map that obviously BNA can use. And not only that, you know, Blossom did not look good in the map either. So I think for BNA, I think it's weighed in their favor. I think just naturally it is. So for Blossom, where do you go? What like, I don't know. This is, it's just not looking good for him. I think it's looking tough.
I think it looks tough for both teams, Demo. I'm having a quick look over at the attack and defend win percentages for both these teams. Blossom, 30% attacker win rate, second worst in the league. BNA, 32% attacker win rate, third worst in the league. And it doesn't get much better when you look over toward that defending side. Now, BNA have got 50% defender win rate, which on the face of it is good, but it maybe is diluted by the fact that they've probably not played that many defending rounds. Now you look at Blossom, 34%. So when you think about Border, and it can be an explosive map for their attackers and a map where attackers really, you know, can be aggressive and can be real big problems. And it's a goldfish bowl essentially that you're defending inside a Border. There's a lot of outside to in. Do worry if these two teams are going to be able to fully take advantage of the map and all of its intrinsic nature. Social vote is at least going to favor BNA, 58% to 42%. We've got a, if there's a player that you wanted to highlight, Demo, I've got one in mind, and I know the production have got one in mind, so I'm really putting you on the spot right now. Well, we're going to be headed straight into the game. We don't even need to go for the player highlight.
Can I predict the player?
You can predict the player.
I'm guessing that's Damali.
It would have been Damali. We do have a player highlight on Damali. Isaac was ready and waiting in the wings in case we needed to run through that. For me, a big player to watch. He was just flashing it up there on the screen
just
to prove
kills,
that he was ready. For me, it's positional. I think as much as anything, I think he does get a lot of kills, but he is a very good positional player. And it's the positioning that oftentimes allows him to pick up those kills. But it looks like we are going to be wasting no time. Milosh, we miss you, mate. But unfortunately, we've realized that we can do it without you.
Do we even need him? Have we put him out of a job?
It isn't as much fun, I'm going to be honest. But we've got through it. And hopefully you'll be back for the end of this game. I'm sure you will. We're heading into Border Demo. We've got the bans up on the screen. Let's get stuck into it.
Bravo ban? Have we ever seen a Bravo ban before? Don't think so.
Not this stage. Not here.
Yeah, that's a weird. I think with, you know, with like Fenrir getting, you know, nerfed quite a bit, don't really think you need it per se, because really the only thing you're hacking is bulletproofs.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Obviously Fenrir traps and banshees. That's really it, isn't it? She doesn't really bring a whole lot to the party these days. I think whenever you're looking at, like, you know, the like a heavy util, you know, lineup where you deal with like Whammies and Jaegers and stuff like that, then yeah, that makes sense to bring it in, but for the most part you're not getting a whole lot from it.
Yeah, it's not even like anyone's most played.
No.
And then why would it be? It's not high, it's not got a high pick rate anyway.
No. I definitely feel there's a lot of hype around her whenever she first came out, but it's kind of died down a little bit, hasn't it?
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So, I mean, straight away, I'm terrified. But at the same time, I look at the attacker lineup and think, okay, they haven't brought anything. You've got Ying, you've got Grim, you've got Glaz, you've got a Blitz. You've got all those operators, and you're choosing to bring none of them.
Yeah.
Like, whenever we've seen D+ play against Blossom and Border, Blossom did not play the way that they needed to. D+ showed us how you need to play Border, and that is fast and aggressive. Every team in the world will play it that way. Blossom are trying to play it almost like a very slow-paced map. I think they'll probably get punished because of that.
The only one dishing out the punishment is Late Party onto Katsang.
Drive you crazy. Sounds like something for you and me.
Maybe we should get the skins.
Oh, don't be you might be given like an esport idea to do some duo couple skins. No, we don't need that. We don't need that.
When do we get skins in the game?
A his and her skin, Ollie.
That'd be cute. That would be really cute.
No, I'm sorry. I've made myself cringe.
Is there a brother and sister operator duo in the game? I don't think there is.
Well, there's sister.
There's sister, but not brother sister, is there?
No. There's. Oh. You got like a mother. There's like a mother and son thing going on. I don't think it's like fully mother. It's like best like. It's like your aunt, but she's not really your aunt kind of thing with Goyo and Amaru. I know that for a fact.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah. Oh, Damali. 2 kills. Keep his team in it.
We've kind of glossed over this whole round.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Late Party's got 2. Damali picked up 3. And then we just see KTH just give himself away for no real good reason.
They're all just swinging B&A.
Yeah. I just don't understand why we're defending into office so heavily. Surely he gets flashed out here. Is there any info on him?
Definitely
Oh my
not.
goodness, no. Going for pistols to make ourselves run quicker.
No, they know he's there now. I think they heard him. How have they not, like, went and planted yet, by the way? Like, Damali's just, like, nowhere near defending the site. There's no way. Ollie, there's no way.
Surely you can't get away with this. Finally. We know him to be capable, but that would have been a blunder if he'd have gotten away with that one. Blossom. I'm going to pick up round number 1.
Oh. Well. We're now in a position where you kind of look at B&A and you think, right, just ease off a little bit. B&A are just going to be playing, for the most part, pretty boring Siege. You know, with the operators that they chose, they're just going to try and, like, take things really slow. For Border, it's all about establishing crossfires. That's what D+ did really well against them, was they set up these different crossfire positions. They were using strong operators like Castle, for example, as well, to create these chokeholds. B&A need to try and establish some of them.
Reloading, cover me. Attackers have located a bomb.
Deterrent deployed.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go.
Well, a bit more of what you were asking for, Demo. We've gone from one extreme to another. We've seen a fairly boring lineup into what could be described as a lineup that maybe gets you a little bit excited. We've got the Blitz, we've got the Aim Wheel, Capital, and we've got the Glass.
Yeah.
This stinks of a little window plant. With the positions that are being held on Repel. That's all that there is for it. Candelas, they're going to get sent in. Not sure how much information there is, but Katsang's in the hot seat. Is he going to be able to deny right now? Surely you can see the plank going down. Oh my goodness, he's going to allow it. A blunder from Katsang. And now Blitz can just tuck in. This can be easily held from the windows. Blitz is somehow still alive, by the way. And Katsang's got a deployable shield he hasn't even used. If only he'd have had a C4. An impossible retake. And surely a quick round here to give Blossom their second. Late Party eventually gives himself up, but more of a formality at that point. 9 seconds, 3 kills, Capital fire. It's just a horrible, horrible place to be.
Honestly, I'm getting really frustrated a little bit. Why could Blossom not play like this against D+ in the game they had against them? Like, those pushes Blossom weren't doing. They were not doing that at all during the D+ game. And now all of a sudden they're coming out with them. Blossom, they started an attack against D+, and they went down 5-1. They only took 1 attack. Already they've doubled that score. they've changed things, which is great to see.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, we're not going to see a reattempt, are we? Going to be into workshop this time. You know what, Demo? I've got a feeling that
10 seconds left.
we're going to be another overtime game right now. Blossom have taken an early lead. B&A are going to stumble into it. Side swap. It's got it written in the stars, hasn't it?
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
We've had some ridiculously short career days so far. Some that have been uncomfortably short, where we're like, we need a bit more siege to satisfy, you know? And today it's all just going to get paid back with interest. At least I hope so. I don't want to see B&A just bow out without putting up a good fight right now.
Blossom. That Deimos as well, a strong operator, but they need to try and get some tags onto some of these defenders. That's probably where the line comes in as a pretty good combination. And oh dear, oh dear. Luca not looking into correct direction. Damali able to get an absolute freebie of a kill. Katsang also adds on to 1. The damage from the Katsang and does go down, but Damali again from the exact same window has more pot shots, but actually drops down right into the lap of Zerom, who's waiting for him downstairs. A better start for B&A, but still Blossom being able to trade the kills back and forth, so it will be an even man count as we head in to the next half of the round.
Still kind of needs to be dealt with here. Not sure how well known he is. You can see there is a drone just inside a break. It's not found him yet, I think. Roland. Going to provide himself a little bit more security here, but I don't think the CRN knew he was there until those pre-fires came out. Now he's got an idea and he's seen the traces. Try and send the flashes in, but those stuns aren't going to land, unfortunately for him. Roland in a good position now. He could even replace, but instead chooses to drop back, recognizing the time. The death mark coming in onto him, but immediately into Crown's lap. KTH keeping it level. 2 versus 2 with 45 seconds. It feels like an eternity on the clock right now. This Deimos could be the difference maker right now, Demo.
Got some information as well with a yellow ping into the position of where one of the defenders are, and almost gets the nade to push him into the sight angle. Not going to be the case. Sky lives to fight another day. I mean, KTH have to try and hold on as long as they can. 15 seconds. Blossom need to make a move. Late party jumps in. Gonna try and go for the plant. No C4 to deny. It's already been used, so Zerom has to try and stop all of this, but he's not going to be able to do it all. Kai cleans up with 2. Blossom close, but it's too much for, I think, really Zerom to do.
Defender mission successful.
Well, B&A get themselves around, don't they? One that they deserve. Blossom brought a little bit more of that aggressive lineup again. We saw the Deimos coming in, and I think it was the Rome that they really struggled with clearing. I know Roland's impact was small in terms of kill contribution. He didn't get one. I don't think he did too much damage, if any, to anybody, but he did a good job of soaking up some of that util on that top floor and wasting a good deal of time in the process. B&A finally with a round to start working from here. They can hit that rotation again from the top and see if they can change a couple of things. It's weird from Blossom, isn't it, Demo? Because we see the air quotes boring lineup come out again. And then you think back to what they did in round number 2, and it was fast, fierce, exciting. It was what Border's all about. I know they're not going to get away with that every time, but they're just reverting back into that, you know, real slow sort of trudging through the mud lineup. And back to round number 1, B&A lost it. In part, probably because they did a lot of overswinging inside of office.
I'll revert you to the secret game. They did the exact same thing every round, and it worked. I don't know why Blossom can't do the same. Like, you know, I look at the operators that you have available. Archives take, Armory takes are so easy. Just Ying on the sandwich window is one of the easiest positions you can ever play, and there is nothing you can do against it. Honestly, I just think they honestly, ship them to me for a few days, and I'll turn them into border geniuses. Because it's such an easy map to really play. As long as you play the good operators, it's so easy. Like Archives, Monty, just walk in, plant, Ying everything, Grim everything, play a guy downstairs for the C4s, or even play the Thatcher to disable the C4s to get tossed out. Like, they're really, really easy takes. But they're just choosing to go the difficult route. And that is push into these mirror windows.
Well, somehow they made it work in round number 1, but
boy.
I don't think that's going to happen here in round number 2 as Katsang, nobody knew about him, tucked away downstairs. Ooh, how's he gotten away with that one then?
How was he allowed to do that?
KTH on 20 HP just removes the Selmas off the mirror window. Yeah, no problem, mate. Guy has been downed. Eventually finished off. Katsang maybe needs to start thinking about that rotation, depending on how much information they've got. Does have a C4, so could look to try and utilize that from below, but this is an important engagement, and Crown's going to go down for it. Finished off by KTH. Mirror window will eventually be opened. It has been smashed as well. With Damali falling, there's not a lot separating these two right now, and if you look at the balance of things, Blossom looking a little bit healthier.
Yeah, still a smoke and a C4. 2 C4s, actually. Or B&A. But have they droned? It doesn't look as though they've droned anything, because this player in Fountain is just being allowed to sit here. Almost picked up the ace, who was just slowly but surely walking their way into a death trap, and I think it also is going to be the case. Yeah, an absolute freebie. Oh, he's going to play it patient. He's going to try and wait for 2, but no, just says, I'll take 1 anyway. Does get traded off, but again, that's good information. They know where the Ash is. Roland is onto that one, and a 1v2 now.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Katsang and Roland both have their C4s. Also, Roland almost gets taken out. He's just sat in quite a predictable angle. We've seen the pre-fire come in. Has to now stick to the diffuser. But like I said, 2 C4s should off them out. The defuse comes in. B&A 2 in a row.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Defenders win.
Well, B&A starting to chain a couple of rounds together right now. Awesome. Working to that win condition, trying to get that plan down. But not able to hold it in the post plan. This is where we might start to see the unpicking of Blossom. Previously, when they attacked down in Bathroom and Tellers, they went for a very quick window plant. It's a real common pocket strategy that a lot of teams will use. A lot of ranky stacks will bring it out as well. It doesn't require the most coordination in the world. It should be one that you can get going with, even if you only got 3 or 4 people. You don't even necessarily need a full 5 to make it work. They're not going to be able to do that again because it will be, it'll be in the back of B&A's mind that that is an option. So instead, they are going to have to approach this a little bit differently and go for more of a full clear. But good to see that B&A have got themselves in the game after suffering those first couple of round losses.
Get back into it. They head, however, Ollie, to the Bathroom Tellers, and this is where they got done in by the quick rush. You know, a pretty standard rush, in all honesty. Let's be real with ourselves. And Blossom not looking for that same lineup again. They have the Ying this time, though, but it's very similar where you're just trying to bring in these operators to try and control the round rather than just explode into the round, which is what obviously we're a little bit more accustomed to. Probably just going to be an East take. I mean, you have the Nomad there, so you can just cover off the flanks. Ying, that's actually just to try and bait, more or less, that they're going to go for the same rush. But as you can see, B&A not shaken at all by that. They know they have the Warden there for that exact reason. So just a few wasted Candelas and smokes. Everyone else from B&A been told that, and everything's fine. So Blossom have tried to bait Ollie, but they just haven't really pushed off that at all. I mean, baiting's fine, but you need to take some map control if you do so.
Yeah. MIR are going to be tracked out on the Deimos. Didn't cause too many worries. He knows that they're going to be downstairs, but needs to find a little bit of sanctity on some hard flooring. Track will wear off, of course, and you're going to see an opener. Couple of kills coming in quick and fast. Maybe Blossom, the downer man. Stun. Just going to miss its mark there, and Kai was ready for the swing, but we can see that the player outlines have repositioned, and they're maybe going to go and try that main wall.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Here, a window. It's going to be disabled for the meantime, so Damali still upstairs, but doesn't have that information that you would want to have. Another Ying goes in, the last Ying. And nobody pushes off of this. Tatsang, C4. Takes down Luca. Zerom, doggy, all to do. Down the doggy, as Zerom has been absolutely annihilated by Kai. And he's nowhere to be found, Ollie. He's waiting for the train, he's waiting for the helicopter. He really is waiting for the helicopter, but he can't board it, Ollie.
Please do not board the helicopter.
I always feel as though, if you actually look at the border map, do you not feel as though it's like something you'd see out of like World War Z? You don't think? A little bit?
You know what I always think?
What?
Where's the helicopter going to land? Because it's pretty congested out there, isn't it?
There's quite a lot of traffic. It's definitely, it definitely screams zombie apocalypse, this map, in my opinion.
15 seconds to go.
All the abandoned cars and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. A little bit Walking Dead style.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
Well, time will peter out, and that will be the end of the round. B&A successful. This is what the concern starts to become a bit more of a reality for Blossom. Is that if they're only able to cheese rounds or get rounds in, you know, sort of sneaky ways, little rush strategies, and they haven't got the structure to back that up when they need it, B&A could be on for a 4-2 half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
So, B&A looked pretty good since those first opening 2 rounds, and Blossom have just completely lost the mojo that they were playing with. And again, the success that they've had, Ollie, was quick rushes. They tried to play it slow these past 3 rounds, and they have been punished every single time. So it just makes you think. All I was saying after the first 2 rounds about, oh yes, you know, it looks as though they've improved, it looks as though that they understand. Maybe not the case. Which it's again, it's frustrating to see. I think more than anything for Blossom, it's they're using that, a perfect example, that Ying they used last round. They're using these Candelas, obviously, you know, baiting a rush, for example. If you're going to be throwing the Candelas in and smokes to bait a rush, you then need to try and take other portions off the map at the same time. They've Yinged and smoked for literally no reason. No reason at all. They've taken no map control from that. They've got no picks because of it. Absolute waste. So they just need to do better in that regard.
Oh, what a great kill. Late party. Punishing Damali there on the opening pick. Damali trying for something a little bit cheeky. And he'll pay for it. Allows Late Party to push into the top of those east stairs, and Katsang's going to follow him closely behind. The information seems to be a lot better this time from Blossom. been very effective. Cleaning out a couple of players there inside of the first minute.
So BNA attacking from the back foot, where they've went a little bit too aggressive again, which has kind of been the issue for them. They just want to try and just take these engagements as best as they can. Whenever you're losing them, for a good start for them. Blossom will just now pick apart the remaining few players upstairs. KTH has helped out his team with a C4. I don't know how Roland's still alive, by the way. They know exactly where he is, but nobody's been able to push in and get him killed. That nade will do the job. Kai goes with him as well. Blossom get all the kills off of sight. What was that from BNA? They just tried to take the gunfights. It almost felt like a rank grind more than anything.
Yeah, it really did. It was like the first couple of people just got a bit over aggressive and weren't really playing with the team. No ability to trade off them. And then, yeah, Blossom can just overwhelm BNA and the remaining defenders, essentially. They just get left in a terrible position. 3-3 half. We knew that Blossom weren't the best team at attacking.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
BNA have maintained that 50% defender win rate. I think Blossom maybe overperformed on those attacks based off what we've seen previously. Now it's down to BNA. Are they going to have a slightly different idea of how they want to do this? Already I'm seeing a Blitz and a Ying for a top floor attack, so the answer to that question would be yes. We do have the castle setup going on demo. I've seen it trip up even some of the more experienced sides.
5 seconds left.
I mean, this is what worked really well against Blossom whenever they were playing against it.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So maybe they're going to be copying something similar to what D+ did against them. Really, the idea for the castle is just to shut down a lot of the long angles and try and flood players the way you want them to. They've got a castle barricade with actually a mute jammer on that window as well. But it shouldn't really be too much of an issue for them. It hasn't opened up the holes into catwalk though from office, which is maybe the only thing I would look at changing. Straight away from BNA, I mean, just you look at the lineup and you just say, yeah, this is the way you need to play fast and furious. You've got the Ying, you've got the Blitz ready to go. We'll see how well Blossom can really hold up against it.
Well, already they've got themselves into break room here, and Kai has stormed through, taking Luca down, but trades are going to keep coming. Katsang is going to need some support right now on the Blitz because he's no good at that range on his own. The support will be there, though, from Damali. BNA have an advantage, but it's only a narrow one. Only 60 HP on between two of their players. Doggy and Crown have really got to try and work this, and with the diffuser cold, that's going to need recovering as well. Not immediately going for that, instead just trying to isolate this player and give him the pain. The pistol is going to do the job. Crown was trying to get himself down the hatch and out of dodge, but even that wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah, good attack from BNA. Understood the job of what you need to do on border. Play the operators that make it look so easy, and that's exactly what happened there for them. I think overall, you know, for Blossom, it's just a case of you're getting caught out by obvious stuff, and you kind of need to play a little bit more together as the team. There are some people just getting kind of caught out by themselves, and you need to make sure you can get those trades as best as you can. For BNA, they start off well on border with the first attack. And really, attacks is what you would favor on border. It is, in my opinion, certainly the hacker-sided map in the meta at the moment. Obviously, for Korea specifically, we don't have a huge sample size because we've only seen it played the once, other than here today. And it was, pretty in favor of the defense, and that's because D+ defended it so well, and Blossom just did not attack it that well. So, yeah. See how BNA progress, as once again the operators have got in. Got the Ying, they got the Blitz. No could be this time as well. Just what I want to see, Ollie.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, if it's what you want to see in a lineup, are we going to see what you want to see in gameplay? Got the Skopos being brought. It's not a map that you really think of with the Skopos. I guess the gun's fantastic for these engagements, but there's nowhere really that you're going to be given the chance to really use the ability. Probably going to get shot in the process more often than not.
I think it can be good on Border based on, you know, Border's a rush map. If you feel there's going to be a rush, you just TP back into sight and help your team with the rush. You know, could be a way. The Ying, just as easy as that. Eliminates the Scopos, uses the Candelas. There was the kill just before that. Roland goes down. Now they know the positions of the Sandwich, and is anyone there to help him? Because it could be very easily done where the Blitz just walks in, just kind of segregates him from his team, takes that individual gunfight. That's a dead mute on the board. Damali. See if he can cut off that rotate between Fountain and into Armory. Trying to lock down the Archives as best as he can. But not a lot of movement here from BNA. They need to get that Blitz rotated around and do some damage to this Roamers.
Attackers have located a bomb.
2 HP on the Ying as well. It's not a lot to be going on, is it? Should be able to get the wall open into sight, though, and give themselves an option for a little bit later on.
Ignoring them, or what are they doing with this? Because I really don't know at the moment. I mean, Damali's now rotated downstairs. Almost could have caught the Legion there. He actually lets him go past. Legion knows somebody did just go past that doorway. Damali's got the call that, hey, they've actually left upstairs and they can maybe... Well, I don't know, but this is a little bit strange for BNA. No real clear indicator of what they want to do. Whereas for Blossom, they've called people back down into the site and see if they can hold on these final 40 seconds.
Still something gonna have to give right now. 25 seconds. Blitz will push in and find some success. Plant going down as well as Damali's picked one up in between. A C4 rip, but not ready. All comes down to Crown. We'll find one. Surely he's numbered. Just like that, Damali finish things off. BNA really taking the upper hand in this battle.
Yeah, look at the difference in how both teams are attacking this. You know, Blossom, very slow. Tried to just control the pace, but it doesn't work on board. It's not that kind of map. It's not a clubhouse. It's not a labs. It's not a bank. It's not like that. It's fast. It's furious. You need to play on the upper foot at all times. Blitz is a mainstay. So is Ying. So is Grim. All of those operators are available. BNA are using them. BNA are using the operators that give you that upper hand. They're playing the meta, Blossom or not. That's the difference with both of them. Blossom with a timeout, I think it's well needed. But I think on this map, it's very difficult to deal with the team comp. I think with, you know, shields on board, which has been an issue for a lot of people, and you know, it's caused a bit of a topic to talk about. You know, shields. But look. Shields were good on Border before the changes. Don't forget that. It's just, Border's a well-suited map for shields. It's nice and small. There isn't a mega amount of crossfires that you have to be worried about. A lot of the ways you can push, you're just facing the one way. Flanks don't really happen, which is good for Blitz players. Just a good map, and, you know, BNA are playing it well for them.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Very little meaning in terms of standings. It's a extremely low-stakes game. It's more of a glorified scrim at this stage. But still a good opportunity to get in amongst it and
10 seconds to insertion.
get some reps in.
Reload. 5 seconds left.
when you see the boss GA could come out on someone that's 5 and 5 and not really known for popping off, do wonder a little bit.
Where do we go now for Blossom? You've called the timeout. You've went now into your ventilation and workshop defense. You've already lost your top performer. Katsang has seen to that. Where did he die? Did he spawn peek? What's happened? Where is he? I can't... You see him? Don't see him. Ah. Wait. Is he
I think he's in passport.
Yeah, he spawn peek passport. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Classic. I like to shoot out the top of passport and spawn peek from that onto the little walkway above. Ooh.
Oh.
That was nearly really scary.
Yeah. Thought the Candela actually hit the C4 mid-air as well. I
thought he was on vents for a minute, and I thought the C4 was going to like land behind him.
Oh, you're late, Party. What are you doing? You're the warden. You've just exposed yourself to sandwich window and just died to a Ying. What was that? Here we go. B&A. Just going to hit it. Straight away from the get-go. Rushing in. Flames engulf. Nobody in main door. Never mind. That was close. Katsang, I feel as though let Doggy get a little bit too close there. Diffuser being planted. The boss G upstairs. Not going to be able to get a kill. That's going to be Luca on the other end who picks it up. And that's a horrendous post plant now to try and fight against. The vertical angles need to worry about. Try and retake upstairs perhaps. Upstairs repels are ready and waiting. KTH with the LMG as well. Vigil upstairs. Even if he can try and pick somebody up, but nobody's home. He's going for the jump out. He's going for the run out. But nobody's here. This should be an easy cleanup for B&A, and it's going to be the case as the Ying on top of the bus eliminates 1-4's Zeram with a nice kill with the SMG, but he's going to be out of time, out of luck. KTH picks up his kill. 6-3 for B&A, running away with it on the attacks.
Yeah. A different team since they've got onto the attack, isn't it? They had a really slow start to the game, and I was thinking, oh, is this overtime? Is this, you know... No, we're back in Korea. 6-3. Blossom. Really just looking like they're nowhere near the pace of the game. B&A getting early advantages consistently. And then, you know, even when they don't get the early advantage demo, they're still running away with things.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Playing to that win condition and getting the diffuser down. KTH, Kai, and Roland have all gotten the diffuser down this stage. It's not just a one-person job. It really is whoever needs to, whoever is in that vicinity, whoever's job it is in that round to get it done. I think B&A for me are one of the teams that show a lot of promise demo. Obviously, they do tend to crumble when they come up against the bigger sides.
10 seconds to go.
But this is their wheelhouse, isn't it? You know, going up against similar or opponents that are maybe a bit further down the pecking order.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, this is kind of the spot for B&A, isn't it? It's, you know, cemented themselves as a top 6 team. There's no doubt about that, but really any top 4 remnants just is not going to be on for them. So for B&A, it's just building the momentum. I mean, the secured top 6, we know that, so anything here they get is going to be a bonus. They would like just to close it out here and finish in a flawless attacking half for them. They win this round, they don't drop a beat on the attacks. They've got the Ying and Glaz combination this time around. So shields off the menu. So Glaz, wonder what position is going to be played. Looks to be towards the vent window, Wally. They're going to be sat there. You know, they can lock down the crosses. Kai actually going to be used in more of an aggressive standpoint, almost like an entry Ying Ollie is going to throw the Candelas and see if he can aggress on into that catwalk and push into break room. It is going to be the Warden. Late Party is here ready for it. The Mali picks up one, but not the second. And Late Party, like we mentioned, was ready for all of this. And the Warden is going to make good value off those spectacles. That's a 2 versus 4. Katsang and KTH both separated as well. Both on the other side of the map from each other. They'll have to worry about break room. They don't know that it's currently clear as Late Party's actually left that position. Went back to try and help his teammates on site. Oh, you don't want to be giving your position away. And that's actually bought some time for Katsang to jump in the window and get a pick. Very easy one at that. That's a 2 versus 3.
Goes from being quite difficult to quite doable now, doesn't it? Especially if KTH and Katsang can link up in some sort of way. Not too far away from one another now. And with this breaching charge going off, it'd be a good opportunity to try and pinch onto that player in the fountain. The big problem they've got is the BP down at the end of the corridor. Yeah. Doggy's going to be watching that, and well, if he knows where you aren't, he knows where you likely are. You also have no ability to try and open this wall. There's one Selma,
I think.
But is he going to get into position to be able to use that? Good opportunity here, but in honesty, I think that Blossom probably need to misplay this quite significantly. Good swing here from Katsang with the audio.
No way.
The distraction there of the Selma is going to be enough. 20 seconds left. Still time to make this happen, but KTH falling. All hope dwindles. Pick up 2 kills. As Glaz. Close range shotgun for 1 engagement. A little bit of a long range Juicy Malusi on the other. Live ping information. It was never going to be an easy one. Blossom hang in.
I mean, it was close. It certainly shouldn't have been that close, but it was. I think for B&A, it's a case of they've kind of they've understood how to play it, but I feel as though they didn't really synergize with the operators that they had. You know, the Ying should be getting backed up. You know, as those Candelas go in, yes, Ying should be going in towards Catwalk, but somebody else should be coming in from the break door also to help him. You know, it seemed very individual from B&A that round compared to what we've seen previously, which is working together, working in conjunction. They get back from Tellers again. Look at the lineup. Blitz straight back into the fold. Okabe, Lion, and the Ying. So plenty of information. It just all comes down to how well Blossom can deal with all of this being thrown at them. You know, you've got the Warden, you've got traps, you've got C4s there. Got the MIR probably going to go upstairs again.
I think for B&A, it's a known what they're going into, isn't it? A lot of it just comes down to flashy plays like what Late Party had. He had a quiet game up until that point. He got 3 kills in that previous round, so probably sat around 4 and 10 before last round. 4 and 9, should we say? B&A looking fairly well stacked up right now. Going to be approaching the old CCTV side of things. Top floor clear is going to be the order of the day. It's just the same on border every time, isn't it? Regardless of where you're attacking, you're going to need control in some capacity of that CCTV room. It's always a great place to start. From there, they can look to work across into Armory and over into Office. Damali not going to be doing much in this round, aside from watching flank cams. Luca dealt with him very early on. I don't think he'd even made a call demo.
Nope. So that's Damali for you. He goes a little bit too gung-ho at times. Late Party. Great shot on the Katsang. Takes him out as well. Now we're in a position, again for B&A. They've went too aggressive at the wrong time and they've been punished because of it. Now for Blossom, all they have to do is sit in their hands, but see, if you start doing stuff like this, oh, that's where I worry. You can sit in the safety of the mirror window instead of trying to creep up. You know, it's just little things like this. Della's come in, but the Warden should be there to give the cover. Should be there to give the cover, and will be. Late Party just about gets that kill. Look at that, the power of the mirror window. Takes out Roland. 1v5 for KTH. Don't see him clutching this one anytime today. See if he can pad the stats. Who's going to give him some kills? Who's going to take the charge? See that rotate coming in from the catwalk as well. But no, it's going to be Luca. Gets the kill for Blossom. 6-5 Ollie. A flawless as well. Or
Yeah.
Blossom. One more round and we go to OT again.
And now Blossom have done a really good job there of securing that round, and it was very one-dimensional from B&A, wasn't it? Everything mounted through that CCTV and break room side. Such a simple mirror window as well, not dealt with. Candela goes too far. And there's vert available onto that mirror window. Like, there's loads of options. Could even go onto the roof and pop a nade down. I mean, it really is unending. Good little mirror window, but it isn't one of the ones that is incredibly hard to deal with. Like, there are really straightforward and well-known ways and means of getting rid of it. Now you sit here and you think, well, are we going to go 3 for 3 demo?
I think for my sanity, I hope not. I really hope not. But look, B&A, they're round to lose. I think with the way that they played during the opening rounds of their attacks, if they just play like that again, use the blitz aggressively. Make sure everyone can play off them. That's the main thing. It's the team synergy that you need. Here, Boss G. Saram, are we looking for any spawn picks, perhaps? Looks as though he's actually making rotates with Ollie. That's a lot of shots he's putting out. Which is one thing people forget. You can use the Boss G as a way of making rotates and open up some head holes if needed. This is going to be that push where they went really fast, Ollie, with the Capitao to flame off everything. Jump in, go for the plant. Have the Blitz maybe go in upstairs and try and cause some chaos. Maybe looking towards jail at the moment. That could be where they want to try and get in from. But they don't have any hard breach, so they can't really get into jail anyway. So they really are headlocked into going for this push either upstairs or maybe finding a way in through passport door ollie straight into customs. I mean, Blitz again can just charge his way in. It's only one player in there at the end of the day. If you can just isolate him, then it's a freebie.
I think it really depends on what they find out on the drones in the next few seconds as to where they go. Worryingly. I suppose one... Kaya's just been flicking a couple of drones there, and Katsang's going to flick as well. I was a bit concerned there. There was a bit of a lack, but certainly setting themselves up for something here, going a little bit slower. Do need to be cautious, though, because we've already seen today what a single Warden can do, and you might have Candelas, you might have a Blitz, but late party's been a little bit hit and miss so far. Candela? Just primed and ready. Kai's waiting for the signal. EMP goes off downstairs. That's going to allow the drone to move through and gather a bit of info. They're really looking to try and single out late party right now. Candela is going to do nothing to him. He can activate the goggles. But if he doesn't get caught looking at the window at the right time, a brilliant pick there from late party. And if that was all that B&A had, they probably don't deserve to win the game.
Still got a blitz though, Ollie. They're still possible for this round to go in their favor. Damali and pushing in by himself, and Blitz just ADSs. Gets eliminated. And B&A look as though that they have choked this 6-3 lead, and we are going to go to overtime for the third time today. Late party upstairs. All he has to do is stay alive. The diffuser is being planted. Roland goes down, and now Kai has no support whatsoever. Has to do it all by himself. I'm gonna try and stick the diffuser, but this will be an easy cleanup from anyone from Blossom. Doesn't even give him that satisfaction. Actually saves the KD. And here we go, Ollie. 6-6 again.
We shouldn't have spoken about it, should we? We've willed it into existence. How can B&A look so good and so bad in one half of attack?
Korea. That's the Korea syndrome.
It blows my mind.
See whenever the special guest he comes and casts with us next week. Honestly, we're gonna have to ask him, has he watched Korea this stage? And if he says no, don't tell him anything.
Yeah.
Right? We need to make it out of this league. It's brilliant. It's like brilliant league. Unbelievable. All the teams here, it's so competitive. Unbelievable. You know, look at last week. So many overtimes. But we don't tell them about the quality of the game. We keep that hidden. I'm going to start saying late party. Honestly, future Hammer winner.
He's a massive troll though, isn't he?
Oh boy.
How is the way that we're dealing with the Warden?
How is it 6-6? What's going on?
Mate, we've literally watched them think about Candela in a Warden, realized it's a Warden, so didn't Candela. Someone stood on a rappel for 40 seconds to a minute with a Candela in the hand.
Let's ADS and trying to go for these long range fights as well, just in the open.
An armory wall, meanwhile, is soft behind the Warden, and no one's thought to just go and bang him through the wall. And he's allowed to get a kill onto the window, which is like the oldest angle in the book. B&A stick on the attack, Blossom stick on the defense. It's been a day of teams staying on the side they start on today. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing right now. It's been equal 3-3 half so far. The way that B&A must be feeling, though, having choked a 6-3 lead, I don't think it matters which side they're on. They shouldn't be here right now.
No. C4 actually missed as well. It was Lloyd from Doggy from below. Cat's Eye able to take out that player from below. And Blossom on the back foot. This looks a lot better from B&A. They know, so they can have a game plan. They know what they want to go for. A great swing, though. And Luca able to take out Cat Sang. And goes the Thatcher. I mean, not as though the Thatcher, you know, big utility spent. Not really. Damali looking to be a one-man army up here. He needs to try and get somebody with him. See if he can get the trade if he does fall, because it's happened to him a few times here this game where he's tried to move in by himself and he's been caught out because of that. You can see the pressure starting to build in these players upstairs. You've got 3 attackers all scattered. One towards office, one obviously towards metal. Damali walking in free archives now with the support off that Ying. See a drop come in and yeah, the Vigil gets caught out. So 2 versus 4 now. A really good start for B&A, and it should be a good finish here. They have a minute left, 2 players to find. Oh, sorry, 3 players still left. I mean,
I can't believe you're discounting Luca. He's got 8 HP.
Sorry, I know exactly. Sorry, I didn't see him there at the end. Oh, a C4 comes in from Roland though, which that makes things a little bit more interesting. And if B&A ball this one, Ollie, you really worry about them.
Yeah, you do. It was a brave pickup there as well, because I think there was still a bit of information. There's a few yellow pings kicking around. No one on cameras, though, so maybe just audio. 34 seconds, and really is on B&A to do something right now. Blossom. Best they can do is just hold on and hope. As these vertical angles get further exposed, it's going to cause a bit of aggro. Warden Glass is activated. Too little too late, though. Plant has already gone down. Candela's did a really good job of zoning things out there. Doesn't matter if you're the Warden, if you can't see where the plant is going down. Crown will find himself one, but has got a bit of vert to play with right now. Isn't going to even get that far. Damali on the same level inside the site. Luca gone for the big rotation upstairs. Gets the glimpse as he was hitting the reload. Instead, going to go and drop. He's still got Damali to get through. B&A once again. That point.
Is it going to be another 8-6? It seems to be the running trend. We go to OT. Whoever wins that round number 13, go on to win round number 14. And it's just done in 2 in the OT. So B&A, they go on the defense. Again, it was an even split both halves. So it doesn't really favor one side or the other. So for Blossom, they have to attack. For B&A, as long as they just don't run at them and just don't give away silly picks, he should be fine.
Easier said than done, Harry.
It is, but...
And I don't pull out the Sunday name often.
Everyone's thinking,
everyone's thinking, is there a third person on? Is this a TriCast? Has Harry just been quiet this whole time? Who the hell's Harry? Of course, not to be confused with our own Harry that we have in Rainbow Six Siege.
He's dead, by the way.
R.I.P.
Deimos killed him. Long live Deimos. Hey, operator.
We were playing Ranky last night, and again, I don't like naming names, but we came up against some of the most sweaty, try-hard, like ELO-loving people. Like, they'd have been your people.
Sorry about that. Sorry
You'd
about
have loved them. You would have loved them. We were just wanting to hop on and have a nice chilled afternoon and evening with the boys, and we were coming up against just not even like pro team stacks, just ultimate sweat stacks.
You should be quite happy that currently my stack isn't currently playing in the EU servers. We've had to migrate.
Right.
Had to meet in the middle. We've had to play MENA servers.
Marley there dancing with danger.
I don't want to see just these
He always does it though, doesn't he?
missions, you know, swinging for no reason.
Well, that's how they lost the first round.
Mirror has been dealt with fairly quick. But for Blossom, where do they want to go? This is the thing with Blossom. It doesn't feel as though they have a clear indicator of, okay, what is the win con? What is going to be the win condition? You've got players still inside a break room. One side inside Brazil, Damali, able to take that kill, and it's going to be a 4 versus 4, and he can rotate just simply back into the site again. Kai with another. Where was that from? He actually killed the player downstairs, Ollie, as they were looking to rotate in towards Passport.
Things looking pretty good for BNA at the moment. The call going to dissipate there from Lion.
How has he gotten out of there?
Kai still running around downstairs. This is why Legion's so good, by the way. He's so flexible.
Okay, yeah.
You pull that super shorty out and you can go pretty much anywhere you need. He's able to make it up main stairs, which it looks like he is. I mean, that's probably round winning right there. Still got Luca droning out blooming CCTV.
Yeah, no Ash charge either. You've got Selma's available, but the mirror window, if there's a mute jammer on it, it'll be no good. And you have to toss an 8 in. I think BNA too strong right now to try and break down. There goes the Selma. No mute jammer though. Is surprising, so it will be opened up. And he has a smoke. He can just stall out the round, even if he dies. Just fire in the canisters. I expose himself. Wings towards Metal. The Mali and KTH need to play together here. They need to try and play as a team. Don't like this angle from KTH. He shifts over. Actually trades. A down as well has happened to late party, so it's going to be Luca in the 1 versus 2. I don't think he really has time to go for the hiccup here on the Rev. 10 seconds to go. Exposure from Damali. He's going to try and dig himself into the corner and able to get the kill through the wall. Well, BNA, there you go to OT as well. But again, Ollie, another 8-6 today in Korea.
Another share of the spoils when it comes down to the points. BNA getting it done eventually. They really don't give themselves the easiest time of things. Big performance again from Damali. That usually goes hand in hand with a BNA win. It was backed up today by players like Katsang and KTH. What a brawl. Blossom. What an account they've given of themselves as well on the last play day of the stage before we head into playoffs and LCQs. Heart almost bleeds from that they didn't come away with more than just 1 point out of this, but ultimately the better team come away with the lion's share. We're going to hit a very short break. After that, we'll be back with Mr. Milosh. Don't go anywhere.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Muted. All right, here we go. Now I can
Hello,
promise
everyone.
it. Welcome back, everybody. We are indeed living in Groundhog Day here in Korea. The simulation continues on, and here is our play day. Who would have thought it? At the end, the game is done. Let's just get the positives in this case. BNA take it, but it took to OT to close it out. Then.
Yeah, again, another 8-6. Korea today are just treating them. We've barely had any OTs the entire stage, and they were saving them all for the last day. It's as plain as day to see. But look, I think both teams today wasn't a great showing, I think, for both of them. I think both teams were very individual today more than anything. Wasn't a whole lot of team play, mostly coming down to individuals playing big. Look, Damali, again, usual suspect that we always look at for before and after.
Yeah, I think the biggest amount of team play we probably saw was round number 2 when Blossom did like a nice little blitz, Glaz, Capital, rush strategy on the bathroom tellers bomb site, and they got that off. Aside from that, did we see any team play? We saw dribs and drabs, but we didn't see a lot of trade game. It was real individual, and whether it was Late Party that was picking up a lot of kills, whether it was Damali, KTH, Katsang, someone was carrying the round, and it just felt like a war of attrition between these two. I don't think we'd have ever got to a scoreline where one team had won, more than 3 or 4 rounds in a row, because they were just so back and forth. As we were kind of expecting, to BNA to have the upper hand, but I was expecting it to go regulation, not necessarily overtime. But credit on Blossom, they've come out and they've put in a massive performance on a day where they arguably didn't have to.
Absolutely. Now, our MVP for this game, McCrown did very, very well, but it wasn't enough to push it across the line. It was Damali on the other side to bring BNA before and after into the game once more and close it out in overtime. 8-6 again, as we're saying. 16-9 demo. Great performance today, but we have another game to go. Now, will it be an 8-6? Who the hell knows? That one Kia take on Webel in our final matchup. I think we're going to take a very quick break. When we get back, we'll dive into this one and we'll see if we get map variety, if we get round variety. I'm just looking for something different on our very final day of Korea's group stage before we head into playoffs next week. See you in a moment.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch que je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée. j'ai que la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. Nice now. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though.
Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Got you tulips in a hand up boss like communist. No, I can never.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 South Korea League. Our final game of this group stage is about to begin. Webel versus the Monkia D+. A lot of pressure on D+ to show up, as every single game today has been an overtime 8-6 victory. But will it continue on the stress here for D+ as they try their best today? Demo, another giant to be slain in Korea?
No, I don't think that's going to be the case here today. I think D+ have looked pretty good. Look, obviously the losses that they've had have been to FEARX and to PSG Talon respectively. It's the top two teams they've lost to, and for D+, I think against the lesser teams, the teams below them, they've looked very good against. You know, haven't really struggled at all. Not as though they went to overtime in any of those games. So yeah, I think D+ will come in here, they'll get the job done, they'll play for a bit of pride, bit of momentum going into the playoffs.
Obviously coming in off the back of a couple of losses as well. They lost to PSG Talon and they lost to FEARX last week. So there's maybe something to read into there. Is this the bounce back for them? Are they on the downward trajectory? I mean, those are going to be tough games anyway. They weren't anywhere near as close as we thought that they were going to be, given that we picked D+ as one of the top teams in the league. But as Demo said, against the lesser opposition, they've tended to do quite well. So I'm expecting to see that here again today.
I think everybody is, and we'll definitely dive into those numbers once we get into the match itself. But who is on the other side? Of course, it is Webble. And Webble, I mean, they come in with, I think, for me also, the expectations were quite low. But here they are now in the top 6. They're looking to make it into playoffs, and they're definitely not taking any naps on this squad. Did you see what I did there? They're not sleeping under the moon.
Yes.
Get them out.
No.
Get them
I
out
did
here.
see that.
We're all
Milosh,
losing our minds
I could
today.
say that what you're talking about.
You know, Zad's very
Get
true.
me out. Get me out. Get me out.
How do you do it with Copedayo?
I don't think you did. I think you just end it with Zad's crazy.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, you know, they would Copedayo. No, I don't know. I was trying to. Yeah, they could cop a day victory. I'm talking about this. Anyways, there's our map vetoes. We'll bring them up on the screen for you as our game is pretty much all set. Hey, if you have better ways to say Copedayo and kind of fit it into the whole narrative, please let us know. Demo, can you walk us through our bans?
Yeah. I think for the most part for D+, they're probably gonna be, favoring the stuff that they've already played. So a bit of Clubhouse has been one that they've played. Labs as well is another one. I mean, I think out of like the big teams, D+ is probably the team that has like shown the most maps. I think they've played like 5 maps out of the pool. And we had the Labs. Look, it's a map they've already played twice. They looked really good against MIR Gaming on it. They took a 7-1 victory there, but MIR Gaming honestly were pretty bad that day though, to be fair. So I don't know if it's a bit of a kind of gloss over victory where it doesn't really tell the whole tale. But still, I think Labs, this is going to suit D+ really, really well, considering that Webbles they're a team who have kind of struggled on these kind of maps, the more open maps. You think about the very first play that they had, they went to Lair and they got beat 7-1 by FEARX there. So I think for Webble, this is going to be a really tough battle.
Would you agree, Ollie?
I would agree. I think that Webble are going to have a tough time here. Are we not going to introduce you, Milosh?
Would you like to?
Well, it seems a little bit strange that you've stuck around, but if you don't want to introduce yourself, then, I mean, the Queen or the King never introduces themselves, do they? So I will introduce you for
There are no kings or
everybody
queens
else.
here, my love. No
Milosh is going to
kings
join
and
us for this as a little bit of a tri-cast.
Yeah.
Now, there's a few reasons. The main reason is obviously being a little bit of a longer day here in Korea. Another reason is
having fun. You wanted me to be on.
Well, that's the second reason. I'm getting to that reason. And the second reason is the reason that everyone remembers. We wanted to have some fun with Milosh and we wanted to get him on the broadcast. Now, obviously, Milosh, you did a little bit of casting at Manchester.
Yeah. I mean, carried that, but yes.
But in terms of recent stuff, obviously, we know that you've been around. But yeah, welcome to the other side of things, eh?
Honestly, it's always fun to take a look at what's happening on that other side, because hanging up the boots is one thing, coming back to enjoy it with friends is another. And
you wear
frankly,
boots while you're casting?
Don't you?
That's a bit weird.
Or the doggies are out for this. Or is that just the Lynx thing? I don't know.
The dogs are woofing.
the dogs are indeed woofing, and I am curious because I never really got to cast Nighthaven. You just get to watch it, but then to see it is kind of after my days. But I'm not surprised to see this. The Blitz, but then a Fuse Shield. We had this in EU a few days ago. I like this as kind of like a remaking an old Vitality way of doing things. We're talking years ago at this point. But this was indeed a strategy that was employed in EU a couple days ago on Chalet, which is reminiscent of that ancient strategy. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that Fuse play.
I mean, PSG Talon, they did it last week, did they not?
Yeah, I was going to say the whole shield and the whole Fuse Shield thing. You were getting excited about it last week, Demo. I can't remember if it was on EU or if it was on Korea.
No, it was Korea because PSG Talon did it, and it was on Lair.
So there. Is that not what do you want to see? The people want to witness it. They want to witness some few shields.
No, because then we have to give Fabian credit then, don't we? And we don't want to do that.
That's true. Never do that. That is rule 1. And there is Woogieman with the first kill on Moon. Nice.
I think he must have been on his own there. What a shot on the second as well. Woogieman punishing Naps. You can only think that Woogie must have been in that vicinity as well. And to ADS at that sort of range as a blitz, it's a bit of a no-go.
Honestly, it's frustrating. As the blitz, he's done great at clearing away catwalk, which again is always a tricky position. The thing is with the blitz is that you need to keep him alive for then that final minute, because generally you would rotate your shield player to the backside of Fish, and you try and push in through the Aquador. One little thing as well I picked up that Woogieman just on. Woogieman has just placed down his mirror window. He did not place down the mirror window initially on the triple wall of Garage. And that's because anyone who places it early, you're just going to have a Blitz run straight up catwalk, punch the mirror window, it's null and void. So they've killed the Blitz, and then they placed the mirror window down, and they've been able to get kills from it. Genius.
Yeah, didn't place it until the Ash died as well. The fact that Woogieman's still alive and he's had 3 kills playing in and around that mirror window. You know, on the Maverick, 45 seconds left, and is he just going to hide? Is he just going to jump on Repel and try and find his one?
You're saving the op at this point. I mean, you just sit on the outside, you get a pick, but this is clearly we're going to take our time and talk about it because things did not work at all. And you can chalk it up, if you ask me, to just Woogieman being better, popping off in the round, getting 2 entry kills on the defense, on the Mira, just moving around, even as the setup was not completely done on the site. It is incredible to witness, but you kind of have to give him credit and be like, okay, guys, let's cool down before this spirals out of control. We don't need to use one of our timeouts for this. Let's just take it easy. And it might seem cheap, fair enough, for those that aren't really in the know out there, but I think this sort of thing is very important. I think it also shows like that sort of restraint is pivotal, I would say, even for teams to realize when they really messed up and just kind of go back to the drawing board, cool down, relax, sit back into it. Because I don't think D+ are going to let their feet off the gas at all. Just how the team has been in the past, really.
No, I think you're right. I remember the first couple of times that we saw this tactical timeout, sort of impromptu tactical timeout. And it was like players had reinvented the wheel. And now it just started, it's something that you see in blooming ranky stacks, and you're like, bro, it's not that deep. Like, just... I
mean, even in official games, people are like, why are you saving KD? Get in there. Yeah. You know, it's even frowned upon these days as well.
Yeah.
I think
it's definitely something you'll get trash talked for.
Yeah.
But you know, like, they know the value of it, really.
Yeah.
But you're gonna get a bit trashed for it.
5 seconds left.
What do we think of the old? We got the old Deimos being brought this time. I think great sight for Deimos demo.
I'm looking at the Deimos pick, and naturally you look at it as, oh yes, you can like floor bang people if you track them, but realistically for basement defenses these days, you need to try and roam. You just cannot allow teams to kind of set up. It plays very similar to what Clubhouse is. The Clubhouse basement, you need to try and get active. You just cannot allow a team to set up, do all the vertical work, open up main breaches, and just walk in and plant for absolutely pennies. So I think teams obviously have kind of developed a meta where you need to roam now. It can be, you know, just a simple, you know, send a vigil out in the roam, he can do his thing, or it can be as extensive as you're dealing with the castle barricades as well, and a lot of rotates. And what a run out here from Woogieman! Oh, misses his shot! Oh boy!
It's a good job he's the fastest operator in the game, isn't it?
Yep, be quiet and tear out.
Yeah, to sneak his way back in. It's a fact. How can I be another person as I'm stating a fact?
Yep, yep.
I say it so infrequently as well.
Just be real.
Well, maybe, well, believe it or not, Demo, it's Oryx's ability to move quickly.
Honestly, all of these characters in the game that have this like, crazy ability.
Characters, Milosh.
Whatever. They have good characters, okay? But Oryx's whole ability is I went to the gym. Just like Sledge's whole ability is Big Hammer. And I love that. I love that so much. It really is more relative compared to Yana, for example, or something like that. But if I'm looking at the lineup here from Webel, I love the fact that they realize, hey, look, if our biggest problem is going to be dealing with roamers or just getting kills, we still need someone to do the heart breach. What do? They bring 2 sets of heart breach utility on the Buck and on the Striker. The Striker is a very good operator to add for this. You have the ITA secondary shotgun, you have EMPs, a lot of things to help, which is why Striker is so important for this lineup if they can actually get to the site and start breaching.
I think the worry that I've got for Webel right now is that they've got all those tools. It's about using them in the right order. There's still a camera upstairs for the Valkyrie, and look at Coated's position right now. He's in such a great spot, real rat corner, and he's just keeping himself safe and waiting to the time that he makes his play. Now, is this going to be the second time that we see Naps on the Blitz just caught out there because he doesn't have anyone on his shoulder right now? JLT is going to start things off. That Blitz not having the desired effect, Demo.
Our biggest issue is the diffuser carrier. Why does Finka have the diffuser on cargo stairs? Why is it not with the other guys pushing in for Reanimus? It's a big blunder from Webel, just as something as simple of who has the diffuser. Look, I don't think it would have made a big difference. I think D+ have just kind of sat in their hands and waited for the collapse to come in, and they've done that extremely well. But just little things I noticed during the game, and yeah, time's going to tick out, and Webel lose another round.
Fundamentals, really, it's coming down to, isn't it? Diffuser being in the wrong spot, Blitz not being supported. I mean, that looks like when I play Blitz, because no one wants to support me on the Blitz because I'm not that good at it, really. I know it's a good operator, so I'm trying to crutch onto stuff, you know.
Look, this is one thing that Demo mentioned earlier in the day about. Whoever is on Blitz needs to catch hesitation and seize the opportunity, right? Your whole...
I think that was me that said that. Let's not give Demo the credit for that one.
You know what? You have the theory of Blitz down to a T. I will absolutely give you that, Ollie. I mean, if the execution is something that Demo has, you have the theory completely locked in, because that is probably the best way to describe the way that you're supposed to play Blitz. You're revealing yourself, you're putting yourself in front of your opponents, but you're not doing it the same way as the Monty, because you can easily get shot and take damage, so you cannot be as in your face and just trying to hold it in position, like standing there menacingly, as a Monty does. You need to be more proactive, and you need to sense that hesitation. And I think there's a lot more to playing Blitz than just rush up and shoot, because you need to know when do you rush up, when do you go around the corner. That also has to do with your teammates giving you proper information, and you also having a lot of experience and what we call game sense to really be able to predict what your opponents will do. There's a lot of practice that goes into it, which is why when you see somebody tries to pick up a Blitz when they're not really sure what they're supposed to do, that it fails horrendously, which kind of looked at what we got before. I'm hoping Naps will kind of wake up out of one right now and get into it. But we'll see if the Ram plus Grim combo is going to help them out to isolate players. I think that might be what they're looking for here, Webel.
I think the Blitz is only as good as the team. The team play has to be there as well. It can be such an impactful operator. And for things like this, it's great. You know, little solo roam clear. The team isn't too far behind you. You've got a couple of drones working ahead. It's going to be a tough mirror window to deal with,
I love this mirror window. This is great. I mean, this is just them completely reading into how Webel want to play labs, and I'm sure probably scrims, you know, this is probably where the information would come from. You know, scrims are a big thing. If you scrimmed against somebody and you're against them, you know what maps you've played against them as well, and sometimes you see teams ban it because, you know, scrims haven't went so well. This mirror window, you know, not being accounted for at all for Webel. And that's actually a nice little push, little nade into the sight lines of Moon. The C4 misses, though, from below. Realistically, for Webel, all they need to do is get the floor ripped up, get some people rooted out of their positions, which they're doing right now. Is down goes Yunsang, who is trying to go for that flank, but he has been shut down by the Blitz. Then get the Blitz rotated over towards that single window, jump in through storage, and get an easy plant. That should be the name of the game.
Riggyman just looking up there, trying to get a bit of audio and get a bit of direction. D+, they're going to have to pull something out right now. First part of the round has gone very well for Webel. Now it's about making sure that they finish as strongly as they started. There's still a little bit for him to get through here. Biggest problem for D+ right now is that there's only MV Taylor that has a C4. Wigglyman has already spent his and not really received too much for it. Coated immediately batted away now as Wigglyman's going to fall in the sight, and Coated can't for the life of him make his way up those cargo stairs. Plant's going to go down and there's no one there to stop it. Good shot from Coated, but he's going to need a few more of them if he's going to hope to try and retake here alongside MV Taylor. I think he might have a bit of information as to where that blitz is. There was some info knocking around inside of the site. MV Taylor going to pick off Zad. But still, there is more to do right now. 25 seconds and players in these elevated positions on these rotations. As the time ticks further and further down, it becomes more and more impossible. Going to be Moon and Naps. Blitz this time, surviving right up until the bitter end, doing what they do best.
I love that. Isolate a site, go for it, come into the execution, run on the attack. But I actually want to ask Demo a thing of this, because obviously Demo is basically a pro in all ways, in more ways than one in the game. Off of seeing the amount of labs that you have, do you think, and especially in pro play, does it go more in favor of attackers or defenders, and why do you think that's the case?
I honestly think attack, as long as you know how to play it well. I think it's a very easy map to attack, very similar to the way Clubhouse has kind of developed into, I think, a lot more teams favoring the attack. Whenever teams...
Does it have to do with the layout?
I think it's more the case if it's one of those maps where there's a lot of hard breach walls you need to open up. You know, Chalet doesn't really have that. Border doesn't have that. Cafe definitely doesn't have that. This is more on the same terms as what Bank and Clubhouse is. And we've seen how oppressive some of the attacks can be. You know, those maps show. You think about Basement. You know, how many times we've seen a Basement just get swept by the attackers because they've done the basics right. I think Labs is in that same fundamental area. You do the basics right. You open up the walls. You open up as many angles as you can. You then have your push coming in from Fish using the shield. You then have everyone else flooding in through Garage. You just walk in the site and plant. It's really easy on the surface of things, but if teams can't do the basics, which is what we've seen in this league, I draw your attention back to D+ versus MIR Gaming. MIR Gaming couldn't even open the blooming wall. They were always going to lose the attacks.
I'm very curious then how D+ respond to this, because one thing that's been kind of concerning but also nice to see is that Webble are changing their operator lineup every single time. This time, no more Striker. We're going for the hardcore on the Thatcher. They realize that, hey, now we're back on the site where, in this case, Wookieeman absolutely smashed us. We're going to stay alive. We're going to smash that wall, and then from it be able to enter. But they still have to clear a couple roamers that'll be putting around, especially the Bandit in this case, now that the batteries are no longer useful, and can just chuck a Nitro, denying any plant, as players just kind of directly enter into site.
Yeah, I think this is where Vert really comes into its own on this site. I think it's pretty underutilized, but Blitz is going to do a reasonable job of taking control of Catwalk as is. But it's still a horrible 90-degree angle to try and challenge onto, and he's got a lot of vulnerabilities. Mirror window is disabled. He does have Finker on his shoulder, but he's just taking tons of chip damage right now. Finker can try and keep him up as best as possible, but the impact's coming out as well. There's a nade getting thrown in to try and stop anybody from immediately peeking. It's that risky moment where you have to turn your back to everything to really get away. He's going to have to come up with an alternate line of approach.
Just has to stall out the flames. It's quite a simple attack now for Webble on the surface of things. It's this Warden that they have to go through. He has that shotgun ready, and with the HP on the Blitz, not going to be a favorable engagement for him. Just one shrapnel to the foot or shoulder, wherever it is he can find, and he should be taken out. Final checks before they go for it. The drone is there, but that shield he can easily fall back to, but he's going to front it up with the shotgun. This should be an easy cleanup you'd expect from the Warden, but never mind! He just looks at the Blitz and gets taken out by his teammate, but it's okay though, because Yunsang is there behind the shield.
Well, pretty close there, but you gotta be careful. Wookie immediately swings around, takes down Moon, turns it back into a 3v3, but that Mira is now downed. They can't really pick him up in this position. They have to go in for the fight, and okay, gets it on the other side, but it's still down to the 1v2.
Difficult position to be left in there for the remaining defenders. Great push, really good recognizing of where the weakness was there. And I think Webble exploited that fantastically. They recognized, right, well, if they're going to play that mirror window, we need to neutralize it, so we'll go up and bash it. And then where's the best place for them to sort of tuck away and retreat back to? Well, it's kind of the top of fish stairs, right? They take the time getting through that zone
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
and eventually get the job done there. Second round for Webble here. Not doing too badly on the face of things, really, Demo. Going toe-to-toe at the moment with D+.
Doing all right. I think right now for Webble, I think it's impressive that Inno has lost 2 rounds and won 2 rounds, and he hasn't died in any of them, which I think is...
How does that happen?
Is he baiting? Who knows? But look, D+, losing that top floor, I think the Warden more than anything, just... I don't know why he's just standing there in the middle, just in the open with a Blitz. You know, surely he needs to be expecting that... Right, the Blitz, 1, has to either charge him down, which is going to expose his legs, and even then, you have the guy behind the shield stopping that Blitz from charging down anyway, and 2, you should be ready for that guy swinging behind the Blitz. Common sense. Sometimes it's difficult for people to find.
I don't know whether they call it common. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's been common ever, really. But you know, you talk about common sense, kind of trying to figure out how things go. I'll only like to add the constant hindsight and the fact that we get to see everything how it shapes up on our end, and things look a lot more common versus commentators. That's why they call us commentators, right? Right, Ollie? Because we're common potatoes. But we're looking to see who gets baked here, because so far the Splits and Naps is not able to find anyone, but at least pushing back, taking territory.
Activating presence reduction. Reload!
Drone ready.
Is there a 4th caster waiting on the team? No, maybe there
Oh,
was.
well, there it is.
Maybe there's a 4th caster waiting for, but I mean, just simple drone work. As easy as that, Moon. Drones his own kill for himself. Give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Give a man a fishing rod.
He can catch his own fish.
There we go.
Bomb located by attackers.
What about give a man 2 drones? Can he get 2 kills?
I know what he's done. This is, again, good setup from Webble. That's what I mean whenever I say the attacks are really easy. As long as you can just set up, clear away utility, open up the walls, get the verticality done.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Piece of cake. Remember, you're dealing with... It's another bomb site that you're dealing with 3 different hatches. Again, similarities to Basement Clubhouse is far and few between.
It's surprising how much that they've given away, though. Inno's been able to get so much work done on Striker there, and
Bomb diffuser.
he's got himself tucked in. Naps still really trying to make this blitz work. Going to be at the back of cargo. If the drone clear has done its job, then everything should be fairly straightforward from this point on. A little bit of drone work to figure out who's where. Nade, that's going to push everyone out and destroy the Kiba, and the plant already going down. Naps, you can start to try and push up and isolate some of these players a little bit. Now Dan want to run a post plant. MV Taylor going to grab the first. Desperately trying to plug up the holes in that breach with the Kiba barricades. Moon got a really good flank watch right now through the hatch and the soft wall, and can take MV Taylor down. Oh, Woogie man. He hits some shots that just look impossible sometimes. His reaction is insane. But unfortunately for him, it's probably not going to be enough in this instance. JLT encoded. They're eventually just going to get whittled away, and with 11 seconds, 2 kills, and an activated diffuser to deal with, there's not a lot that you can put Coated able to do here. Finds one somehow, but it was a stat padder regardless of how nice the shot was. Webble successful downstairs on the attack.
Yeah,
You
easy it
can't-
is.
Yeah, yes, Demo. Go ahead.
Understand? That's what I mean. It's you open the walls, you do your clear, and you walk in and plant. This is labs. This is why I think it is attacker-sided. E+ are just given way too much space. Way too much space. They're not contesting the way they did the previous round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
That is something that kind of surprised me, just because Web will just kind of walk in and realize, hey, we use the blitz to take control of what will at the end of the round become the position where the Buck will sit and watch the diffuser. There was a plan, and Webble went in for the execute. And you love seeing every single moment of it because all the pieces fell into place. And yeah, D+ can come in and shoot their shot, and you get Wookie Man turning into a Boogeyman, but it doesn't matter at that point because the round is already lost. You get exit kills. There's always somebody that's going to be watching that can rotate in. They'll have a better spot over where the diffuser is. At that point, you have an almost untenable position as a defender. You have to run in, you have to do the work, you have to have multiple bodies to split around. If maybe even in a 3v1, it would be relatively easy for the last attacker left alive to do that work just because of the positioning and the utility that had already been used up between the Buck, between the Ram, to open things up. And that's why we saw it. It was beautiful to witness. Though here, we'll see the Nook in play, there's more, but with the, what's
Ram?
the opposite? No. What's the opposite of sentry? I always confuse the striker. There you go, striker and sentry. I don't know why you say it once correctly and then it's all gone. I'm really I really want to see why it's been brought, other than obviously site swap and how it fits in versus bringing in a Buck. But hey, you got those can openers regardless on either side. Of course, the EMPs would definitely be a good reason to bring them in.
I think it just helps alleviate a little bit, doesn't it? Mavericking is often something that is seen as a bit of a meme. At least I think that's what me and Demo have made it into, and especially on this map. So maybe it just provides a little bit more surety. It's surprising how self-sufficient one striker can be. With the secondary MPs, the hard breach gadget, you can genuinely do it all. And when you can give that utility to someone and have them be self-sufficient in a way, I think it frees up the rest of the side incredibly. So maybe that's what we'll see at Webble, having a little bit more of that freedom. The thing that they've got at the moment is the upper hand against D+, which I don't think we were expecting coming into this. D+ just lacking in a couple of areas. People that we've been sort of shouting and screaming about in previous weeks, Coated and Envy Taylor, neither of them really having much bite in them today. The opening couple of kills are going to come in. It's going to be Yusang, someone that we maybe don't get to speak about all too often, Demo, but it's time going 7-3.
Yeah. He's looking good. D+ in this round are looking a lot better. They've dealt with the blitz, which I think is been the big issue for them so far. It's just been that blitz, that oppressive blitz. The past 2 rounds, it's been the issue for them. 3 versus 4 with 30 seconds to go. More than enough time for D+. See this one out. I say less than enough time for probably Webble to see this one out, as Moon has somehow slipped his way into the site. An easy kill onto JLT. Yusang has to try and block up that door, but by doing so, doesn't give him that rotate back into the site, apart from the big old rotate in that storage wall. MP Taylor's below, though. He's got C4. He's probably lurking for that. Diffuser going to be initiated on top of the table. Is anyone there ready for Moon? What a swing with the R4C! And downstairs, Envy Taylor to no avail, cannot stop the defuse from being planted. 2 versus 3 retake for D+ is gonna have to be on the cards here. There's one for Coed. Wait for Envy Taylor to get up those stairs and maneuver in with him. They see the diffuser and where it is, but Moon is just too good this round. Takes another kill. Coed in the bomb site with Zad, but he has no idea. And Webble, a 4-2 half they take after being down 2-0.
I don't think
do they
Coed's
make
had
you
a single
proud,
kill.
Right, who do I answer?
Well, I had a question.
Okay.
I was making a statement. You go.
Yeah. Does Webble make you proud now after having come back and taken that in-game timeout after round 1? Comes back 4-2 on attack.
Yes, because they have played the way that you need to play it. They've brought in the correct operators, always looking to target with that blitz to get them that early map control, then bring in the Ram, who is always going to be good for 3 out of the 4 bomb sites. Not as though the 4th one really gets played anyway, but it's going to be good for the 2 that we've seen. You rip open the floor because there's a lot of soft destruction that you have included, and you try and get that plant down. They analyze saying, look, we can see where the players of D+ are. There's probably going to be one below. Let's get on the table. Let's get that plant down. They done so. So I think Webble have really analyzed the way D+ are wanting to defend, and they have countered them more or less every step of the way.
5 seconds remaining.
Very good
gonna
zoom in
say-
just to help with the top 8. Yes, yes.
Kobe
Yes, Ed.
has not had a single kill outside of a post plant.
And
And
those
they've
were...
gone on to lose all of those rounds. Seems
Yeah.
that he's consistently the last alive. And obviously sides are swapped now, so it's all different, but he was consistently last alive and consistently just picking up an exit and then getting taken out, and they were losing the round anyway. D+ have defended it in such a strange manner. It's like they've been playing for plant denial in a couple of rounds, and then they've just looked down and like, well, no one's got a C4 left, so who are they going to deny? Real strange stuff from D+. And you do wonder if the previous 2 results have got into their head, if they're just sort of thinking, well, you know, it's playoffs next week, like maybe we just chill, or maybe we just do whatever. Doesn't really matter. Because that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting from them right now. And on the flip side, Webble are like, no, we're up for this fight.
Now look at the Maverick. I love watching a good Maverick. Because it's always like, it's art when you're doing that sort of work. Now, does Yonsung kind of fall into that? I'm not sure yet.
Is he in his apprenticeship still?
I mean, hey, you learn how to use your MIG welders. In this case, not a welder, obviously, but you know you learn how to use your sooty torch properly. But at least the job of I'm going to try to put pressure on the opposite side of the map is really helping out. In the meantime, there's a lot of pressure on the Deimos in this case to actually get an entry, get a kill, and just get this round rolling. Because if you're just sitting around waiting until the end of round, you might as well bring a Dokabi at that point.
The big shoes to fill on that mirror window, considering what Woogieman was able to do from it. Didn't always result in a D+ round win, but certainly in round number 1, it was the main reason, and the main factor. Ooh, old Ella Rome. Not so sure about this one.
Very,
Should
very
be dealt
slow.
with fairly easy, shouldn't he? But there's not much pace at all in this D+ attack.
Need to get a move on. Oh, and he just missed the shots. There's an easy kill there for Woogieman. Was holding on to that angle for so long, and whenever he gets the opportunity, flashes for his very eyes. And now Coed, he's looking to see if he can aggress and get this kill. Hard wire slowed him down just a tad, but this is a great roam right here. It's wasting a lot of time, and D+, just what are you guys doing? Where are you going from? Is Damon's going to try and jump up the hatchment? You're not Oryx. You can't do that. They need to try and make a push. Woogieman has got one. Yunsang onto another. Hang on a minute. D+. They're playing on fumes right now, but it's working out for them. Not aware, though. They know it's still inside the site. Goes for the pistol draw now. Anyone moving? Diffuser's been planted in the midst of that as well. What on earth has just happened? How is this being turned around?
I can't believe that we're in this position right now, because everything pointed that this was just gonna go the way of Webble. They held on to the site, and then D+ go in, they sneak in, they get the site planted, and they have the utility to kind of make this work and win it out. And they're left in the 1v1 at the end. JLT, more like BLT, because he's just wrapping him up and nomming on DK on the other end. It's beautiful to witness.
I love that.
Did you?
I'll tell you what I would love right now. I would love a BLT now. I think I'm going to, after this broadcast, I'm going to go and make myself a BLT. You've planted the seed.
And you know what? D+ planted the diffuser. That's beautiful to see.
Well, we've just had an interesting bit of information. I think we've had some mathematicians behind the scenes working out the stakes of this very game. And if Webble win outright, they take 5th place seed off before and after. So Webble definitely playing for something here. Obviously, 5th place seed is like, it's neither here nor there, really. Well, people will go through and sort of simulate what the sort of seeds will look like, and
I can tell you
who that'll give you as an opponent and stuff.
Well, here's the funny thing. So if Webble lose to D+, they play D+ straight away in the best of 3.
Good God.
So they're playing to not play D+. If they win, then they go up against MIR Gaming. But then if they go up against MIR Gaming, then that means they're on the PSG Talon side of things. So it's even which way you look at it for Webble, it's not going to be fun because either you get the D+ game into FEARX, or you beat D+ here and you get MIR Gaming, but then you get PSG Talon. So it's yeah, not a fun day.
There's no way out, I think, is what you're trying to tell me. But there shouldn't be an easy ride to the major.
No.
Not when there's 2 spots available. We should be getting the absolute best of the best out of Korea and sending them to Montreal. No free rides around here, Milosh.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, look,
you're finding that out. Look at you. You're on the cast.
I am.
You missed one. You missed.
Well, we had to host earlier. We hosted earlier, didn't we?
Milosh,
so it's only fair.
Game and now has to do a 45 minutes to an hour cast.
To be fair, I was here and just watching the entire thing and thinking, God damn, these boys. God
Another
bless their
8-6,
hearts.
by the way. That's an 8-6.
Stop.
Ready?
Stop. Stop. You are not allowed to say that.
Overtime written all over this.
All right. I hope you're gonna donate $10 to somebody. Well, some just
a charity of my choice. A charity of my choice. Thank you.
Yes, a charity of your choice. I think that's fair. That's what we used to do in the office back in the day, in the olden days of casting. But I love this. Use your Maverick properly. There it is. MV Taylor taking it away from Yonsung. It's like, you know what? You got to kill. Fair enough, but let me do the proper work. It took 3 canisters to open the wall, so, you know, proper work, whatever you want to call that. But the thermite is close by. They're not even going to be needed for this one. It is going to be about this Capitao staying alive and chucking down those bolts in the proper positions.
C4 is going to miss there. Moon just tries to aggress onto it with the TCSG, but he's very quickly going to be full white flashed. Capitao can now come in and start to place that utility. Moon will be the first player to fall. Coated this time getting an impactful kill as an opener. With a chance for D+ to start getting that diffuser down, and it's a chance that Coated is going to take. They've thrown the kitchen sink to ensure that this goes down. Stuns, flashes, smokes, you name it. And MV Taylor picking up a kill onto Zed. That's not going to be it, though. It's not the end of the round just yet. One of the advantages, of course, not opening this main breach is you don't give so much of an angle away. Only a Maverick line, and it's only good enough for a few shots put through. D+, they're battered, they're bruised, but they've gotten the plant down. And they are in a 4 versus 3 right now.
What do they do? What do you dive into? Actually, you drop the Fenrir, and there's the finisher. Beautiful from Woogie Man, but left alone here on the Scopus. Turn around, Naps. Wants to bring down at least a couple players, but it's difficult to stay alive in this spot, and DMR is doing work. Finally, Wookie Man, I don't know what was going on there. I mean, you should have had him dead to rights. Dead to rights! Demo's shaking his head right now, I know it.
Don't show that to Jinxie. He'll be screaming bad aim at the top of his lungs.
How annoying is it when you're playing Ranky, by the way, and someone says bad aim, but they type it in the way that Jinxie says it?
Bad aim, bad aim.
Because I just read it and I'm like, bad aim, bad aim. And it just infuriates me. You know, there's just some kid sat on the other side of the screen talking smack at me for no reason at like 1 a.m.
That's brilliant. Deserved. Don't miss your shots, mate.
No one ever says good aim.
Yeah, we do. Good aim all the
time. Not to you, maybe.
Not to me.
Well, that's something I can't help you with. That's on you, buddy.
Coaching. You should be coaching.
It's a weird split. 2-4-2 is essentially how the rounds have went, and that leaves us at 4 apiece. Webble have taken the timeout. I mean, overall for Webble, they are kind of doing the same mistakes that D+ made, and that was you're giving up way too much map control very early on. That's the issue that they're having. Both teams have struggled with that.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So far, it's looking like attackers definitely making it work. We started off with 4-2 at the half for Webble. Lost first couple rounds, then brought it back. And here for D+, they get the first 2 on their attacking side. And I think that question, the pointed one, I'll just pat myself on the back and pat Demo on the back also. Over what side does this map favor, this labs favor, and why layout itself and how we are seems like is definitely working out for the attackers. We'll see if D Plus can walk in. They actually did lose a few too many of their drones early on in that prep phase, but they're going for the Habana. Okay. It's I say it this way just because we've been seeing a lot more teams opt out for a singular hard breach, and then a hard breacher, like dedicated hard breacher, and then another operator that's kind of more of a flex, a buck that also has can openers that you can use, and or a striker. There's a few more accessibility options nowadays.
Yeah, gone are the days of it being, you know, so rigid in the form of hard breaches, which of course is nice. It does give a little bit of flexibility across. Zad. Be hanging out downstairs on the Valkyrie. We'll have a C4, so there's potential for him to try and make something happen. The Dokkaebi call, I don't think it's going to give him away too much, but he will just dip himself back onto those exo stairs, answer the phone, and then he can rejoin the fight as and when required. D+, I think the last round demo was maybe one of the only rounds we've seen on their attacks where they've shown a little bit of pace.
Yeah, I think they definitely need that, because there's a big map at the end of the day. You know, you need to try and move as fast as you can through the map. Looks as though that they are currently dealing with the roamers, as Vigil has taken quite a lot of damage. They haven't dealt with it fully, because these players need to be killed before they can really maneuver on down and start using the ram to best of their ability. It doesn't look as though they're really hunting for the moment. They can see that impact hole above, and there's somebody playing on. It's going to be the Scopos who barely misses out on those X-Kairos pellets. It will shoot one, though, but doesn't open the hatch. Only one extra pellet on that to make it work. Again, for D+, just the timing, again, you've got roamers. You haven't really opened a whole lot. I just fear for the worst, guys, I do.
I'm sorry to hear that, Demo. That breaks my heart just hearing it. And honestly, maybe you should break Webel's heart in this case, because that Vigil is not going to do anything. They're walking in, FNAT taken away. D+ have everything set up, but do they have the time to enter into it all?
Well, that's going to be the big question, isn't it? The Dokkaebi call is going to ring out, so that should give them an idea at least as to where people are. They're going to miss his shot. JLT will take advantage of it. Coated. Good position there. That FNAT just got activated, so he is known, but he's relying heavily on the cover, and the cover isn't there in a sufficient way. It's JLT now that's going to try and get this plan down, but MV Taylor through the Maverick line is going to get taken out, and with no time left, Moon swings for the kill. Takes down JLT as he was trying to get that plant down. Webel, they're not going down without a fight tonight.
Nobody is. Really. Nobody is. Not with how the day has gone.
6-6, guys, I'm telling you.
Shh. You can insinuate. You can't say the exact thing. There's a difference between the two. However, you're right. We are trotting down that path so far. As a reminder, D+ did get 2 rounds on their defense here. Webel has gotten their first one on their own defense after the half side switch. We're going to a site that should be easier here on this top floor, where you can get stuff done with your thermite as long as you have somebody to help you with EMPs. There's a Qaeda on the other side, so you have to deal with that. A Tobarao as well. They really can disrupt you, but the beauty of attacking here is that you have multiple avenues of entry, and you're supposed to use them to pinch your defenders into just tiny little spots, just connections between the two sites, and just use that to isolate them and take them out. But will that actually happen? That's always the question. Deimos, will they be running around and doing work? Coated, will he be more of an anti-roam, even if there is no roam, just to get into a better position and kind of...
Oh, he's got the repel bug.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it happened to DZ last night as well, and GR got stuck.
Someone stucky-wucky.
Yeah.
Just hate it when that happens.
Are we going to rehost? I mean, I don't know what the rules are. It was, what, 2 minutes 40 whenever he called it?
Probably isn't allowed under the rules.
Yeah, too late, yeah.
Yeah, too late.
Unlucky. So, essentially, they'll be playing with 4 men. Well, to be fair, he can maybe Deimos track, so he's not completely useless. Oh, well. Why TK him? You can keep him as Deimos. You can still keep him as Deimos to see if you can maybe get some info. I don't know.
Why are you
Could he have droned as well?
That?
He could have droned. He could have done something, I think.
Why would you do that?
Well, I mean, they got the opening pick and obviously just thought, ah, well, 4v4. We'll just make it even.
He just been executed.
On the rappel, even. That's nasty. On reverse rappel. God damn. I have to do him like that. Anyways.
Well, I mean, it's a strange round, isn't it?
Is it?
It comes at a terrible time for him, though, jokes aside, because this is a real important round right now. Webb will win this. It puts them onto a map point, and the pressure really is on D+ there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tactical timeout at the end of this round if Webble do come away with that. But Yusang is trying to see to it that that isn't going to be a factor and that we are going to head to 5-5. They do have an advantage now coming into this final minute.
Need to get the mirror window off on Rafters. That is the big issue that they are going to struggle with. You see that there's a glimpse of an Azami swinging from a window. Now it looks as though that D+ are going to turn their attention elsewhere. Diffuser is cold on the ground, so somebody needs to try and pick that up. They're going to try and rotate the Grim over towards Fish and seeing if they can get rid of that mirror window just by simply shooting out the gas canister. Looks as though they've done the job as well from below. And now we can see Woogieman. See if he can maybe just pick him off because they know exactly where Zad is, but they just can't lock him down.
20-odd seconds left, and a mirror window, whilst it's popped, it's still proving to be a nuisance. Naps, brilliant timing. Woogieman hot on his tail, but it doesn't matter. Naps is having none of it at the top of Fish Stairs. Moon adding on to the pain. JLT now trying to make something happen, but it's going to be a map point here for Webble.
I can't
play
believe it.
from Naps and Moon.
I can't believe it that we got to this position. And imagine now if you're a D+, you're thinking, well, part of you is thinking, yeah, maybe we should have gotten the rehost. And technically, it was already, outside of the
rules are
a lot
rules.
of time.
Rules are rules.
I'm completely with you. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. But as a player, you will have that in the back of your mind, whether you like it or not. And 2, why did you kill your own teammate? That could have been wonderful. And watching that goddamn flank. You have the Grim trying to do it. Imagine if there was a drone. That would tell you all about it. That's 2 kills. 2 deaths from your team. That would have never happened. And you wouldn't have had Woogieman try to walk back up and try to collect kills from there. It was just not a good sight. And I think that would eat at me. If I'm DK.
I'm surprised that we're not seeing the D+ timeout. They've still got it, right? They haven't used the
I believe
timeout.
so. They haven't used it, no.
I'm like, why have they not used it? Like, is this just like pure head loss now? I mean, the lineup's gone they've gone for a full 6-pick on the lineup. Everybody's changing.
They see the bomb site, that's why. Usually the bomb site that we never see is going to be your kitchen. The reason why is it is really easy to attack. You think about the not the kitchen. What's the other room called? Kitchen, and it's just dining, I guess, where you cafeteria, whatever it is. The issue with that is you've got a wall that you open up, which just opens up the entire bomb site, and there's no real way that you can really flank on this map or on this bomb site specifically. Mostly because the staircase you would come down is going to be locked down anyway. It's going to be nomaded off, going to be flank protection. It's all going to be done. There's a boatload of verticality you can do on the players inside a kitchen. There is nowhere that you can actually sit in the bomb site. You can stop people walking in the breach, apart from just giving your life up. That's the issue with it. It's so claustrophobic. There's nowhere safe. You have to play like really far back. Really similar to the way that we would look at, the way we looked at Oregon, for example. Whenever you're dealing with, the kind of tertiary bomb site, it's just once those walls get opened up and people are holding flanks, you just can't retake the bomb site without exposing yourself to these long angles.
Well, let's see how long Webble can hold on to it for then. Voted. Going to pick up a rotating Warden there as they make their way down those main stairs. It's the first example of some great funneling play from D+. At least in this round that we're going to see. Really forced him out of position there and just waiting to gather a bit more info on the drone. Pocket reinforcement is going to be used there just to block up that wall into the bottom of main lobby. Should try and buy Webble a little bit more time, but if these air jabs getting sent out, a flank's going to be very difficult. There is a player just hiding out at the moment inside of Electric. With that air jab placed on the door, there's not going to be loads that they can do, but with a few different lines of sight available, might be something that the Zed can do, at least coming later into the round.
If you're Zed, you also don't want to be stuck in Narnia when the eventual attack comes in, especially when there's an Osa and a Nomad. Having the Nomad to secure those flank positions, buy you time, and you're bringing an Osa also with it. The Mute, of course, has a Nitro Cell, but it's quite far away from sight, and otherwise it's an impact to try to do work, and you know, you're going to have to do that work pretty quickly when you have an Osa on the other side. However, almost a death there, but no shot. Back-coated is saving the day for Woogieman, who stays alive and will be instrumental.
Excuse me?
Yes,
you saw him plain as day, right?
You just saw him?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I give up.
Well, Moon isn't giving up. Woogieman down. Inno backing onto it, but now it's all down to Inno. A decent game so far, but he's going to have to pick up 3 kills with the plank going down. It's almost certainly going to extend that time. MV Taylor, he's able to find him as the cleanup crew. Strange decision, really, to go to that site at this point in the game, Demo. I just feel like it leaves the door slightly open for D+ to get back into this.
100%. The site's just not good. You know, you can't sit anywhere that's safe. It's really difficult to hold that down. Yeah, really surprising from Webble to choose that option. And yeah, you've basically opened the door now for D+ to get themselves into OT. Look, still, they have to win this round. No two ways about it. They have to go and win the basement. For D+, they need to assess the roamer situation. They need to go at this Scopos. They need to go at the roamers. There's no vigil this time, so Deimos is an absolute free pick. You know, you scan the Scopos. If you get that on the radar then for the Deimos, you go for the track with the helicopter, little helicopter, and you're away. You know, that should be how you're playing this. But they're not going to opt for it. They're going to stick with what they have, which is that fuse coming in.
10 seconds to go.
I think you need the Deimos. Because they struggle with the roamers. You need something to deal with the roamers.
Camera feed up and running.
Well, they haven't got anything.
In Ash? Isn't that how things work?
Oh, yeah, back in your day.
Yeah, are we exactly?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand, like, because of the way that the map plays out, and also all of the operator picks that have happened over the past 11 rounds, it surprises me that Ash is on the lineup, because there's no point in bringing the Ash here when you have all the other opportunities that are here. You want to destroy utility? No problem. You got the IQ with the grenades. Great. You want to rely on the Habana to only open up like any sort of heart breach? Okay, cool, but you don't have any like other alternative that would help you with it. Probably any other operator would be a better pick here than the Ash. I just think she's kind of phased out. Yeah,
it's a Woogieman comfort pick because he's hit some nasty shots so far, and D+ are maybe hoping to get away with this game based off the back of a bit of flashy gun skill, which we know that Woogieman's got. So I think if he doesn't perform in the kill department, then it's definitely a mispick.
What do we get out of this? I mean, the Capcan would be nice to hold things down. We'll see if they'll even be getting to the site. I think the Scopos is a great pick away from what they had with kind of the roaming Umai Mute. We're a bit too far away from site. If you're able to stay alive, Scopos can always do so much work to kind of just rotate in and out between both shells. Was it Colossus and Talos? Isn't that
it
what
is?
Yeah.
I'm very impressed with you. Very proud of you.
As I like to say. I think the biggest issue that really D+ have is, again, the Scopos above, which they just don't seem as though they're trying to assess. And yeah,
what a
they're just getting punished for it. I mean, I can't believe this. You died because there were roamers the last time you're down here. You're going to try and go for the exact same attack. And again, just let the roamers go. It's so frustrating watching a team like D+, who you should be seeing this Scopus. Yes, I understand it's a Scopus, and it can TP back at any moment, but you still need to go after this. You cannot allow that just to sit upstairs on vertical angles and hit you with a flank. It cannot be allowed, but here we are.
Taylor trying his best right now. Inu going to see some success with the Capcan entry denial. Goated was in the site for a brief period, but he's only got 5 HP. He can't really hope to try and take and plant that diffuser. Got it in his hand, but a tickle of smoke, the remnants from a C4, even an impact at this rate would be devastating. Yusang taking matters into his own hands. He's going to push on through. Envy Taylor is always going to be out in the cold right now. Is he able to keep his team
himself
in it?
Oh, look at him.
All out in the cold, all by his own. Webble, who'd have thought
He's taking a drink. He just gave up. He just, that's me done.
He's got the sippy cup out.
He knew the fate of his team ahead of him and just decided, you know what? There's nothing I can do. Webble, hold your heads high. Beating one of the big dogs here in Korea, taking down D+.
Big dogs are also big penguins in this case, as we see the penguin also being picked up 7-5 on Nighthaven Labs. This is a beautiful upset to witness today, and beautiful for Webble, but honestly, watching DK, I fully understand Demo in this case, because it's like, this should have been D+. We've seen how they played the entire stage. There's a lot of expectations, and yet they were not met. You can say, okay, look, it doesn't really matter much for them, this game in general and how it impacts the playoffs. Fair enough. However, just kind of make it pretty. Come on, it's the last day of the group stage. No need to break our hearts that way, just to kind of set yourself up for a better playoffs bracket. But what do we know? We can theorycraft and play around this all day, all night to kind of imagine what was going on through DK's head, but it doesn't matter because they lost at the end of the day. Big L on our foreheads here as Webble, or like Web W.
You
guys missed me.
We just close the show.
Nubbers.
That's out of here. That's out of here, I think.
7-5. Well, obviously none of us had it on our bingo card. We didn't expect this to be the result here today, but D+ drastically underperformed. We've had a run of form that has led up to this for the last 2 weeks now as well, losing to PSG and FEARX. Obviously, Webble aren't in that same category. I'm not going to sit here and try and tell you that they are, but for D+ to trip up here at this point, regardless of the meaning of this game, it does show a lack of discipline, and it shows that they are very beatable. And I think that Webble proved that today.
And let's take a look at our MVP for this matchup. Is Moon? Yes, it is. Man, Moon has been working out absolutely. That is a full moon in the afternoon. 123 on the EPS, 67 on the cost, Asher on the entry. The man was showing up. Definitely a great performance down.
Yeah, look, he had some really important kills, some really important rounds, which I think was a big difference maker as well for Webble. I think the individuals, shone through today. Look, the entry and cost, sure, it's not as high as what it is, but look, 13 kills, 8 deaths, really good EPS. Yeah, he's done the business today.
Absolutely. If anything, I know it's D+. You can call them D-, but even D+ would kind of work out today, given how the game kind of edits. Sorry, Ollie. I hope that you're not going crazy like I am today, but I rarely get to experience this way, and I rarely get to experience a Korea schedule that looks like this. I think for very good reasons in the past. 8-6, 8-6, 8-6, and then a 7-5 here. MIR, FEARX, before and after, and Webble are victors today, which means our predictions were awful, garbage, hot garbage. Throw them out, recycle them. This is what it's gonna look like. 2-2 for everybody, really. What were we thinking?
Pretty bad day at the office, right?
Still about 50%. Still 50%.
We're 50%, but we're just sort of scraping by we're like going the bare minimum for a pass right here.
Brother,
But,
that's a higher return than Warren Buffett. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, listen, the game should have gone the way that we said, but sometimes it doesn't work like that. And there's a thing that you can't always account for in stats and previous performance, and that is players' will to win. And the will to win on teams like FEARX and Webble today was just so much stronger than that of their opponents, and it really shone through. And you know what? I'm glad we had an upset today.
Yeah. Yeah, tell it to him. Tell it to him. Let's take a look at our standings for today, and we'll discuss this with you, Demo, here for a second. PSG, FEARX, D+, and MIR at the top. Surprised or not?
No, I think it's expected for the top 4. Honestly, I think maybe along the course of the journey, we maybe could have said, oh, maybe this could happen, maybe that could happen. I think that win for MIR Gaming over FEARX was kind of like the, oh, maybe this could go the way of MIR Gaming now. They could push on here and change. But really for MIR Gaming, I mean, if you think about their past 3 games that they have had, 8-6, 8-6, 8-6. Imagine if they had won them cleanly. They would be sitting third place. Even one of them, they'd be sitting in third place right now.
Yeah, and you look at that as a missed opportunity, and that's something I think that team will go back and analyze and prepare ahead of next stage, next year, because obviously there'll be things in the interim if they are to qualify and stuff like that, but a bit of a missed opportunity there. I think that Korea, it's not as sewn up as it looks from the outside looking in. FEARX, D+, very beatable teams. PSG Talon lost today. Okay, they lost to FEARX, another good team, another top team in the league. But I don't think that it's impenetrable to get yourself into that top spot. So, look, work hard on it for next year and understand where your strengths and weaknesses were, and keep going on the strengths and work on the weaknesses.
And the happy part of all of this, Ollie, is that we're not going to need to wait until next year for 6 of these teams to play, because our playoffs bracket, which starts next week, is this. Before and after, we'll be playing D+ Kia, and then Webble will play MIR Gaming. The winner of those 2 games will move on to play FEARX and PSG Talon, and of course, the winner of those semis will move on to the grand finals, and from there, clutch the spot from Korea League. And now, of course, there's 5th place, 3rd place. That has to do with seeding into the last chance qualifiers, because much like in Japan, for those that are not in the know, Korea gets 2 spots for the major. One of them will feed from our playoffs in the main group stage into phase 2 of the major in Montreal, and then the other seed that's coming from LCQ, they will be seeded into phase 1. So they'll have to fight against a whole bunch of other teams, including MENA as a region that will enter into phase 1 in order to qualify and play against the big dogs of every single region in phase 2. It might seem confusing, but actually it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. You got challengers, and then you have the champions, the ones that are at the tippity top of every region, and the ones that have just barely scraped through. They need to earn that spot in phase 2 in order to make it to the main stage. Our final thoughts for this, gentlemen. How are we seeing things in Korea? How's the group stage for you? Have you guys had fun?
I had a lot of fun, Milosh. It's been enjoyable. I've really enjoyed working during the day for a change. It's been quite a nice pace to wake up and have somewhat of a normal schedule. But it's been great. We've seen some fantastic siege, and for all that it's entirely different to a lot of the siege that you're going to get elsewhere in the world, really, for a lot of respects. You can't really draw too many comparisons from any of the, air quotes, big regions like Brazil or your NA or your EU. There's elements of it, and you can see that there is starting to become a bit of an EU influence over here in Korea. And I'll be honest, I don't think it's the end of that influence. I think that we'll see a little bit more of that as this Korean siege league seems to develop.
I think for me, I've kind of mostly be going through the play days, kind of, the thinking from the Wizard of Oz, where I'm a long way from Europe. That's what it kind of feels like whenever I'm here in Korea. And I'm kind of sitting there thinking, no place like
You're
home.
A long way from home.
No place like
There's
home.
no place like home.
So I'm looking forward to Monday and Tuesday, I'll be honest, because Korea, honestly, it takes it out of me. It takes it out of me. Get me back to my Shaikos and get me back to my Shaikos and Alamaus. Get me back.
Be careful what you wish for.
Some of the Koreans sometimes. To be fair,
be careful what you wish for.
Some of the games though, like the PSG Talon games, the FEARX, whenever those guys have looked on it, they have played some really enjoyable Siege. That lair that PSG Talon did against E+ is probably the best game I think I've seen in terms of the standard of Siege that was displayed. But on the other hand, whenever you start looking at, Orgless and Webble and BNA, they get thrown in the mix in some of their games that they've had, then that's where I think the fun begins.
Gentlemen, the fun continues today in Rainbow Six because you guys are going to be casting some more games. No, we're not. I just wanted to mess with you. Haha. Asia is on as we speak on the main Rainbow Six Challenge channel. So you can go and watch things on there. But yeah, that's it. Mena is also going to be live right after Asia. So you have more to watch today. And yeah, there's a lot to go through as NA is also picking up later this evening. So don't worry about it. If you wanted more Siege and you wanted your drops also, they're going to be coming up all ready for you. So, Ali, Demo, been an absolute pleasure today. That is it for Korea and our group stage. The playoffs continue and actually begin next week. So make sure you're tuning in on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 3 days to see which team will qualify and make it directly into Phase 2 of the Montreal Major. Till then, take care. Love so much.